Late night, Jiangcheng University North Gate Internet Cafe. With dark circles under my eyes, I was engrossed in a game, picking up companion gigs on the side. Don't worry, boss, we'll win this one for sure. Just as victory was within reach, my screen froze. A cringe-inducing pop-up ad filled with a flashy web game suddenly hijacked my monitor. If you were thrown into an apocalypse, pick 3 starting resources. 1. A dazzlingly obedient campus queen. 2. Enough rations for 3 years, compressed biscuits and water. 3. Golden desert eagle with infinite bullets. 4. Random S-grade combat talent. 5. All attribute enhancement potions times 10. 6. A cute girl from Chengdu. What the? Are you kidding me right now? There wasn't even a close button for this garbage ad. I scrambled to switch back to the game. Being a delivery driver by day and a game companion by night, my tuition fees hinged on this. If I got a complaint, I'd be toast. Just as I was about to forcibly close it, the input box auto-populated with 3 number 1s. Ding. You have selected option 1 times 3 times. Hidden trigger, multi-choice stacking engaged. Who would pick the campus queen? If it's the apocalypse, you'd obviously choose a gun. I was so pissed I wanted to smash the keyboard. What idiot picks a woman when guns and food clearly have more utility? This scammy ad screamed pay-to-win garbage. Before I could finish swearing, the text on the screen began warping. It twisted and turned, morphing into a bottomless black vortex. Suddenly, a strong suction force erupted. What the? Is it an electric short or? Before I could react, I blacked out. Achoo! A bone-chilling wind jolted me awake. It was like being dumped into a freezer set to -20 degrees. Yo, Net Cafe manager. Did you set the AC to Arctic mode? Reaching for the mouse, my hand closed around freezing slush and mush instead. I looked up and froze myself out of shock. It wasn't the internet cafe anymore. Above me was a dim, gray sky. Beneath me, a frozen, rock-hard wasteland. In the distance, the chilling howls of beasts echoed nonstop. Where the heck am I now? Bright red text suddenly floated before my eyes. Welcome to the Forsaken Land, the Thrill Paradise. All humans globally have been transferred. Survival game begins now. Your location, Jiangcheng Province, Jiangcheng District, C0372 Frozen Zone. Population, 10,000. Game rules. 1. For the first 3 days, it's a newbie period. Danger is reduced. Cherish this chance to grow. 2. Daytime is relatively safer. Nighttime belongs to monsters. Get shelter, or you won't survive the first night. 3. Do not trust any living creature. 4. Dangers include extreme weather, mutated beasts, zombies. Your initial shelter has been generated. Turn around to check. The text flickered before shrinking to the bottom right corner of my vision. All I did was randomly click on some choices, and now I'm really in a survival game. Rubbing my frozen arms, I let out a long exhale. As an avid web novel reader, this plot felt way too familiar. I turned around with anticipation. Surely, I'd at least get a small wooden cabin, right? At minimum. Instead, a pink-colored, ridiculously garish wooden house stood before me. The words "Made Cafe" blinked in the tackiest neon sign I'd ever seen, hanging askew above the door. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open. If it's a cafe, it's bound to have food and drinks, right? Reality slapped me hard in the face. The interior was luxuriously decorated. Leather sofas, an automatic coffee machine, even made uniforms hanging on the walls. But there wasn't a single crumb or coffee bean in sight. Every penny must have gone into over-the-top aesthetics. Sure, it looked nice, but could I eat it? System notifications popped up. Congratulations. You have obtained the world's only hidden building. Made Cafe, SSS grade. Exclusive Skill 1. View resume. See detailed stats of any survivor. Exclusive Skill 2. Recruitment. Recruit survivors to sign maid contracts, gaining total dominance over them. Higher-rated maids unlock unique talents. Current recruitment slots, 0/1. Additional reward, starter supply chest, white, ×1. My eyes lit up. SSS grade, total dominance. Now this was more like it. Naturally, I opened the global chat channel. Player A, I awakened a system. Ha. I knew I wasn't ordinary. Player B, dude, everyone's got a system. Chill. Player C, help. My shelter's an E-grade straw hot. Drafty as hell. I'm gonna freeze to death. Player D, anyone know how to exit the game? I'm the heir of Yida Group. Get me back, and I'll pay you 5 million. Player E, global transfer, bro. No one's leaving. One particular message caught my attention. Lin Xingxua, does anyone have firewood or a heat source? My tin is leaking and it's freezing. I'll trade a Patek Philippe watch for it. Lin Xingxua, the campus queen of Jiang University, the goddess every guy drooled over. Rich, aloof, and stunningly beautiful. Even the goddess herself ended up in this frozen hellscape, and her shelter was just a broken tent? Perfect. Time to test that SSS grade ability of mine. Clicking on her profile, I activated View Resume. Name, Lin Xingxue. Looks, 94, Cold Campus Beauty. Figure, 93, Golden Proportion. Talents, S-grade Plan Affinity, A-grade Cooking, A-grade Management. Contract effect, plus 50% life recovery within the shelter. Unlocks talent, Nature's Gift. Generates high-level food or herbs daily. Overall rating, 93. System review, a fallen swan. Conquer her at the right moment, and she'll become the perfect steward. I sucked in a sharp breath. Her stats were out of this world. Looks and figure scored over 90, and she came with an S-grade and 2 A-grade talents. Just having her generate free food daily would set me up for life. In the chat, her message sparked a frenzy. Random player. LOL. Beauty, the Qing dynasty is over. Watches don't feed you. Player F. No way. Lin the campus queen? Hey, it's me, Wang Hao from the student council. My shelter's an item shop. Don't need fire or food. I don't want the watch, but how about a custom video in exchange? Hee hee. Random bystander. An item shop? Dude starting with Walmart? Respect, big boss. Player G. Wang Hao, you're disgusting. Taking advantage of people in need? I shook my head and shut the chat. I didn't recruit Lin Xingxue right away. It's too early in this game. Would someone as proud as her ever agree to be my maid? The system said it clearly. Strike when the right moment comes. For now, I need to solve my own survival issues. I shivered. The temperature must have been at least -20 to 30 degrees. If I didn't find warmth soon, I'd end up as just another frozen popsicle. I pulled up my maid cafe's info panel. Damaged. Integrity, 65%. 4 sides leaking. Unable to withstand harsh winters. Upgrade requirements. Wood X50, stone X20. Upgrade effects. Reinforce walls. Basic campfire. Indoor temperature plus 5 degrees Celsius. Unlock staff dormitory. Sure enough, it's in a damaged state. I shifted my attention to the newbie chest. Please, give me something useful. With a crisp click, white light flashed. Obtained. Whole wheat bread X2, 6 slices per pack. Obtained. Bottled water X3. Obtained. Cast iron hatchet. White, X1. In my hand appeared a dark, heavy hatchet. Cast iron hatchet. Attack power 5. Logging efficiency plus 20%. A firewood splitting beast, and not too shabby for zombie skulls. Nice stuff. I swung it twice, the sharp whooshing of the blade cutting through the air. With this baby, I can chop trees. And with wood, I can upgrade my shelter. I glanced out the window. It was still daytime. Those red-eyed monstrosities only dared linger in the distance within the fog. The first 3 days are a safe period. I have to hurry. I bit into the cold, hard bread, tucked the hatchet at my waist, and braced myself to surge into the blizzard outside. As soon as the door opened, the icy wind pierced to the bone. Warning, current outdoor temperature -22 degrees Celsius. Without thermal protection, body temperature will drop to a critical level in 60 minutes, losing 5 HP per hour. That's when I realized. I had my own stats panel too. Name, Lu Chun. Level 1. HP, 100/100. Strength, 10. Agility, 9. Stamina, 10. 1 hour. I had the cold timer ticking down. Staying inside resets the timer. I just need to make it back here before it runs out. Gripping the hatchet tightly, I locked onto the nearest dead tree. Thump, thump, thump. 30 or so blows later, the dead tree toppled with a crash, dissolving into white light. Obtained. Coarsewood X2. Obtained. Tree branch X1. Automatic dismantling. Saves me the hassle of carrying pieces back manually. Overjoyed, I started going all out. Each time the timer was about to run out, I'd dash back inside to warm up, then head back out. I discovered that staying inside for 2 minutes neutralizes 1 minute of outdoor cold. In other words, spending an hour outside means at least 2 hours warming up inside. Way too time-consuming. In practical terms, I only had 5 or 6 usable hours. But I didn't dare slack off. I pushed myself in a strict cycle. Wood +1. Stone +1. Without realizing it, I had ventured over 200 meters from the shelter. The trees out here were taller and more gnarly, their twisted forms casting shadows like clawing ghosts. Something's wrong. I suddenly halted. It was eerily quiet around me. No wind, no birds, nothing. And in the distance, the gray fog seemed to creep closer with the setting sun. A chilling feeling of being watched crept over me. I instinctively tightened my grip on the hatchet and quickly glanced around. Behind me was nothing but a shroud of grayish woods. But the sense of dread only intensified. Roar. A low, suppressed growl echoed from deep within the fog to my front left. Then, 2 points of blood-red light flickered, no more than 50 meters away in the mist. They were a pair of bloodthirsty, starving eyes. Red-eyed fiend. My pupils constricted. While the system assured daytime was relatively safe, it didn't mean monsters were completely absent. Get too close, and it'd tear me apart all the same. Time to retreat. A quick glance at my inventory. Wood, 52, stone, 23. Enough to upgrade. Greed is always the prelude to death. What good are resources if you're dead to use them? Better to upgrade first. Without hesitation, I turned and began retreating, every step quiet and cautious. But as I rounded a giant boulder, my peripheral vision caught something odd. Wedged into a crack behind the boulder was the half-buried, frost-covered skeleton of a human corpse. And clutched tightly in its arms was a hand-sized box faintly glowing with green light. A green chest. I froze, holding my breath. White signifies standard loot. Green signifies superior rarity. The newbie pack the system gave was merely white. Whatever's in this green chest must be exceptional. Forcing my legs to stop moving, I stared at the red eyes just visible in the mist, then back at the green chest only 10 meters away. My heart raced. As long as I stayed quiet, I should be fine, right? Fortune favors the bold. I gripped the hatchet tightly and crept forward in a crouch. 5 meters. 3. 1 made it. I didn't reach for it right away. Instead, I scanned the area cautiously. Around the chest were some brittle branches half buried in the snow, perfectly placed as trip hazards. Classic setup. In every cliché story, the hero steps on a branch, it snaps, and the monster wakes up. Been there, done that. Lifting my legs high, I carefully stepped over, stopping right in front of the chest. The cold metal greeted my fingers. Obtained, discarded explorer's chest green. Got it. I cradled the chest in both hands and lifted it. Crack. My smile froze. Beneath the chest were 2 loose stones. Without the weight of the chest, they clattered against each other with crisp echoes. Damn it. The trap was under it. Roar. The red eyes in the fog flared to life. The ground rumbled. Foul stench surged forward. A massive silhouette, like a tank, barreled through the mist directly toward me. It was a monstrosity 3 or 4 meters tall. Muscles bulged grotesquely, its presence resembling a moving mountain. Fight it. One slap, and I'd be paced. Hugging the chest tightly, I bolted for my life. Cold countdown showed only 5 minutes remaining, and my limbs were stiffening. The roars grew louder. Fetid heat seared the back of my neck. The shelter loomed dimly inside the fog. Come on. 100 meters. 50. 10. The rush of air from its swings felt like death's scythe closing in. Bang. I slammed into the glass doors, stumbled inside, and threw the latch closed. Boom. The massive shadow smashed into the door, shaking the entire cafe. It was a mutated gorilla with needle-like black fur. Larger than an elephant. Its bloody maw screeched as claws raked the glass. I collapsed to the ground, chest heaving. 0.1 seconds slower, and I'd be minced meat. Fortunately, the shelter suppressed monsters by system rules. The beast attacked for a while, only chipping a few points off the door's durability. The glass itself remained intact. Finally, it let out a few more furious roars, then vanished back into the fog. Once my heart stopped pounding, I glanced at the green chest cradled in my arms, my lips curling upward. Totally worth it. Hurling myself onto the plush leather sofa, I rubbed my frozen hands together. All right, let's see if this was worth the trouble. Do you want to open the treasure chest? Yes. Click. The lid of the treasure chest popped open, and my pupils shrank. Inside lay a pitch-black handgun, emitting a faint, eerie glow. Glock 17 tactical handgun, green, ×1. 9mm bullets ×50. Blueprint. Basic rainwater collection purifier, blue. Spicy beef self-heating hot pot ×3. I picked up the handgun. The solid weight in my hand, the cold matte finish of the grip, it felt like sheer power. For someone like me, who had been chopping down trees with an axe just moments ago, this was practically a divine artifact. Attack power, 25. Headshots deal double damage. Magazine capacity, 17 rounds. Description, there's nothing one bullet can't solve. If there is, empty the magazine. Click. I cocked the slide, chambering around. That big ape shows up around here again. I'll put some clean, shiny holes in it. Fear comes from lack of firepower. But now, I held the truth in my hands. My confidence soared. I glanced at the blueprints next. Basic rainwater collection purifier. Requirements. Plastic ×5, wood ×10, filter cotton ×2. Function. Collects rain or snow and purifies it into drinkable water. Water supply issue? Solved. As for the self-heating hot pot, in temperatures plunging to -20 or -30 degrees Celsius, having hot pot goodness? Even a deity would trade places with me for that. Night had completely fallen, and terrifying growls echoed from all directions. I sat on the couch, idly playing with the handgun in the cozy warmth of the room. I felt absurdly secure. All right, time to get serious. The whole day of risky scavenging was for one purpose: upgrading the shelter. Current resources: wood ×52, stone ×23. Upgrade requirements. Wood times 50, stone times 20. Upgrade. Buzz. A golden light enveloped the cafe. The walls repaired themselves, gaps seamlessly closed, and the single-pane windows transformed into double-glazed soundproof glass. A fireplace materialized by the wall, and the room's temperature started to rise. Shelter upgraded to LV2. Structural integrity, 100%, significantly better insulation. Ordinary beasts can no longer destroy doors or windows. Unlock. Second-floor staff dormitory, basic fireplace. The fire in the hearth burned brighter, filling the hall with comforting warmth. I shrugged off my jacket, sinking comfortably into the sofa. Now, this is what I call living. I tore open the self-heating hot pot packaging and poured in bottled water. Gurgle, gurgle. It began heating, and the enticing aroma of spicy broth spread throughout the room. While waiting for the hot pot, I opened the regional chat channel. Time to see how everyone else was suffering while I was doing just fine. The chat was filled with complaints and despair. Random Joe, it's freezing. Anyone got spare wood? I'm about to turn into an icicle. Rich kid so-and-so. My shack is drafty as hell, and there are wolves howling outside. Wong Hao. I'm staying in a general store with no blankets. How the hell am I supposed to sleep tonight? I chuckled mischievously. Picking up my phone, I snapped a picture of my steaming hot pot and the roaring fireplace. Lu Chun. It's too noisy outside tonight. I had to settle my nerves with some hot pot. You guys eaten yet? Send. Complete silence in the chat for 3 seconds. And then, uproar. Random Jane. Self-heating hot pot? You even have a fireplace? Rich kid so-and-so. Photoshopped. It has to be. Why do you get to eat hot pot? Tech nerd. System-generated photos can't be altered. That red oil and steam. Now the tree bark I was gnawing on suddenly tastes worse. Wong Hao. Lu Chun. You're cheating, aren't you? Wong Hao, holed up in a general store with food to spare but shivering under a plastic tarp, looked at my cozy living arrangement and steaming hot pot. It must have hurt more than death. Lu Chun. Got lucky and found a treasure chest. Anyway, no time to chat. My beef's about to get overcooked. Slurped. That little slurp was a morale-crushing blow to the entire region. Private messages immediately came pouring in, some begging me for help, others proposing trades, and quite a few cursing me. I disabled incoming messages from strangers. Peace and quiet. Just then, a familiar name popped up in the public chat. Lin Qingxue. I'm offering 1 basic energy crystal shard, white, for 2 slices of bread or a bottle of water. Anyone can trade, except Wong Hao. Wong Hao. Heh. Qingxue, what's a broken rock like that worth? How about you film yourself calling me big bro in that pose I told you about? I'll send you an entire pack of biscuits in return. My gaze sharpened. Energy crystal shards are essential for upgrading to LV3, an extremely rare resource in the early stages. Lucky break for the campus queen. I'll take it, I muttered under my breath, sending her a trade request. She accepted moments later. I uploaded a photo. Sliced whole wheat bread times 2. Me, deal. After a few moments of silence. Lin Qingxue, deal. Thank you. Trade complete. Holding the energy crystal shard in hand, I felt elated. Chewing on juicy beef, I let my thoughts wander. Lin Qingxue, the university's campus queen. Her looks and figure were top tier. Even in this apocalyptic scenario, she maintained her dignity. Unlike others, she hadn't sold herself for food. Bringing her in as a personal maid/server? That would be quite the achievement. But beyond the superficial, there was her nearly perfect profile panel. She was worth it. Let's try this, I muttered. I generated a contract and sent it over. With a note attached, it's pitch black outside, and tents can't hold off the monsters. Out of old classmates' camaraderie, I'm extending this opportunity. Sign here, and you can join me for hot pot at the cafe. Far away on the desolate wasteland, inside a fragile tent barely holding against the wind. Lin Qingxue huddled in a corner, wrapped tightly in her puffer jacket. Her lips were purple from the cold, and she clutched the 2 slices of bread tightly, unwilling to take a bite. Tears welled in her eyes. Today had been sheer hell. As the queen bee of Jian University, she was always showered with care and compliments. But now, her private messages were filled with disgusting offers. Show me your legs for half a bottle of water. What's the act about? Come warm my bed. I've got a fire. I'll pay a high price for worn stockings. A few even asked for her coordinates, promising to deliver food in person. Only an idiot would trust them. Her spirit had cracked more than once. Then, Lu Chen's message came. A straightforward trade, no crude remarks. His genuine approach gave her a glimmer of relief. Lu Chun had always been quiet and reliable, she recalled. Unlike the others, maybe he really is different. Just as she was about to respond with gratitude, a golden contract window suddenly appeared before her eyes, spelling out the specifics of a made recruitment contract. Her pupils constricted as she read. Terms of the contract. 1. The party of the second part, Lin Xingxue, will voluntarily serve as the exclusive maid of the first party, Lu Chun, maid cafe manager, with lifetime loyalty and obedience. 2. The party of the first part shall own the second party's freedom, all resources, and her body. 3. Upon signing, the contract takes immediate effect. The party of the second part will be instantly transported to the cafe shelter and must unconditionally follow the orders of the first party. After finishing, her expression froze, shock, shame, and anger rushing in all at once. Lu Chun, how could you? Her trembling fingers hesitated over the buttons. Shivering. This isn't a job offer, it's a slave contract. You're even worse than Wang Hao. He just wanted to take advantage of me. But you want to turn me into your possession? A wave of humiliation surged in my chest. Thinking about the vile private messages from earlier today, tears began to fall. Without hesitation, I clicked the red button, blocked. Inside the maid cafe, I had just swallowed the last piece of beef. Ding. System notification, message failed to send. The other party has added you to their block list. I stared at the glaring red exclamation mark, paused for a moment, then shook my head with a self-mocking laugh. Such a big reaction? Looks like this campus queen hasn't been crushed by society yet. Well, to be fair, it's only day one. When she's truly at a life-and-death crossroads, dignity will only become cheaper and cheaper. I wasn't angry. I'm a pragmatist. If she's unwilling, I won't force it. After all, I have enough resources and can take care of myself. There will be plenty more opportunities in the future. Once she's chased into a corner by monsters, the value of this contract will naturally reveal itself. Closing the private chat, I switched back to the regional channel. By now, night had fallen. The conversation in the channel shifted from asking for resources to seeking comfort. User Holy Mother. Everyone is so pitiful. I have half a bottle of water. Who's dying of thirst? User Random Guy. Are you stupid? That lazy guy hasn't done anything productive all day and didn't leave his shelter. And you want to share your water with him? Let him die far away. User Angry Dude. I chopped down 10 logs with my bare hands. Why should I share with these freeloaders? Those who don't work deserve to die. I nodded slightly. The rules of survival in the apocalypse were taking shape. The compassionate would die the fastest. Cold rationality was the ticket to longevity. Just as I was reflecting, CRRK, CRRK. A chilling scraping noise echoed from outside the cafe's glass doors. I froze, eyes instantly sharp. Night had fully descended. The wasteland was swallowed by darkness. Visibility reduced to zero. GRRRR. Cackle, cackle. Faint whispers strained with malice and cold hatred replaced the usual wild animal growls in the fog. My gaze locked onto a faint, flickering white light far southeast. 500 meters. I needed to secure it tonight. After wolfing down 2 pieces of bread and forcing half a bottle of partially frozen water into my stomach, I dressed carefully, checked my Glock 17, fully loaded, safety on, and slung a hatchet over my back before pushing the door open and stepping into the biting winds and heavy snow. The fog was thick, wrapping the world like a corpse's shroud. Visibility was less than 20 meters. Crooked trees distorted into spectral shapes, and the howling wind carried eerie echoes. Every step on the snow was accompanied by creaks and crunches. I stuck to the system's guide, advancing cautiously. On the way, I spotted claw marks and bloodstains left from last night, some so deep they could swallow half a leg. Good thing I didn't venture out back then. After moving roughly 200 meters, a shadow emerged in the mist ahead, unmoving, rigid. Gripping my gun tightly, I lowered my steps and approached cautiously. At 5 meters, its form became clear. A frozen corpse, standing upright. The face was pale blue and contorted, its eyes wide in eternal terror. Even in death, it clung to a broken tree branch. Unlucky until their last moment. I detoured around it, pressing forward another 100 meters. At last, the faint white light was just ahead. A treasure chest rested beneath a fallen tree, half buried in snow. A quick sweep confirmed no nearby monsters. I grabbed the chest and opened it immediately. Acquired. Canned food times 3, bottled water times 2, wooden planks times 5, plastic times 2. Not a lot, but all useful. Especially the plastic. I was running short on that. A solid haul. On the way back, I chopped down a tree for good measure. A dozen swings brought it down, yielding usable materials. Wood plus 8. After an entire morning of work, my backpack was filled to the brim. Wood times 63, stone times 23, plastic times 7. More than enough. Time to build a water purifier. On my way back to the cafe, my private chat exploded with new messages. A quick glance revealed it was an influx of photos from girls pleading to be taken in. Big bro, I know massage. Boss, I'm super flexible. Please, I'll do anything. Scrolling through a few, they were all scraping the 5 or 6 out of 10 mark. One was even an older lady, offering to cook. Yet the system rated her with a -50 overall compatibility score. Yeah, no thanks. I rejected them all. Just as I was about to shut down the chat, a new message popped up. ID, Lin Qingxue. My fingers paused midair. I tapped it open. Lin Qingxue, are you there? Just 2 words, trailing with ellipses. It was clear she had struggled to type out even that little. I didn't respond. I waited. 3 minutes passed. Lin Qingxue, about yesterday. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have blocked you. Lin Qingxue, is that contract still valid? A lazy smirk touched my lips. This was what I'd been waiting for. The campus queen cracked after just 1 day and 1 night, barely holding out. Still, I wasn't in a rush to reply. Another 5 minutes passed. By then, she was probably on the brink of panic. Lin Qingxue, Lu Chen, I know you're reading this. I'm begging you. I really can't go on like this. Lin Qingxue, my tent's about to collapse, and there are monsters outside. I'm just a woman. I can't chop wood or fend for myself. Lin Qingxue, I swear I'll obey. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Just please, take me in. That final message, her pride utterly shattered. Yesterday, she'd defiantly blocked me. Today, she was actively pleading to sign the slave contract. The apocalypse, it truly strips people to their core. Finally, I replied. Lu Chen, oh? Wasn't it you who blocked me yesterday? Lin Qingxue, I'm sorry. Lu Chen, and now you've come to your senses? Lin Qingxue, yes? I've thought it through. Lu Chen, then tell me, what exactly did you figure out? A minute of silence passed. Lin Qingxue, dignity isn't worth anything if you're dead. Survival is all that matters. Typing that likely drained her last ounce of willpower. I nodded in satisfaction. Good. You've got a grasp of reality now. Lu Chen, I'll resend the contract. Sign it, and I'll transport you immediately. The golden contract popped up again. This time, no hesitation. Lin Qingxue has signed the contract. Congratulations. You have obtained a personal maid. Lin Qingxue, commencing teleportation. In the cozy first-floor hall of the cafe, the fireplace crackled and glowed warmly. The air shimmered briefly. Golden light coalesced, tracing the outline of a slender figure. When the light faded, a girl materialized in front of the sofa. She wore a thin, inadequate down jacket. Her complexion was deathly pale, lips turning purple from the cold. Her long black hair draped messily down her back, with bits of snow still stuck on her. Despite her disheveled state, her exquisite features and stunning figure couldn't be hidden, curvaceous in all the right places, with a slim waist and long legs. She was no other than Lin Qingxue, the campus belle universally acknowledged at Jiang University. Having just been transported here, she hadn't yet fully grasped the situation. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around herself and trembled violently. It wasn't until she felt the warmth emanating from the fireplace that she abruptly lifted her head, her gaze sweeping the clean, bright cafe, the genuine leather sofas, the burning fireplace. Her eyes brimmed with red. It's so warm, she murmured. She stumbled forward a couple of steps and nearly collapsed to her knees. At that moment, there were footsteps on the stairs. I descended from the 2nd floor, leaning casually on the banister, looking at her from a slight height. Welcome to the maid cafe, I said. Lin Qingxue bit her lip, and tears fell uncontrollably from her eyes. Shame, humiliation, relief, despair, all manner of emotions tangled inside her. In the end, they resolved into a single statement, spoken with a sob. Thank you. I didn't respond, merely stared at her. The system interface popped up automatically. Name, Lin Qingxue. Appearance, 96 figure, 94 overall, 98. Skills, English, grade A, piano, grade B, ballet/body movement, grade S. Potential rating, SSS, prime maid candidate. With training, can evolve into perfect combat maid. Contract bonus, +10 mental resilience, +5 charm, +3 luck. Special ability, not yet awakened. System assessment, congratulations, host. You found a gem. This maid's potential is 1 in a million. Handle with care. Seeing her attributes, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. SSS tier, even more valuable than I'd imagined. Truly worthy of being a campus belle. Just by contracting with her, I'd permanently gained +10 to my mental resilience, a significant advantage in resisting insanity compared to others. And she even possessed unawakened special abilities. Interesting, I thought, descending to her level and walking over. Lin Qingxue lowered her head, not daring to meet my gaze. She wore a simple down jacket that barely concealed her delicate figure, her hair clinging to her pale cheeks like a frightened doe. Look up. She trembled slightly but obeyed, lifting her face. Her eyes were red and tear-laden, with droplets still clinging delicately to her eyelashes. I reached out and pinched her chin. Starting today, you're my maid. You'll eat my food, sleep under my roof, and your life is mine to command. Understood. She bit her lip and nodded. Understood. And what do you call me? Master. The word came out as faint as a whisper. I let go, satisfied. Go wash your face and change your clothes. Your room is the second door on the left upstairs. There's a maid outfit in there. Change and come down to work. Lin Qingxue hesitated for a moment. Maid outfit. Any objections? I replied sternly. No. She bit her lip and turned to go upstairs, her steps unsteady, almost stumbling. I didn't reach out to help her. This was the path she had chosen herself. 10 minutes later, faint footsteps sounded from the staircase. I looked up, and my breath caught. Lin Qingxue had changed into a black and white maid outfit. A knee-length skirt, white apron, and black stockings that hugged her long legs. The bow on her chest highlighted her full curves. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail, revealing her swan-like neck and delicate collarbones. She stood at the top of the stairs, head lowered, hands nervously wringing the apron. Her face was flushed as if it could drip blood. Moss. Master, she said softly. The system popped up again. Maid affection rating, 15, disdain tolerant. Maid shame level, 95, maxed out. Current status, overwhelmed with shame and anger, enduring out of survival instinct. Tip, maid's first time wearing the outfit. Host dominance plus 10%. I rose to my feet, circling her once with a slow and assessing gaze. Not bad. She pressed her lips tightly, her fingers digging into the fabric of the apron. Go add firewood to the fireplace, then wipe down the tables, I ordered. Understood. She walked to the fireplace, crouched down, and added logs. Her maid's skirt lifted slightly at the hem, exposing her black stockinged legs, taut and perfectly straight. I sank back into the leather sofa, crossing one leg over the other casually. Oh, by the way, you're cooking dinner tonight. Her body froze. But there aren't any ingredients. I tossed her 2 cans and a packet of noodles. This'll do, won't it? She caught them and nodded, her expression resigned. It's enough. Then stop wasting time. Yes. Watching the once proud campus belle, now dressed in a maid outfit and wiping tables dutifully before me, I leaned back in the sofa, a smirk tugging at the corner of my lips. The apocalypse is only just beginning. I crouched, moving carefully forward. Behind the tree was a pristine white treasure chest lying in the snow. But next to it squatted a substantial beast, a hulking gray wolf the size of a tiger, its fur as coarse and sharp as steel needles. Its crimson eyes scanned its surroundings constantly. Mutated wasteland wolf, LV2. Thick hide, tough body. A level 2 monster. Yesterday, with just an axe in hand, all I could have done was run from something like this. Today was different. I pulled out the Glock, firmly gripping the pistol in both hands as I aimed. Blocking my path to riches. You're my meal now. I growled. Bang. The bullet struck its hind leg. Howl. The giant wolf howled in pain, blood splattering the snow. Its red eyes locked onto me as it dragged its wounded leg and charged forward. Damn, tough bastard. Bang. Bang. The second shot missed, the third punctured its abdomen, and still, the wolf didn't fall. It staggered, jaws agape as it lunged at me. 5 meters. See you later. I shouted and bolted. Kite tactics. It was the only way. I ran, and it chased, but with one leg injured and its intestines bleeding out, it left a trail of crimson in the snow. After less than 100 meters, I heard a heavy thud behind me. Looking back, I saw the enormous wolf collapsed in the snow, barely breathing. I didn't approach. Instead, I raised the pistol and fired again, bang, right between its eyes. The head burst like a melon. A white light flashed. Kill mutated wasteland wolf. Plus 10 XP. Area first kill. Rewards. Plus 2 free attribute points. Plus 100 reputation. Bronze treasure chest ×1. A hidden reward for first kill. I grinned. Lucky they didn't broadcast it across the server. Right now, most people were barely scraping together enough food to survive, armed with nothing more than wooden sticks. If they found out I could single-handedly take down a level 2 creature, the public chat would be flooded with jealous trash talk. Quiet wealth, quiet strength, I muttered. Still, sometimes you have to flex. After all, wealth and power mean nothing if no one knows. Steam, and the feast spread before me, taking a quick snap to capture the moment. People don't know my location, and even if they did, so what? Within 7 steps, the Glock is the law of the land. Flashing wealth appropriately attracts high-quality recruits. I put both my attribute points into physique. In a world of extreme cold, physique determines cold resistance and health. A warm current rushes through me, and my stiff fingers regain their dexterity. Physique, 12. Max health, 120. Nice. I begin looting the corpse. Wolf pelt X1, 87% intact. Wolf fong X2. Raw wolf meat X 5 kg. Meat. In the apocalypse, this stuff is pricier than gold. Jackpot. After cleaning up my loot, I pocket the white chest as well. The fight took some time, and the nearby trees are all chopped down. I didn't gather as much material today as yesterday. Wood X, 37. Stone X, 15. Dried grass X, 17. The sky darkens, and red eyes flicker ominously in the fog. Retreat. Without hesitation, I head back to the shelter. Inside the cafe, the fireplace blazes warmly. I collapse onto the sofa and open private messages. The morning's request for plastic finally gets a response. Scavenger. Boss, I've got plastic. Found some at a junkyard. Want to trade? But I don't want wood. Me. What do you want then? Scavenger. Do you have self-heating hot pots? I'm starving to death. I'll give you all the plastic I have for one. I chuckle. Dream on, buddy. Spicy beef hot pot is top-tier loot from green chests. It's a strategic level resource. And you're offering some lousy plastic? Me. Forget the hot pot. I've got whole wheat bread. How about that? Scavenger. Just bread? Could you make it 2 slices? Me. 2 slices of bread for 5 pieces of plastic. Take it or leave it. I can scavenge some myself tomorrow. The other party goes silent for a long time. But hunger leaves no room for negotiation. Scavenger. Deal? Do you have water? This bread is too dry. I'll choke on it. Me. Nope. Transaction complete. 5 pieces of plastic secured. With the stash I have on hand, I'm now just short of filter cotton for building that water purifier. While I could substitute with torn fabric, I only have 1 hoodie and jacket. Tearing them isn't an option. I'll have to keep trading. Someone out there must have shelter with a sewing factory. I glance at my backpack. After the trade and today's meals, I'm left with 6 slices of whole wheat bread. Though I have 5 kilograms of wolf meat, that's for emergencies. Without salt and seasonings, it'll probably taste awful when cooked. Not much food left. But I'm not worried. Today's white chest isn't an ordinary one. It's a targeted chest, food edition. I rub my hands together and place the chest on the coffee table. All right, bring me some treasure. Click. The chest springs open, overflowing with loot. Spam, 340G, X3. Master Kong braised beef instant noodles, 5-pack, X1. Refined table salt, 100G, X1. Coke, 500 milliliters, X2. Huazi cigarettes, X1 pack. Holy crap. Jackpot. Cigarettes count as food? Who eats these things as meals? I don't smoke, but cigarettes are more valuable than regular food. They'll be great for trading with chain smokers later. Staring at the loot spread out on my coffee table, I can't help but marvel. No wonder it's a targeted chest. This haul blows regular ones out of the water. Ordinary white chests only have 2 or 3 items, usually just 1 or 2 of each. But this? Not only does it guarantee food, it delivers 5 piles of premium supplies at once. Spam by the trio, noodle packs in 5s. It might as well be a green chest in disguise. My eyes light up upon seeing the salt. Salt. It actually gave me salt. With this, the sour wolf meat can be turned into mouth-watering grilled steaks. Plus the spam and instant noodles. While others chew on tree bark and hard bread tomorrow, I'll be feasting on braised beef noodles topped with spam, washed down with soda, and a cigarette for dessert. This isn't survival. I'm on vacation. Oh right. There's still the bronze chest for my first kill reward. I slide over the ancient-looking chest with its verdant coppery sheen. Compared to the food chest's bulk haul, this regional first kill chest promises even higher quality loot. I'm not short on food or weapons now. What I need is quality of life improvement. I glance at the bare hardwood bed upstairs and the showerhead that can't produce water. Opening up something to fix bathing or sleeping would be perfect. Let's do this. Hum. A deep green glow spills out, tinged with blue and purple hues. Blueprint. Residential water recirculating heater, blue, X1. High thread count goose down comforter, purple, lifestyle item, X1. Wind element fragment, X2. Holy crap. It's like the game read my mind. I leap from the sofa in excitement. Wishing for something and having it delivered on a silver platter, it's incredible. First up, the bluish blueprint. Blueprint, residential water recirculating heater. Rarity, rare, blue. Function, provides 24/7 hot water across the home when connected to a water source. Construction requirements. Iron X10, copper wire X5, plastic X5. Combined with my previous rain collection and purification system. You know what this means? It means I'll soon be taking hot showers in a post-apocalyptic world where it's minus 30 degrees Celsius. I can even use the coffee maker with hot water. Next up, the comforter. High thread count goose down comforter. Rarity, epic, purple, lifestyle. Description, filled with premium white goose down, fluff index 800+. Feels like sleeping in a cloud. Special effect, restores 5 sanity points per hour of sleep. Auto temperature adjustment. Touching its impossibly soft texture, I'm nearly moved to tears through my grin. Last night's hard wooden bed and jacket as a blanket situation? Never again. This is luxury. This is what a first kill reward deserves to look like. Knowing tonight might be my best since the apocalypse began, I cheerfully hum a tune, cutting an entire can of Spam into slices and tossing it into the bubbling pot of instant noodles, throwing in a sausage for good measure. As steam rises and the aroma of braised beef mingles with Spam, filling the cafe, I let out a satisfied sigh. Slurp. A generous bite of noodles, followed by a triumphant grin. Finally, I lift my phone to snap a photo of this luxurious, souped-up instant noodle dish, steaming away gloriously on the table. Happy soda and a fresh pack of huazi. Found the perfect angle. Click. Opened the regional channel, uploaded the photo. Me. Just keeping dinner simple tonight. Braised beef noodles with 3 thick slices of luncheon meat. So satisfying. Everyone eaten yet? If you're too hungry to sleep, I suggest drinking hot water, if you have any. The moment the post went live, Zone C0372 erupted in chaos. Random user, damn, Huazi, is that really Huazi? Old smoker. Oh my god, just kill me now? It's bad enough not having food, but why did I have to see cigarettes too? Boss Luchin, please, can I call you Godfather? Just give me one, just one. I'll trade my life for it. Some socialite. Luncheon meat. That thick, and he used so much. I've been so hungry I've been gnawing on a belt. Keyboard warrior, Lu Chun. With all these supplies, why don't you share? Aren't we all fellow humans? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Wang Hao. Lu Chun, what's there to flaunt? I have all that stuff too. I stared at the screen full of powerless fury while savoring the last mouthful of soup. Conscience. What good is that? If it came in a beef-flavored variety, I wouldn't mind giving it a shot. In an apocalypse, the least valuable thing is a conscience. I sipped on my soda, glancing out the window. Outside the thick, double-layered bulletproof glass. A pale, faceless ghost, like a punctual NPC on the clock, appeared right on time. This very moment, it pressed itself against the glass, staring fixedly at the noodles in my hand. What are you looking at? Hungry. I twirled my fork in mock temptation. With a smirk, I taunted, too bad you can't get in. Sucks to be you. The faceless creature seemed infuriated, scratching furiously against the glass, producing an ear-piercing screech that added an eerie soundtrack to my quiet dinner. But I was used to it. Heck, I'd say it almost complimented my meal. Halfway through my noodles, I opened my private message list. Thanks to that photo, my inbox was flooded with messages begging for refuge. Hey, Lu Chun, I didn't mean to shout at you back there in the group chat. My bad. Most were messages from people who had cursed me publicly while slipping into my DMs for favors. There were also quite a few with, questionable photos attached. Let's just say they weren't exactly safe for viewing. I scrolled on. Just as I prepared to delete the entire inbox, one ID caught my eye. ID, Dance Under the Moon. Hi Lu Chun, this is Su Qingwei from the Jiang Uni Dance Club. I saw your recruitment post. I don't expect any special treatment. Just give me food and keep me alive. I'm willing to sign a contract. Attached are my photo and stats panel. Su Qingwei. My expression slightly shifted. Of course I knew that name. If Lin Qingxue was the pure and graceful snow lotus among the freshman school beauties, then Su Qingwei was a blooming red rose. The undisputed queen among Jiang University's top 4 campus angels, a third-year dance major phenomenon. As the president of the dance club, her poise and grace were legendary. She'd even won a national gold medal in classical dance. It's said that she has an inherent allure, with a face that could topple nations. And every movement from her has the power to captivate any man's soul. Yet despite such overwhelming seduction, her personality was remarkably icy. The kind to keep people an arm's length away at all times. This beautiful contradiction of the most seductive face paired with the coldest demeanor meant countless heirs, rich kids, and campus heartthrobs fell over themselves to woo her. Rejected time and again, they'd still persist and find it worth every futile effort. Her wealthy and influential family background kept the boldest suitors respectful, only daring to openly pursue, never forcefully crossing the line. I opened her photo. The scene was bleak beyond belief. It showed a worn, barely standing wooden shack with holes everywhere. The structure seemed precariously perched near a cliffside, its condition subpar even for a straw hut. In the photo, the woman wore a thin yoga outfit, covered messily with tattered burlap. Even in this miserable state, her figure stood out in jaw-dropping contrast. Long legs, a slim waist, and an impossible-to-ignore, striking silhouette. Her complexion was pale from the cold, lips cracked, and her messy hair clung to a haggard face. Yet her signature, peach blossom, eyes, though filled with exhaustion and fear, still exuded that inborn enchanting charm. Interesting. Now this is a gem. I skimmed over her stats screen. My eyes gleamed instantly. Name, Su Qingwei. Appearance, 91. Physique, 98. Years of dance have given her exceptional flexibility. Special skills: S-tier contortion, A-tier rhythm sensitivity, A-tier sound acuity. Contract effect: upon signing, host daily sanity recovery speed plus 50%. Unlocks additional talent. Visual feast: A. Temporary plus 20% to all attributes for 30 minutes per day, usable twice. Overall rating: 94. System evaluation: the perfect work of art. Her flexibility is guaranteed to fulfill all your maid cafe fantasies. Sign this one immediately. Holy! I inhaled sharply. 94 overall rating. That S-tier contortion ability combined with her contract effect. It's as if it was tailor-made for running a maid cafe. If Lin Xingxue was an untouchable ice lotus, then Senior Su here was an irresistible temptress. What sealed the deal, though, was her decisiveness and intelligence. She understood that in the face of life and death, dignity held no weight, boldly sending her request without a hint of negotiation. Sorry, campus goddess Lin. I chuckled. I've already given you the chance. Your pride held you back. But now someone's here to snag the opportunity from under you. There was only room for one applicant. When a superior choice presents itself, why would I waste my time on someone who treats me coldly? As for Lin Xingxue, by the time hunger eats away her so-called pride, a campus goddess? More like a joke. The icy glimmer sharpened in my gaze as I barked. No eating without my say-so. But the purple item's insatiable hunger ignored me, continuing its devouring spree. You asked for it. Scoffing, I pulled out my ultimate counter. A divine tier artifact, repelling evil candelabra. Boom. A holy brilliance shattered the night. The ravenous blob on my left arm recoiled like a mouse before a predator. Its grotesque jaws instantly withdrew beneath my skin, leaving behind trembling black marks. Behave yourself now, eh? I stowed the artifact. For weapons with sentient will, you need both carrot and stick. With the left hand subdued, I executed the system's retrieval command. Swish. 3 shadowy objects vanished instantly. Item obtained. Black. The Night Reaper's remnant soul. Indeed, it can be harvested. I rummaged through my backpack, pulling out a swirling remnant soul, and handed it to my left hand. All right, stop playing dead. This one's for you, and the rest goes into storage. The gluttonous left hand must consume the soul of a bizarre creature every day, otherwise, it'll backfire on its host. Though I had an exorcism candlestick as a safety net, I wasn't about to test fate. With permission granted, the tattoo on my left hand split open just slightly and gently devoured the soul in one gulp. Soul consumed. Mental strength limit +1. My mental capacity increased. What a pleasant surprise. I was in excellent spirits. Shin Wanchio's intel wasn't wrong. These creatures are indeed immune to physical attacks. They're tough to deal with. If I didn't have my exorcism wind chime, my gluttonous left hand, and S-tier psychic abilities, tonight would have been a difficult battle. Standing at the door, I gazed into the pitch-black night as cries and the sound of banging traveled from far off through the snowy winds. For me, that was fun. But after tonight, the population in Zone C will probably be cut in half. Across every corner of Zone C, tonight was a living nightmare for most. Even with Shun Wanchio's strategy guide, the majority were only able to scrape by on the brink of survival. Inside a level 3 shelter, a man held his breath, desperately covering his mouth as he curled up in the shadows beneath his bed, cold sweat dripping down from the bridge of his nose. Outside, the scratching on the door continued, a methodical chchch as if the beasts were peeling away layers. 3 Night Reapers were clawing through the walls like shredding cardboard. Please don't come in. He silently begged while tears streamed down his face. Suddenly, the tearing sounds ceased. An eerie silence enveloped the area, leaving only the howling snowstorm outside. They're gone. His heart pounded wildly as he held his breath, waiting for 5 agonizing minutes. No further movement. He dared to hope, relaxing his tense nerves just slightly. Extremely cautiously, he shifted out from beneath the bed, trembling as he poked half his head out to check the door. The entrance stood empty, with only a hole in the wall, no shadows of monsters in sight. Just as he was about to exhale in relief. Drip. A viscous, foul-smelling droplet landed on the tip of his nose. The man froze, his pupils shrinking in terror. Slowly, he tilted his head upward. Boo! Hanging upside down from the underside of the bed frame were 3 grotesque and massive heads. Their gray, dead fish eyes practically inches from his face. Their mouths stretched wide to their ears, saliva dripping as if mocking his naivety. Slash. His screams were swallowed by the sound of his flesh and bones being torn apart. Fresh blood splattered across a girl group poster on the wall, distorting the once sweet smile into something sinister. The room filled with grotesque chewing and the sound of bones snapping. Elsewhere at a level 4 shelter, stone walls held back the relentless attacks, but 3 E-rank monsters had been ramming the structure all night long. Boom, boom, boom. Every collision felt like the tolling of a death knell. System warning, shelter durability remaining, 7. The owner of the shelter stared at the swaying walls, his face pale as he slumped to the floor. It held up, but the shelter is about to collapse. Repairs will take 500 wood and 200 stone. Where on earth am I supposed to find that? What about tomorrow night? Desperation swirled like the storm outside, blanketing the entirety of Zone C. Back at my shelter, compared to the hellscape outside, my stronghold was practically paradise. The roaring fireplace spread warmth throughout the room, driving away the cold. I shut the alloy door, completely sealing out the snowstorm. Turning around, I was greeted by 2 pairs of adoring, awe-filled eyes. Store manager, you're so strong. Su Qingyue's face flushed, her breathing slightly erratic. Her mind was consumed by the memory of me ruthlessly slaying the monsters earlier. That kind of absolute strength, especially alluring to women insecure about safety, was the ultimate aphrodisiac. Her legs turned to jelly, making it difficult for her to stand. What? Haven't seen enough? I chuckled as I approached, brazenly pulling both stunning campus belles into my arms. Having just finished the slaughter, a faint scent of monster blood and winter frost clung to me, but their warm, soft bodies carried a soothing fragrance that released all the tension in my body. I'm a bit sweaty from all the fighting earlier, feeling a bit sticky. I leaned in close to Lin Qingshang's ear and whispered, Qingshang, I asked you to fill up the bathtub earlier. Did you? Lin Qingshang's shoulders trembled, and her face instantly turned scarlet as she nodded shyly, her voice soft. Why yes, store manager. It's ready. Good. The corner of my mouth curled into a mischievous grin as I tightened my grip around both girls' slender waists and led them towards the stairs. Bathing alone is boring, and my psychic energy is drained, leaving me dizzy. I spoke pretending to sound serious. If I take a bath alone, I might fall asleep and drown. For your store manager's safety. You too. You won't mind helping me scrub my back, will you? Store manager weak? The 2 girls looked at my wicked grin, their minds calling out my bluff. If I could be weak, there wasn't a single capable man left in the world. Of course not. Su Qingyue's alluring gaze sparkled as she pressed closer into my chest, skillfully trailing her slender hand along me. Her voice dripped with seduction. The store manager worked so hard to protect us earlier. I'll be sure to massage away every single ounce of fatigue. She emphasized those words with a deep, meaningful stare. Lin Qingshang, though shy, didn't pull away. Her silent compliance was enough indication she'd accepted the inevitable. Su Qingyue noticed the blush on Lin Qingshang's face and playfully teased, Dear Qingshang, you're so reserved. Don't tell me you don't want to help the store manager relax. Huh? Lin Qingshang blinked in confusion. Catching their gazes turned towards her, her face turned even redder, and her voice stumbled. And no, I'm more than willing to help the manager. Afraid of upsetting me, she quickly added, helping the manager makes me the happiest girl alive. Seeing her innocent shyness and yielding demeanor, I couldn't hold back a hearty laugh. I knew Lin Qingshang was just naturally reserved and introverted, a little bunny forced out of her shell by Su Qingyue's teasing. All right, enough chatter. Let's go hit the tub. I lightly smacked Su Qingyue on the behind, only to realize it seemed more like an incentive. Qingyue. Yes, store manager. You're such a skilled dancer. Teach Qingshang some nice moves, won't you? Gosh, store manager, you're insatiable. You've seen White Swan Ballet, but you're asking for a white tiger dance? So bold. Oh, stop teasing already. Geez. Lin Qingshang covered her flushed cheeks. When the morning light cut through the lingering fog, brooding over a broken Zone C, my soul and shelter stood untarnished. The icy mechanical tone of the system chimed right on schedule. Congratulations on surviving to day 5. Weather today, heavy snow turning to a blizzard. Minus 32 degrees Celsius. Remaining survivors in Area C0372, 3,512. I slowly opened my eyes and sat up on the luxurious bed. Beside me, Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue lay sound asleep, their bodies still marked with the frenzy of last night. Not wanting to wake them, I got up, dressed, and walked over to the window. Switching the regional chat channel back on, the numbers made me pause for a second. 3,512 people. I distinctly remembered there being slightly over 5,000 by yesterday evening. 1,500 dead in just one night. Such was the brutality of this post-apocalyptic world. The 4th night saw a massive difficulty spike. Anyone without at least a level 4 shelter or some special means likely faced massacre last night. The group chat was stripped of its usual noise and chatter. All that remained was a somber silence interspersed with the occasional desperate plea for help. I want to go home. I don't want to play anymore. Sniff, sob. Does anyone have wood? Please, I just need a little. My wall broke, If I don't repair it tonight, I'm dead. I'll trade my gold watch. It's a Rolex. It used to be worth tens of thousands. Just 2 pieces of bread in exchange, please. Switching off the chat, I opened my private messages instead. $9.99 plus new messages. I casually clicked on a few. My screen was immediately flooded with graphic, desperate offers. Over the past few days, I had intermittently posted recruitment notices in the group chat. I even had Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue actively scout potential recruits. But disappointingly, there weren't many women in Area C0372 with a comprehensive score above 90. My private messages were continuously buzzing, but never with anything satisfactory. Brother Lu Chun, please look at me. I studied fine arts. So many people chased after me in the past. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Just let me in. Boss, I can cook. I can keep you warm at night. Look, here are my photos. Just please save me. My wall has collapsed. It's freezing cold. The photos showed once glamorous women, now disheveled and hollow-eyed, against a backdrop of ruined shelters. I felt nothing but apathy. Not an ounce of pity stirred in me, not even the desire to save their photos. In this world where dignity had become a luxury, such cheap transactions only evoked sorrow, not compassion. Movement stirred behind me on the bed. Su Qinghua slowly opened her sleepy eyes, picked up her phone from the bedside, glanced at the screen, and sighed deeply. What's wrong? I asked, turning toward her. Boss. She slipped on a silk robe, walked over to me, and handed me her phone. An old classmate of mine messaged me privately. Her name's Chen Xiaoyu. I remember her being extremely traditional and reserved. Back in school, she'd wear long sleeves and pants even in the height of summer. She'd shy away from the public showers and would blush just talking to us. Su Qinghua hesitated for a moment, her tone complicated. But just now, she sent me a set of nude photos. Said she'd even be willing to let you use her however you please, as long as she can join the shelter. Name, Chen Xiaoyu. Comprehensive score, 68. Her score was too low. Without hesitation, I forwarded a made contract to Su Qinghua. Lu Chun, sign it. In 10 minutes, there'll be a steaming bowl of beef noodle soup waiting for you. On the edge of a cliff, within a rickety wooden shack, Su Qinghua stared at the oppressive terms of the contract, particularly the clause about bodily autonomy. Her eyelashes quivered, shame momentarily flickering across her eyes. But then her gaze settled on the words beef noodle soup and drifted to the bottomless abyss behind her. Hunger quickly shattered all her reservations. She'd been cursed with terrible luck. Her shelter was the worst of its kind, an E-grade broken wooden shack precariously perched atop a massive boulder on a cliff. The boulder was 5 meters above the ground below. Jumping down might not kill her, but she'd never climb back up, let alone search for resources. Each movement felt like it might send the whole shack tumbling into the chasm below. She hadn't eaten for 2 days now. If this continued, she wouldn't even survive the night. Living trumps everything else, she resolved quietly. Taking a deep breath, her trembling finger pressed down on the contract. Contract successfully signed. Congratulations, store manager Lu Chun, on successfully recruiting your first maid, Su Qinghua. Initiating transport. White light encompassed her fingertip as a wave of exhilaration rushed over Su Qinghua. She'd made it. Lu Chun really had the power to transport people, regardless of distance. Her body felt weightless. The transport was seconds away from completion, yet in the very same instant. Boom. An explosive clap of thunder resounded overhead. A violent gust of wind swept across the cliff. Crack. A sharp breaking sound. Su Qingyue's face turned deathly pale. The ground beneath her feet was cracking. The entire cliffside, along with the wooden shack, collapsed together, plunging toward the abyss. The sensation of free fall overwhelmed her. The system had declared the first 3 days to be a safe period, but that only applied to monsters. It didn't exempt anyone from the laws of physics. Falling from this height meant certain death, reduced to nothing but pulp on impact. But just as she thought she'd be swallowed by the darkness, and as the white light indicating transport neared its conclusion, her vantage point caught the true form of what lay below the cliff. It was no valley, it was a mouth. The gaping maw of an unfathomable, subterranean beast, studded with razor-sharp teeth and writhing tendrils. In its dormant state, this abyssal monstrosity had been waiting for its next offering to drop right in. BZZT. Her mind felt as though it had been struck by a sledgehammer. You have gazed upon the unnamable. Sanity -80. Warning, mental stability near collapse. That horrific sight lasted less than 0.1 seconds. In the next instant, the white light of transport consumed her entirely. Whoosh. Her surroundings changed completely. The bone-chilling wind, the terrifying free fall, the soul-crushing abyss, all vanished in an instant. In their place were warm, gentle lighting, soft carpet underfoot, and an intoxicating aroma. the kind that could make anyone cry, of stewed beef noodle soup. Cough, cough. Collapsed on the ground. Su Qingyue's body was drenched in cold sweat. Her eyes were blank, her pupils dilated, still trapped in the fear of the abyss she had just glimpsed. Nothing more than a broken doll. You're here. I set my soda aside, surveying the woman sprawled on the floor. She was clad in a thin training outfit that hugged her curves, but her condition couldn't have been worse. Her face was as pale as paper, lips turned a frost-bitten shade of purple, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Help me. Her lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. Severe hunger, combined with cold and trauma, had drained every ounce of strength she had. She couldn't even lift a finger. I frowned. She's pushed to her absolute limit. If I'd waited another second to teleport her, she'd have been done for. Without hesitation, I stood and scooped her up in my arms. Her weight was feather-light. The woman in my arms was so frail from starvation that she felt insubstantial, as light as a feather. Even through the fabric of her training outfit, the elasticity of her skin and the suppleness born of years as a dancer were striking. But right now, her body felt cold as ice. You need to be as cold as ice, faintly exuding a delicate fragrance mixed with the scent of wind and snow. I gently placed her down on the leather sofa, pulling over a high-thread count goose down comforter I had just unpacked, wrapping her up snugly. Then, I grabbed the bowl of steaming beef noodle soup from the coffee table. Open your mouth. I used a fork to twirl a small bite of noodles, blew on it to cool it a bit, and brought it to Su Qingyue's lips. Her glassy eye seemed lifeless. She instinctively resisted, but the aroma drifting into her nose overpowered her rationality in an instant. Her body acted before her mind. Mechanically, she opened her mouth and took the noodles in. Slurp. The warm broth slid down her throat, spreading a comforting heat through her entire body. In that moment, the deathly stillness in her previously dull eyes flickered with the faintest hint of vitality. Tears streamed down her face in torrents. She felt alive again. Truly alive. I was patient, feeding her like a wounded kitten. One bite of noodles, one spoonful of broth at a time. I even gave her 2 small slices of luncheon meat. Since the luncheon meat was tough to digest, I had to chew it a bit for her before feeding it to her. After she had finished about half the bowl, her pale complexion finally showed some signs of life. The violent shivers racking her fragile body had subsided, though she still remained unmoving. Her gaze fixated blankly into the void, utterly locked in mental paralysis from the extreme trauma she'd endured. Scared stiff, I shook my head and set the bowl and utensils aside. Let's check her stats. We can't let her lose her mind completely. I pulled up the profile of this new recruit. The next second, my pupils constricted. Name, Su Qingyue, exclusive maid. Level 1. Condition, severely weak/mentally scarred. Strength, 7, Spirit, 9, Agility, 9, Constitution, 8. Current health, 1580, on the brink of death. Current sanity, October 90, dangerously unstable. Current satiety level, 30 out of 100, slowly recovering. Loyalty level, 60, base value upon contract signing. Yikes. My eyebrow twitched. That blood-red sanity score of 10 felt like a grenade about to go off. What in the world did you go through? A sanity score of just 10. Any lower, and you'd either turn into a mindless lunatic, or worse, mutate like those monsters outside. I glanced at the once-admired campus belle wrapped tightly in that duvet. Even in her current catatonic state, her ethereal beauty was undeniable, but also her fragility unsettling. She was a high-potential asset, someone I'd managed to recruit with no small effort. She hadn't even started serving her purpose yet, and here she was teetering on the edge of falling apart. Let's get you to bed first. I sighed heavily, hoisting her up, quilt and all. Consider yourself lucky. I just unpacked a brand new mattress with fresh bedding. And here I am, your boss, who hasn't even enjoyed it myself. My brows furrowed. The more I think about it, the more it annoys me. Fine, I'll just join you. The bed's big enough for 2, though it is a bit cramped since it's meant for 1. Grumbling, I lugged her up to the second-floor employee quarters. You need a solid night's rest to recover that sanity of yours. I muttered. We'll figure out the bill for that bowl of beef noodles tomorrow. The next morning, sunlight streamed gently through the window, dancing across her pale face. Su Qingyue slowly blinked awake, her mind still hazy. I slept so well, she murmured softly, shifting slightly in her bed. Her first thought was how unbelievably warm and cozy this nest of comfort felt. Her fingers brushed the fabric absently, then froze. This texture, is it even real? As someone who once belonged to a wealthy family, Su Qingyue held exceedingly high standards for her living conditions. Something so silky smooth, so feather-light and cloud-soft. This was reminiscent only of the bespoke Italian bedding sets she'd slept on back in her prime. But wasn't she fighting to survive in the apocalypse now? Outside, people would kill just to wrap themselves in a garbage bag for warmth. Where had this come from? Burying her face into the quilt, she inhaled deeply. No mildew, no sweat, just clean and refreshing, carrying a faint sun-dried fragrance. Impossible. She looked up at the unfamiliar wooden ceiling overhead, wide-eyed. Where was she? Groggy memories started pouring back, mouths of abyssal monsters, falling off the cliff face. And then, that life-saving bowl of steamy beef noodles. With a jolt, she sat up, forcing herself to check her status. An incredible night's rest had restored her sanity value to 50. She still felt emotionally drained and physically weak, but at least she was no longer teetering on the brink of total madness. She could now think somewhat rationally. The warmth of the bed soon dissipated as the surrounding air cooled against her skin. Looking down, her cheeks flared scarlet with shock. All she had on was a thin pink camisole. Her training suit and outerwear were conspicuously absent, leaving much of her fair skin vulnerably exposed to the air. Awake! The drawling voice came from the doorway. Her gaze shot up immediately, colliding with mine, lazily leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed. But my eyes, they made no effort to hide their candid appraisal of her. Even through the hardships of recent days, Su Qingyue more than lived up to her reputation as Jiang University's dance club president and one of its famed campus beauties. Her porcelain-like skin, now tinged with the soft flush of sleep, glowed faintly. Years of rigorous dancing had sculpted her figure to near perfection, her toned abs and slender waistline drawing attention effortlessly. True, I'd already had a chance to, personally assess her figure while carrying her last night. Still, the view now was equally captivating. Put some clothes on and come downstairs. We need to talk, I said flatly, my voice steady and clipped. Su Qingyue instinctively moved to shield herself, blushing furiously. And my clothes? I took them off. My tone remained calm and matter-of-fact, as if stating a natural occurrence. You were wearing layers caked in snow and mud. Sleeping in that would have ruined my goose-down comforter. Do you have any idea how rare that is? This is a high-grade, purple-tier quilt. If you dirted it, could you even afford to replace it? She opened her mouth, but no words came out. She had nothing she could say to refute me. Her discomfort and embarrassment only made me colder. Take a long, hard look at your reality. Don't forget why you're alive right now. With that, I turned and left the room. My words may have been harsh, but they were rooted in truth. In a hellish, dog-eat-dog apocalypse, acting delicate and entitled could only end one way, badly. I had no intention of letting her forget who kept her out of the monster's maw last night, and what the terms of her survival were. Sitting there stunned for a moment, Su Qingyue stared at the space where I'd just stood. Gradually, her gaze cleared, and determination replaced her initial embarrassment. She calmed herself, pressing her lips firmly together. Downstairs, I could sense she was quick to collect her thoughts. Her mind began replaying the agony of those desperate days by the cliff's edge, and juxtaposing it with the warmth, comfort, and hope yesterday promised, epitomized in one steaming bowl of beef noodles. Soon, a thought crystallized. I already signed the contract. This was my choice. No one else's. Staying alive comes first, no matter what it takes. Life feels intrinsically tied to me, as though everything is under my control. She let out a deep sigh, fully accepting the reality in front of her. Quickly pulling on the clothes hanging by her bedside, she tidied up her messy long hair, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open to head downstairs. The first-floor lobby. The fire in the fireplace burned fiercely, chasing away the morning chill. I sat on the sofa, spinning a Glock pistol in my hand. Hearing the sound of soft footsteps, I raised my eyes slightly. Su Qingyue walked up to me. By the light of the fire, she finally saw the face of the shopkeeper standing before her. Momentarily, her rehearsed opening line got stuck in her throat. Her eyes showed astonishment and disbelief. It's you. Su Qingyue's eyes widened. Weren't you in the photography club at school? Before arriving in this survival-focused reality, she had been a widely admired president of the dance club at Jiang University, always the center of attention on every stage. She did remember me. The photography club had always handled the promotional photos and event coverage for the dance club. She remembered me as the guy who silently snapped photos from the corner of the stage or from an audience seat, always with a heavy camera around my neck. There was one time, during a rehearsal break, I handed her a bottle of water. She'd been busy discussing choreography with the instructor and had only given me a polite, "Thank you," without even really looking at me. Back then, in her eyes, I was just one of the many ordinary guys who admired her from afar, a photographer resigned to looking up at her brilliance from the shadows. I even worked part-time as a delivery driver. Once, when taking photos for the dance club, I had shown up still wearing my delivery uniform, awkwardly juggling an armful of bubble teas gifted by her admirers to the club. But now, Su Qinghua looked at the man before her, casually toying with a firearm, exuding an air of authority. Then she looked down at herself. Humiliation and absurdity surged through her heart. The overlooked, unremarkable photographer/delivery boy had transformed into an indomitable leader in this survival world. And she, the spotlight of the dance stage, had become a rescued servant at his mercy. Your memory's pretty sharp, brain still intact, I said with a hint of a smirk. Back when Jiang University had just established its photography club, the rich kid president drew in members with promises of free equipment use and bonus stipends. A bunch of broke students, including me, signed up without hesitation. But later, I demonstrated an unexpected talent and eventually earned a position as vice president of the club. I figured Senior Sue, queen of the dance stage, would have long forgotten her tool guy. And no. Su Qinghua stammered as she ducked her head in embarrassment, her face burning. She took a deep breath, composed herself, and placed her hands folded together at her abdomen, adopting a reserved stance. Good morning, boss. I'm Su Qinghua. I specialize in dance and combat disciplines. Please take care of me. The deeper humiliation of encountering a familiar face made her want to bury herself. She knew, though, that this faint university connection was utterly meaningless in an apocalypse. It wouldn't even count for the worth of toilet paper. Right here, right now, she had to know her place. I gave her a once-over and couldn't help but reassess her. She had adapted and recognized the situation surprisingly quickly, something that made her stand out from others like Lin Qingxue. No wonder her system survival score ranked at an impressive 94. Have a seat. I gestured to the spot opposite me. There are some ground rules we need to establish. My words are absolute orders. In return, I'll ensure your safety and a basic standard of living. Su Qinghue obediently nodded and perched herself stiffly on the edge of the couch. I glanced at her again, then abruptly asked, Yesterday, I saved your life. Ended up giving you a bowl of braised beef noodles and half a can of luncheon meat. How do you plan to settle that debt? Feeling the intensity of my gaze, Su Qinghue's heart pounded erratically. Her face flushed to her ears. I understand. She took a deep breath, clearly making up her mind about something. Then, in one bold motion, her hand reached for the zipper on her coat. Zzz. Stop. Just as her down jacket was about to slide off her shoulders, my tone darkened. Seriously? Is your head full of garbage? Su Qinghue froze, staring at me in confusion. Rolling my eyes, I flicked her forehead and helped zip her jacket back up. It's broad daylight, lady. This is the last day of the newbie protection period, and there are so many resources outside waiting to be scavenged. You think now is the right time for this? I paused deliberately and let my gaze sweep over her from head to toe. If you're dead set on repaying me that way, at least wait until tonight when it's actually safe. Women are just a distraction from my shooting speed. But, to be fair, her half-revealed, flustered figure just moments ago did have this pure-hearted rookie feeling a bit parched. Focus. There'll be plenty of time for that later tonight. Su Qingyue's face was burning so red you'd think she could spontaneously combust. She wished there were a hole she could crawl into and disappear. It turns out, she was the one overthinking things. All right, enough of the embarrassed look. I rapped my knuckles on the table. Take out what you got from your starter chest. Su Qinghue quickly opened her inventory. A rusty sickle, a pack of toilet paper, and, when she saw the final item, her face turned crimson again. I leaned forward to take a better look. It was an unopened box of Durex. Oh boy. I coughed awkwardly and pretended not to notice the blue box, redirecting my attention to the sickle. A weed-cutting sickle, special bonus effect against plants. Plus 50% efficiency in grass cutting. Now this is a treasure. We were low on dry grass to upgrade the shelter to LV.3. This find was a godsend. Get your things ready. We're heading out. I handed Su Qinghue 2 slices of bread and half a bottle of water. The tasks today are heavy. We need to gather enough materials before sundown. Today's the final day of the safety period. After midnight, the creatures outside won't just sit around playing peekaboo anymore. My face darkened as I recalled the first night. A mere few minutes of locking eyes with that faceless man had cost me 5 points insanity. If the monsters ever broke through the window and invaded, upgrading the LV.2 shelter wasn't enough. We needed LV.3, and we needed it immediately. Su Qingyue nibbled on her bread, the timid hesitation in her eyes gradually replaced by determination. Yes, boss. Once breakfast was done, I opened the system map. To my surprise, 2 white markers had refreshed on it. Looks like having a teammate doubles the number of survival chests available. One was about 300 meters northeast, the other 500 meters northwest. They're both up north. The distance is manageable. Before leaving, I ran over last-minute instructions for her. There are creatures in the mist. As long as you don't make a lot of noise or get too close, you're unlikely to attract their attention. If we encounter one, Stay absolutely calm and follow my lead. My tone dropped to a chilling seriousness. If I've disturbed the monsters, and if I can't handle it, you already know the outcome. What I need is an assistant who can help me, not a deadweight waiting to freeload. Su Qingyuan nodded earnestly. I understand. Before heading out, she glanced at the chat channel. The number of survivors had plummeted to 7,300. Nearly 2,000 people died just last night. If it weren't for me, she would have been on that list too. She silently made a vow in her heart. Someone like me is destined to be a big shot in this survival horror game. In the future, I'll have no shortage of mates by my side. She's just the beginning. She needs to prove her worth while she still has the advantage of being an early ally of mine. Otherwise, she'll just be dead weight, or worse, resort to selling her body for rewards. That's not sustainable. Once she's out of value, elimination is inevitable. If I ever displease you or drag you down, you can abandon me at any time, and I won't complain, she said determinedly. The corners of my lips curled up with satisfaction. Obedient, understanding, and sensible. This maid keeps looking more promising by the minute. Let's go. Time to get to work. We pushed the door open, and the cold wind mixed with snowflakes hit us in the face. The fog limited visibility to about 20 meters. Our pace was slow, every step taken with great care. It took us nearly 10 minutes to cover just 300 meters. Factor in the return trip and the need to warm up indoors every hour. Actual work time for each outing was only about 40 minutes. Get to work, I commanded as soon as we reached the marked area. With our roles clearly divided, I swung my hand axe to chop down trees, while Su Qingwei used her sickle to harvest dry grass. That sickle was a godsend. Within minutes, a small pile of dried grass was at her feet. Found it. Behind a rock, I spotted a white treasure chest, luckily, with no monsters guarding it. Congratulations, you've opened a medical supply box. Acquired, amoxicillin, medical alcohol, painkillers, Yunnan Baiyao, ibuprofen. A medicine box. In a post-apocalyptic world, nothing is more valuable than food, water, and medicine. A common cold or fever in this environment could be fatal without proper treatment. Retreat. I barked, after checking the timer for exposure to the cold. Thanks to Su Qinghua, our collection efficiency had doubled, especially with the sickle making quick work of the dry grass. Back at the cafe, the warmth of the fireplace drove away the cold, and I inventoried our haul with a wide grin. This trek, combined with our previous stock, provided all the materials to level up. Current resources: wood times 210, stone times 105, dry grass times 137, basic energy crystal times 1. These meet the upgrade requirements. I opened the shelter management panel. System upgrade. Buzz. Golden light engulfed the entire maid cafe, causing the wooden structure to tremble intensely. The walls expanded and thickened, taking on a sturdier, deep red hue. The second floor extended outward, creating a small balcony. In the corner of the main hall, sawdust flew as an L-shaped wooden bar counter was formed. Above the door, a black surveillance camera materialized, its red indicator blinking faintly. As the golden glow faded, the upgrade was complete. Shelter upgraded to LV.3. Completion, 100%. Walls now have insulation. Indoor temperature remains stable at 64.4 degrees Fahrenheit, 18 degrees Celsius. Defense significantly improved. Can withstand a Tier 1 mutated creature's collision. Durability cap increased to 200. New facilities unlocked. Basic security monitoring system. New facilities unlocked. Rough wooden bar counter. New perk unlocked. Staff capacity +1. Next level upgrade requirements. Wood times 500, stone times 300, dry grass times 200, clay times 100, basic energy crystals times 2. 64 degrees Fahrenheit. I took off my jacket, enjoying the newly upgraded warmth inside the cafe. The addition of surveillance cameras meant I no longer had to risk my sanity peering nervously through the windows at night. The bar counter was just what I needed for crafting the rainwater collection purifier I had planned. The best surprise, however, came next. You are the first survivor in Zone C0372 to upgrade a shelter to LV.3. Congratulations on earning a regional first completion reward. Reward, bronze chest times 1. A first clear reward? There was no notification for LV.2. So apparently, I wasn't the first one then. But now, I'm ahead of the game again. Rubbing my hands excitedly, I placed the chest, covered in a rustic glow, onto the coffee table. Let it be some winter equipment, please. Limited time outdoors really kills the efficiency. Open. Click. The chest opened, releasing 3 radiant lights that nearly blinded me. 1 green, 1 blue, and 1 purple. Congratulations, you received. High energy military chocolate times 1 box. Blueprint, animal trap. Fiery sun warmth, stone times 1. My eyes were instantly drawn to the orange glowing pendant. Fiery sun warmth stone. creates a 1-meter radius of warmth, shielding the wearer from external cold and preventing hypothermia. Durability, infinite. Must charge for 1 hour near a fireplace for each 4-hour use. Whoa, I slapped my thigh in excitement. Immunity to hypothermia. This pendant meant I could stay outside as long as I wished. No more running back like Cinderella before the clock struck 12. Although there's a charging limit, Su Qingyue and I could take turns wearing it. One of us could gather resources for extended periods, while the other stayed home, charging the stone, doubling our efficiency. Wrapped in a goose-down blanket, Su Qingyue stared wide-eyed at all of this. From the house expanding and warming up to the sudden appearance of cameras and bar counters, it was like witnessing a miracle. Her mind went back to her initial shelter, a rickety wooden cabin atop a cliff, exposed to the freezing wind. The disparity between mere survivors and those like me was staggering. If it weren't for that freak accident, she thought, I'd probably have frozen to death in that awful shack by now. Fear and gratitude swirled in her heart. Sure, she'd lost her freedom and now called someone boss, but as she looked around at the warm walls and smelled the aroma of instant noodles, she realized she might just be the luckiest unlucky person alive. At least I'm still here, and I'm living better than 99% of the others. Her gaze toward me shifted, now filled with not just reverence, but growing reliance. I didn't notice, too busy focusing on the next step, the LV.4 upgrade requirements. Wood and stone, those are easy. But finding clay, I frowned. The surrounding landscape was nothing but frozen tundra and gong. There are clay mines. Looks like I'll have to rely on trading. I posted a buy order, looking to collect large quantities of clay, wood, stone, and basic energy crystals. Willing to trade small amounts of food and medicine. Casually, I opened a regional chat. Swift blade wielder, huh? Guys, I unlocked a skill. Basic sprint, grade E, boost agility by 50% for 30 seconds, once per day? If I can't win, I can at least run. Random player A, wow? A skill book? I want one too. Random player B, so jealous of you pros. All I got today was 2 packs of biscuits. And then, as always, Wang Hao jumped into the conversation. Wang Hao, huh? What's so great about an E-grade skill? My general store is already upgraded to LV.2. Now I've got shelves for household goods, and I'm no longer short on blankets. Plus, I just got a kerosene heater. It's 10 degrees Celsius, indoors, so cozy. Wang Hao. I'm also taking after Lu Chun and recruiting maids. Free food, accommodation, and heating. PM me with photos if you're interested. Only accepting girls of campus queen caliber. But keep in mind, you'll have to walk here yourself. I can only offer shelter, not transportation. Wang Hao. Oh, by the way, I'm buying large quantities of kerosene. I smirked coldly. A kerosene heater? That's no match for my fully heated floors and fireplace. As for hiring maids, the best girl in the whole zone, Su Qingyue, is already under my roof. Plus, without my SSS grade recruitment skill, Wang Hao can't recruit across long distances. Asking people to travel through this dangerous, misty world to get to you? Might as well call it express delivery for monsters. What a joke. Let's take a 2-hour break. I closed the interface, but didn't stay idle. I started by hanging a Sunfire Jade near the fireplace to recharge. Then, I traded some plastic and arranged a deal with a seamstress girl. For 1 loaf of bread, I got 5 sets of clothing in return. I tore apart 1 set, turning it into 5 pieces of scrap cloth to replace the filter cotton. The remaining 4 sets were just enough to rotate for daily wear. As I glanced at the plain outfits, my gaze drifted to the elegant black and white lace-made outfit hanging on the wall. Almost forgot about this. A maid cafe isn't complete without maid uniforms. It'd be a waste otherwise. Scratching my chin, I looked over at Su Qingyue, who was busy organizing supplies. In the future, staff members must wear maid outfits when in the shop. They can change into casual clothes if they go out. After all, what's a maid cafe without maids? Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? But first, I'll need to get the shower system running. Otherwise, a campus queen wearing a maid uniform after 2 days without a bath would still smell bad. Despite my lack of dating experience, I don't buy into those fairy tales about girls magically smelling nice after days without washing. Pure nonsense. Trading a loaf of bread for a few sets of clothing felt a little unfair. Food is far more scarce than clothes in the apocalypse. But for the sake of getting a water purifier, I couldn't be bothered to haggle. I walked over to the newly unlocked wooden counter. Time to solve the water issue. Pulling out a blueprint for a basic rainwater collection purification system, I skimmed through the material requirements. Plastic times 5, wood times 10, filter cotton times 2. Create item? Create. Clang. 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 The progress bar finished loading, and suddenly a peculiar device materialized. A sleek silver-gray metal funnel with a black, cube-shaped water tank at the bottom. A white rubber hose extended from the side, ending with a brass faucet. Despite being basic level, the craftsmanship is impeccable. I installed the device at the external wall's pipe connection. Click. It fit perfectly. The water hose passed through the wall and connected to the sink behind the counter. Outside, the snow was falling in fluffy clusters. The purifier automatically activated its snow-melting temperature control. A few moments later, I heard a gurgling sound from the pipes. I twisted the faucet. Splash. Clear, warm, purified water flowed out, making a pleasant tinkling sound as it hit the sink. All set. I splashed water on my face, took a sip, and nodded in satisfaction. At 18 degrees Celsius, it's not warm enough for a bath yet. Once I gather heating system materials, I'll be able to enjoy hot showers. More importantly, this purified water is drinkable, essentially providing an infinite water source. No more worrying about running out. The surplus water can also be traded for resources. Warm drinkable water is a luxury item right now. Just then, I heard someone swallowing hard. Turning my head, I saw Su Qingyue staring longingly at the faucet. Her usually cold eyes brimmed with yearning, and she nervously clutched the hem of her shirt. Boss. She bit her lip, speaking in barely a whisper, a shy look on her face. Can I take a wash too? As a campus queen who prizes cleanliness, these past few days of survival in the wilderness had been a nightmare for her. Without the chance to wash her face, brush her teeth, or even clean her hands much, the sticky, grimy feeling made her suffer worse than death. Her face, streaked with tears, dust, and sweat, could tell the whole story. I glanced at her dirt-streaked yet still delicate face and stepped aside generously. Go ahead. As my employee, maintaining hygiene is part of your job. I don't want my maid looking like some coal mine refugee. Su Qingyue was overjoyed, her eyes lighting up like stars. Thank you, boss. Rushing to the sink, she cupped the warm water in her hands and splashed her face eagerly. There was no facial cleanser or skincare products, but for her, pure clean water was already a luxury beauty treatment. She carefully washed her cheeks, neck, and hands. A few minutes later, she straightened up and turned to me, wiping away the water with her sleeve. Boss, I'm done washing. I looked up and froze for a moment. Clear water meets a natural beauty, free from excess ornamentation. After scrubbing off the grime, Su Qingyue's 91-point face showed its full glory. Her skin was as snowy white as ever. Damp hair clung to her delicate cheeks, and water droplets slid down her swan-like neck. Those soft, glistening eyes gazed at me timidly, like a breathtaking goddess fresh from the bath. Cough. I quickly averted my gaze. This recruitment was a total win. Just having her around improves my mental stamina recovery rate. Now that you're clean, take a rest. We'll head out soon for work. 2 hours later, I finished recharging the Sunfire Jade and handed it to Su Qingyue. We're heading to a far-off spot. Yes, boss. With the warming Jade in tow and Su Qingyue equipped with her trusty scythe, we became unstoppable scavengers of the wild. We successfully retrieved a white treasure chest from the northwest and even felled a mutated wild dog. As darkness fell and eerie howls filled the misty air, we returned home laden with spoils. Back in the warm, welcoming cafe, I locked the doors and activated the security system. Monitors projected on the wall let us see every movement within a 50-meter radius outside. The sense of security was unbeatable. Let's celebrate tonight. I took out a box of spicy beef self-heating hot pot. Su Qingyue, you performed well on your first day as an employee. Let's have hot pot to commemorate the occasion. As soon as Su Qingyue saw the bubbling red broth, her eyes began to glisten with tears. It had been so long since she'd had a proper meal, she could hardly remember. Trembling slightly, she exclaimed, "Thank you so much, boss." Excitedly leaning in. Smooch. Out of nowhere, a soft, warm, and slightly damp kiss landed on my cheek. The touch was brief, yet lingering. Su Qingyue quickly stepped back, her cheeks flushed, avoiding my gaze. I froze for a moment. Did I just get ambushed? Touching my face, I let out a soft chuckle. All right, let's eat. The two of us sat around the coffee table. Outside, the bitter cold of -30 degrees Celsius and the howls of monsters loomed, while inside the house, it was a cozy 64 degrees Fahrenheit with the delightful aroma of hot pot filling the air. I picked up a slice of beef and, while eating, I glanced at the surveillance monitor and opened the chat channel. Wonder how many more will snap tonight. I murmured to myself. The chat was filled with oppressive tension. Desperate fish. 2 more hours left, and my shelter is still a level 1 broken hot. Am I doomed? Random passerby. Don't give up. Hurry and trade for wood to upgrade. Data expert. Currently, only about 30% of people in Zone C0372 upgraded to level 2. The remaining 70%. Well, good luck. I maintained a calm expression. My private chat icon blinked furiously, 99 plus unread messages. All of them were requests for shelter, charity, or cries for help, complete with sob stories or suggestive pictures. How boring. especially now with Su Qinghua, practically the most stunning girl I could ask for, working at my cafe. No need to even glance at those mundane faces. Still, no harm in enjoying the photos they sent for free. While munching on the hot pot beef, I leisurely reviewed the pictures like an emperor flicking through memorial petitions. Having Su Qinghua is great, but to expand the cafe, I'll need a second made with high potential. After scrolling for a bit, all I saw were average-looking people scoring 6s or 7s out of 10. Switching gears, I turned to the trading market. At this hour, everyone was frantically gathering basic materials to survive, causing their prices to surge. Tonight's the perfect chance to make bank. One listing caught my eye. Lumberjack, looking to buy 9mm handgun ammo. Urgent. Price negotiable. Oh, someone found a gun. Good find, but without ammo, it's as useless as a stick. I checked my backpack. I'd gotten 50 rounds earlier, used 4 fending off wolves, leaving 46. I could sell a few rounds without breaking a sweat. Me, Lu Chun, I've got ammo. How many rounds do you need? What's your offer? Lumberjack. OMG, Lu Chun. Big boss. I found a police revolver, but I have no bullets. There's a monster scratching at my walls. I'm scared beyond words. Lumberjack. I only need 5 rounds. My initial shelter is a B-grade forest cabin. I've saved up over 1,500 wood. I'll give it all. 1,500 wood for just 5 bullets? When Su Qinghua saw the trade ratio, her chopsticks nearly fell from her hands. That's daylight robbery. To put it in perspective, she and I would have to slave away chopping wood for a day to gather a mere fraction of that amount. Still, I remain stoic. Me, Lu Chun, I find you likable. Sure, I'll do it. 1,500 wood for 5 rounds. Lumberjack, thank you, boss. You've saved my life. System notification, trade successful. Lost, 9mm bullets times 5. Gained, wood times 1, 500. Watching my wood stockpile skyrocket, the corner of my mouth curved into a grin. This is the joy of holding high-demand resources. With this additional stock, I now have over 1,700 units of wood. To upgrade to level 4, I needed wood times 500, stone times 300, dried grass times 200, clay times 100, and energy crystals times 2. The wood is settled. The shortages lie with the stone, clay, and crystals. Without hesitation, I posted a pin message on the trading board. Lu Chen's store, selling large quantities of wood, only accepting stone, clay, or energy crystals. The exchange rate I set was a bit harsh, but with only 2 hours left, I might as well be a saint to these desperate souls. The moment I posted, trade notifications flooded in. Within half an hour, I traded over 1,200 units of wood to collect all the stone and clay needed for my upgrade. Some even offered milk and bread, enough to last me several days. 5 bullets turned into a heap of resources. What a perfect profit. Energy crystals will have to wait until tomorrow. After eating, Su Qinghua offered to clean up the trash. If those outside struggling in the cold and hunger knew about this, they'd go berserk with jealousy. Watching her graceful figure as she moved, I couldn't help but feel utterly content. Time to eat, rest, and recharge. Must stay sharp for surprises post-midnight once the safe period ends, I reminded myself. With no heated water system, the two of us used purified cold water for a quick rinse. After washing up, we extinguished the oil lamp and squeezed onto the single bed on the second floor. The limited space forced us to huddle close together. I could distinctly feel the warmth and softness of the body embraced in my arms. Su Qinghua's faint natural fragrance wafted over. Boss, she purred softly. Just as I set the alarm clock, Su Qinghua slid closer like a seductive siren. Her sparkling eyes brimmed with emotion and hints of unspoken desire. A delicate hand crept toward a forbidden region. Earlier, I'd casually mentioned the limit on maid recruitments increasing after the upgrade. That seemed to have triggered a sense of urgency within her. Wait a second. I gently stopped her, my breath slightly unsteady. She looked up at me, her eyes filled with disappointment. Boss, am I not good enough for you? What are you saying? I pinched her cheek teasingly. It's not that. The issue is hygiene. We can't take proper showers right now. And more importantly, we need to conserve energy in case of emergencies at midnight. If we're drained and monsters break in, we're finished. Seeing her mix of frustration and sulky innocence, a mischievous idea crossed my mind. Still, while that might be off the table, there are alternatives. Leaning into her ear, I whispered, Senior, your status screen lists a rank musical sense and a rank rhythm master, right? As the dance club president, you must also know a thing or two about muscle relaxation and acupressure techniques. Care to show me your signature massage skills? Su Qinghua froze for a split second before catching on. Her face turned crimson red like a ripe apple. Biting her lip, she nodded shyly. Her small, delicate hands began sliding down my shoulders, applying firm yet rhythmic pressure. An hour later, Su Qinghua loyalty +5. Flushed and glistening with sweat, Su Qinghua staggered downstairs to rinse her hands. Meanwhile, I felt utterly refreshed, as if every meridian in my body had been cleared. Credit where it's due, her technique and sense of rhythm are impeccable. This senior's beauty, work ethic, and surprising talents had thoroughly exceeded my expectations. Her 94-point rating was no exaggeration. She climbed back upstairs, slipping into the blanket. Her demeanor softened further as she nestled beside me, like an affectionate kitten. The lingering gap between us dissipated entirely after tonight's encounter. With her nestled warmly against me, I said, "Let's rest. I've set the alarm for 11:50. If we can survive tonight, and I'll treat you to hot pot tomorrow." You're so nice, boss. Good night." In the calm before the end of the world, the two embraced and drifted to sleep. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away on a leeward hillside, the icy winds howled, causing the tent to creak and groan ominously. Lin Qingxue wrapped herself tightly in a filthy down jacket, shivering inside her sleeping bag. Her tent had been upgraded to LV.2, but the temperature within still lingered at sub-zero levels. Every breath she exhaled condensed into a frosty vapor. So hungry. Her lips were cracked, and her stomach growled like thunder. Aside from the 2 slices of bread I'd given her the day before, she hadn't eaten anything for an entire day and night. With trembling hands, she pulled out her phone and opened the regional chat channel. There it was, a photo I'd shared of braised beef noodles. Rich, fragrant soup, chunks of luncheon meat, steam wafting alluringly. Tears rolled uncontrollably down her cheeks. If only I hadn't blocked him yesterday. If I'd agreed to his terms, would I be in a warm room right now, eating hot pot? Desperation often brings regret. She looked down at her frostbitten, dirt-stained hands. Pride as the campus queen, her dignity as the spoiled young miss, all shattered by the primal instinct to survive. In a few hours, midnight would come. The terrifying darkness following the end of the beginner's protection period was imminent. All she had was a broken pickaxe and a flimsy tent with nearly zero defensive capacity. An overwhelming sense of despair engulfed her. "Lu Chun, I regret it." Her whispered sob was swallowed by the howling blizzard. She wanted to unblock me, to send a simple, "I was wrong, please save me." But her finger hovered in the air for what felt like forever, before falling limply back. I hadn't recruited any maids today, which likely meant I'd already filled the position. In her current state, all she could do was wait for death. Time ticked by, second by agonizing second. 23:50. On the second floor of the maid cafe. Ding-a-ling-ling. The alarm clock went off. I jolted awake, sleep vanishing instantly. Su Qinghue stirred in my arms, instinctively clutching my arm. "Awake? Get dressed and grab your weapon. The beginner's protection period is about to end." We both got ready quickly, me loading my magazine, her tightening her grip on the scythe. Together, we headed to the first-floor lobby. On the surveillance screen, the fog outside had thickened, resembling flowing ink. Tick-tock. The second hand on the wall clock moved to its final position. Midnight. The system broadcast echoed across the server. Beginner's protection period has ended. Hostility limits on fog creatures have been lifted. The first wave survival trial, the Nightfall Onslaught, has officially begun. This trial will last for 7 nights, with increasingly bizarre creatures attacking shelters each night. Note: most anomalous creatures cannot be killed by physical weapons. Only anomalies can resist anomalies. Successfully surviving each night will grant a survival chest. Good luck. Roar. Before the announcement even finished, guttural snarls rang out from all directions. On the monitor, the once quiet fog began to boil. In the red thermal imaging, several hot spots were hurtling our way at breakneck speed. "They're here." Su Qinghue clutched the scythe tightly, her breathing quickening. But I was unfazed. 6 of them in total. Judging by their size and movements, they're likely mutated zombie dogs. These things dare call themselves weird anomalies. I glanced briefly at the announcement. The system doesn't intend to slaughter us all on the first night. These are just tanky, physical-based monsters. As long as they're carbon-based life forms and have a physical body, within 7 steps, a gun is king. Relax. Stay behind me. I strode confidently to the door and opened the peephole. Bang. A rotting zombie dog, half its skull missing, slammed into the door. It smelled live prey and began frantically gnashing its putrid, slimy jaws at the peephole. Warning: shelter door under attack. Durability -1. Current durability 199/200. I didn't even blink. The LV.3 reinforced walls hold up well. Only 1 durability point lost after that hit. It'd have to keep charging at the door till next year. I raised my Glock 17, pressing the muzzle directly against the zombie dog's exposed skull. Distance 0.1 meters. Accuracy 100%. Next time, learn to knock properly. Bang. The barrel spat fire, the 9mm round blowing the wretched thing's head clean off. Instant kill. LV.2 rotten zombie dog eliminated. Gained 20 EXP. Just as I thought, they're physical creatures. My doubts evaporated completely. If they can die, there's no need to fear. Bang, bang, bang. Standing at the shooting window, it felt like playing a game of whack-a-mole. Any monster that showed its face was instantly taken down. The rhythmic gunfire rang out into the night like a death symphony. In under 3 minutes, all the howling ceased. The ground was littered with corpses. The air reeked of gunpowder and blood. That's it. Su Qinghua looked wide-eyed, her scythe unused. What she'd anticipated to be a life-and-death battle ended up with me standing at the door, dispatching every single enemy with the flick of a finger. 6 targets, 7 bullets fired, I said, blowing on the rising smoke from my gun's barrel and adeptly switching out the magazine. 1 shot missed. What a waste. The eerie corpses outside shimmered briefly, transforming into items that were absorbed into my inventory. System alert. Battle over. Successfully defended against the first wave of the Nightfall onslaught. Rewards obtained. X6 basic energy crystals, X12 rotten meat, X3 tattered beast hides, X6 survival chests, white. 2 golden lights enveloped us. I leveled up to LV.3. Su Qinghua hit LV.2. Feeling the surge of power coursing through me, I couldn't help but sneer. Is this it? Wasn't this supposed to be the descent of anomalies? A harrowing trial? The first night, and they send a few low-tier monsters that can be handled with regular means? I sighed, closing the peephole. Scooping Su Qinghua into my arms as she remained dazed, I turned toward the stairs. That was boring. Let's get back to sleep. Just as I was about to head upstairs, a beam of silver light descended into the living room. Special system announcement, visible to you only. Congratulations to survivor Lu Chun for clearing the first wave of the Nightfall onslaught in 2 minutes and 58 seconds. You are the first to complete this challenge in Area C0372. Reward unlocked. X1 Unique Achievement Reward. Rare silver chest. Silver. My sharp gaze locked onto the exquisite, glowing chest. The earlier first kill reward had only given out a bronze-level chest. Now they were skipping ranks to hand me silver? I looked at the shining treasure box, a grin spreading wickedly wide. I take back what I said earlier. The Dark Knight Surge, totally worth it. Su Qinghua broke free and stared dumbfounded at the treasure chest in front of her. The most valuable chest she had ever seen before was a bronze one. But this? Its silver glow practically screamed luxury. We're opening it. No question, I said, rubbing my hands together. The only reward for being the first in the entire region to clear the task? This thing's gotta be next level amazing. I placed my hand on the latch. Click. The chest popped open, and 3 orbs of light illuminated the dim room. A green one, a deep purple one, and the last, an unbelievably radiant golden one. Holy crap, a legendary gold item. I exclaimed, taking a sharp breath in. Even Su Qinghua was so shocked by the golden glow that she covered her mouth. Rewards obtained. Powerful healing potion, green rare, X3. Skill book, basic firearms proficiency, passive. Talisman candle holder, gold strange artifact. I decided to check out the first 2 items. The healing potion instantly recovers 50% health and heals injuries over time. A literal life-saving potion. The skill book, after learning, reload speed plus 30%, recoil minus 30%, accuracy plus 20%, damage plus 10%. No hesitation. I slapped that book onto my forehead. Buzz. A rush of firearm-specific muscle memory flooded my mind. My Glock felt like an effortless extension of my body now. I'll never miss a shot again. Then my attention turned to the gold item. It was a brass candle holder with a half-burnt red candle mounted on it. Talisman candle holder. Quality, legendary, gold. Effect. Once lit, it creates a 5-meter radius zone of absolute safety, preventing any level, 10, or below paranormal entities from entering. Remaining burn time, 6 hours. One-time use. Once again, I drew in a sharp breath. An absolute safety zone. Something that even level 10 paranormal creatures couldn't penetrate? Yes, it only lasts 6 hours, but in a critical moment, it's basically invincibility. This is huge. We totally hit the jackpot. Carefully, I stored the candle holder in my inventory. It was my emergency trump card. I wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. SKKKRRK. An ear-piercing scratching sound came from the window, like nails on a chalkboard. It sent chills down my spine. Su Qinghua jumped behind me, trembling with fear. I turned to look. Outside the reinforced double-pane glass was a blank, pale face pressed tightly against it. Its featureless mouth stretched wide, opening and closing as if it were sneering at us. The faceless man. Back again. Huh, you again, I said, bizarrely feeling more amused than afraid. After being ambushed earlier by those monsters immune to physical damage, this window-licking faceless man almost looked charming in comparison. What are you staring at? Never seen someone open a silver chest before. I flipped him the bird and smugly pulled the curtains shut. Get lost and don't interrupt my beauty sleep. I patted Su Qingyue's trembling hand. Don't worry. That thing can't get in. Our task for tonight is done. We just need someone to keep watch. You sleep first. I'll take the second half of the night, I said. She nodded, too exhausted both physically and mentally to argue. Obediently, she headed upstairs to rest. I sank onto the couch and opened the regional chat channel. What I saw was pure chaos. Help. My door's been smashed in. They're coming inside. Ah, anyone got wood? My walls are about to collapse. Durability is at 15 points. I'm offering $100,000. Just come save me. A level 1 shelter can't hold up, period. If you haven't upgraded yet, you're basically dead. I watched the plea messages flood the channel. Some were offering all their food in exchange for a few pieces of wood. But no one responded. What was life? Who would trade away their lifeline for someone else? Before long, several of the avatars begging for help had turned gray. Dead. The entire channel was shrouded in an oppressive despair, suffocating anyone who watched. Meanwhile, somewhere on a desolate plain, bang, bang, bang. The relentless pounding was like a death knell. Lin Qingxue braced herself against the tense frame for dear life. Her arms were spasming from exertion. Outside, 3 zombie hounds were savagely tearing at the canvas. Warning, durability -3. Warning, durability -3. Bright red numbers on her system panel showed the durability plummeting fast. Lin Qingxue's face was as pale as a ghost. She had no tears left to cry. Her trembling hands frantically used her remaining scrap wood to spam repairs. Used wood X1, durability +10. But no matter how quickly she repaired, the damage outpaced her efforts. Each minute brought significant durability loss. The wood reserves kept dwindling. Fewer than 20 pieces remained. Not enough? It's not enough. I'm going to die. She stared in despair at the growing holes in the tent's roof. Frigid wind poured in, chilling her to the bone. She thought of me. If she had said yes back then, would she not be suffering like this now? But it was too late. This night was a triumph for me, a harvest festival. For Lin Qingxue and others, it was an endless torment that felt like it would never end. The first rays of dawn finally pierced through the fog after what felt like an eternity. The cursed howls faded away. System notification, the first dark night surge has subsided. Lin Qingxue collapsed, utterly spent, her eyes blank. She glanced at her shelter status. Current durability, 7/150ths, on the verge of collapse. Just 7 points away from becoming a midnight snack for monsters. I survived. She let out a hollow laugh that didn't sound human anymore. Ignoring the treasure chest notification, everything went black as she fainted. Meanwhile, a soft sound shattered the morning silence back at my place. A sweet little yawn escaped as Su Qingyue stretched sleepily and sat up in bed. She turned and saw me still asleep beside her. Feeling the masculine warmth coming from me, she immediately snapped wide awake. Her cheeks turned a deep crimson. Oh no, we agreed to take turns keeping watch. How did I sleep through the whole night? Her embarrassment was palpable. Awake already? I teased, a playful smirk on my face. Watching you sleep like a little piglet last night, I just couldn't bring myself to wake you. Manager, I'm so sorry. I completely failed my duty. Su Qingyue said, her eyes brimming with guilt. Relax, I said, chuckling as I sat up and ruffled her silky hair. I kept watch for half the night. Nothing happened outside, just snow and wind. Besides, with our level 3 security system, any human or monster that comes within 10 meters triggers an alarm. I turned the automatic system on before snuggling up next to you to sleep. Su Qingyue froze for a moment. The guilt in her heart subsided a bit, replaced by a warm feeling instead. Though the manager didn't say much, he truly was thoughtful. Ding. Maid Su Qingyue has been touched by your thoughtfulness. Loyalty +5. Current loyalty, 70. Trust. Seeing the notification, I nodded in satisfaction. All right, get up, freshen up, and have breakfast. It's half an hour before sunrise, and we have a lot to do today. The two of us quickly cleaned up. Even with just cold water, barely above 50 degrees Fahrenheit, splashing her face, Su Qingyue couldn't help but feel incredibly content. Breakfast was warm milk and whole wheat bread. After eating and drinking our fill, I walked over to the shelter's control console. The 6 zombie dogs we cleared out last night dropped some primary energy crystals. Combined with the materials I gathered from earlier trades, we now had more than enough for an upgrade. Everything is ready, I said, taking a deep breath. System, upgrade the shelter. Detected materials meet the requirements for LV.4 upgrade. Deducting, wood times 500, stone times 300, dried grass times 200, clay times 100, primary energy crystals times 2. Commencing upgrade. Rumble. The noise was even louder than when we upgraded to LV.3. The entire cafe was engulfed in golden light. The walls rumbled, expanding outwards, while the structure rose in height. The first floor space enlarged from a few dozen square meters to nearly 100. Upstairs, the sleeping quarters now even had an additional room. 5 minutes later, the light faded. On the barren wasteland, a sturdier, 2-story standalone structure stood firm. Congratulations. Your shelter has upgraded to LV.4. All attributes +1. New areas unlocked. New facility 1. Private bathroom, including shower, toilet, and sink. New facility 2. Indoor planting slots times 2. New facility 3. Basement entrance, basic storage room, expandable. Bathroom. Su Qingwei and I shouted out simultaneously. Especially Su Qingwei. Her eyes lit up so brightly they could double as light bulbs. For a girl, there's nothing more important than having a private, clean bathroom. While it didn't yet have a water heater, we at least now had a proper space to bathe and use the restroom. No more living like savages. Not bad, I said with satisfaction, eyeing the pristine new bathroom. Finally leaving the wild survival phase behind. Just then, a golden notification popped up. System alert. You are the first survivor in Region C0372 to upgrade your shelter to LV.4. Reward. Region Exclusive Achievement Reward. Bronze chest times 1. Bronze again, huh? I raised an eyebrow. The achievement rewards for standard upgrades seemed to top out at bronze. But hey, free stuff is free stuff. Let's open it, along with the loot boxes from the 6 creatures we killed last night. Boxes instantly piled up on the coffee table, 1 bronze, 6 white. Su Qingwei, you open those 6 white ones. Yes, manager. White light flashed. Obtained. Australian steak times 2, 1982 law fight. Fake, times 1. Dove chocolate times 1. Cotton towels times 2. Men's boxer briefs times 1 box. Women's lace underwear times 2 sets. Seeing the wine labeled as fake in the description made me chuckle in disbelief. Opening a loot box only to get fake wine? This game thinks it's pretty funny, doesn't it? Still, though, steak and wine. We can pull together a candlelight dinner tonight. As for the lace underwear, I glanced at Su Qingyue's flushed face but decided not to tease her about it. Then came the main event. I pressed my hand against the bronze treasure chest. Crack. A flash of green light. Obtained. Smart massage bathtub, green, times 1. Luxury bath care set, green, times 1. Desert Eagle Hunting Edition, blue, times 1. .50 AE rounds times 52 green, 1 blue. A Desert Eagle dropped. I locked my eyes on the silver handgun. Desert Eagle Hunting Edition, blue, power, 85, ordinary pistol 30, trait, tier, inflicts a massive wound, and has an additional stopping effect on large creatures' description. Caliber is justice. A handheld cannon that can blast a bear's head apart. Beautiful. I grabbed the heavy silver beast. Compared with it, the Glock 17 looked like a plastic toy. With my beginner firearms mastery, this recoil-heavy handgun would be as docile as a lamb in my hands. With this, even if I run into a mutated beast above LV.5, I can still blow its head off with 1 shot. I tucked the Desert Eagle into my waistband and looked at the Glock 17 on the coffee table, along with the remaining 30-plus rounds. Su Qingwei. Here. I tossed it casually. Su Qingwei fumbled to catch it. It felt cold and heavy in her hands. A gun. Shop owner, this. In the apocalypse, guns meant absolute force. Most people didn't even dare let others take a glimpse, yet I just threw it to her. I've switched to a new gun. You can use this one, I said calmly. Since you're my employee, how can you get by with only a sickle? If you run into a ranged monster, are you going to rush in and fight it hand to hand? Take it for self-defense and help me guard my back. I pushed the remaining bullets over as well. Use them sparingly. Every shot fired is 1 less round. Su Qingwei held the gun in both hands, her eyes turning red. This wasn't just a weapon, it was trust. In a world where people devour each other, how much courage did it take to hand a gun to someone else? Thank you, shop owner. I swear I'll protect you with my life. I'll never betray you. Ding. Su Qingyue's loyalty +10. Current. 80. Utterly devoted. I glanced at the loyalty rating, a faint smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. Trading a discarded gun for a devoted S rank made was too good a deal. All right, stop being moved to tears, I said, pointing at the bathtub and the bath care set. Put these in the bathroom first. Even with a bathtub now, we're still missing the most important thing, hot water. I took out the blueprint for the water circulation heating system. Now we've got water, we've got a bathtub, and all that's left is copper wire and iron blocks. Pack up. We're heading out. Today's mission, loot treasure chests, and, along the way, find metal materials. For tonight's bath, let's go. Yes, shop manager. Su Qingyue's eyes burned with fighting spirit. For a hot bath, charge. I smiled and shook my head. But before heading out, there was still something to do. Let's try our luck on the trading channel first. I opened the trading panel and found the scavenger who had bought plastic from me before. Their avatar was lit up. They had survived the dark night tide. Luchin, you there? Still want plastic? I'll take as much as you've got. The other side replied instantly, with terror and urgency in every word. Scavenger, I'm here. Boss. Woo-woo. Last night was terrifying. My wall got scratched through. If it weren't for the bread you gave me before, I'd definitely be dead. Scavenger. I urgently need wood to repair the wall. And I still have 20 portions of plastic. Boss, just give me some wood as you see fit. I didn't play saint just because the other party was miserable. Business was business. Lu Chun. Same as always, but wood has gone up in price. 100 portions of timber for 20 portions of plastic. Deal or no deal? 5 to 1. Yesterday that might have been a loss, but today everyone was desperate for timber to patch up their shelters. This was practically charity. Scavenger, deal. Thank you, boss. Boss, you're like my second parents. Trade successful. Obtained. Plastic times 20 plastic sorted. I posted a pin by request, buying copper wire and iron blocks at high prices. Can trade food, water, and wood. DM me if you've got them. Just as I sent the message, an ID that made me frown popped up. Wang Hao Yo? Lu Chun, the genius? Need copper wire, huh? A chill flashed through my eyes. Wang Hao was my sworn rival at Jian University, a member of the student council. Back when I delivered food to earn living expenses, this jerk, trying to show off in front of girls, ordered the security guard to make things difficult for me, confiscated my delivery bike, and cost me a lot of money in compensation. I've never forgotten that grudge. Lu Chun, cut the crap. Wang Hao. TCH, and that's your attitude when you're begging? I'll tell you the truth. My shop has industrial copper wire, about 10 portions. Want it? Trade me meat. Inside some drafty little convenience store. Wang Hao was wrapped in a blanket, munching on chips with loud crunches. A few open snack bags were piled at his feet. As a survivor whose starting shelter was a convenience store, he wasn't short on food, but all of it was puffed snacks. Damn it. Chips again. Wang Hao threw the chips onto the floor. I've eaten chips for 2 days straight. My mouth tastes so bland I could puke. This junk doesn't fill you up, it has no nutrition, and I've got no strength in my body. How am I supposed to kill monsters? He thought of the photos I had posted in the group. Thick slabs of beef, steaming self-heating hot pot. Meat? I want to eat meat. Only meat gives you strength. Wang Hao looked at the copper wire, greed flashing in his eyes. He'd been getting by these past few days with a heater and snacks, but without meat, he was already starving and dizzy. Seeing me putting up a buy request, he felt his chance had come and was ready to rip me off hard. Meat. I looked at the screen, about to refuse, when something suddenly occurred to me. I opened my backpack and my gaze landed on the item dropped after killing the zombie dog last night. Rotten meat, inedible, description, a chunk of meat filled with zombie virus. Consuming it accumulates toxins. In mild cases it causes diarrhea, in severe cases poisoning, or even mutation. This stuff couldn't be eaten, but if you ignored the note, it just looked like raw meat that was a little dark in color. And besides, in the trading bar I could show only the broad category of meat. Lu Chun, fine. I've got a piece of raw meat left over from hunting a beast yesterday, about 1 kilogram, just a little spoiled. Want to trade? Wang Hao, raw meat. Deal. Hurry up and trade. If you're a second late, I'm afraid you'll change your mind. Wang Hao was so excited that his hands were shaking. He never expected me to really have meat, and not just a little, 1 whole kilogram. As for spoilage, it was freezing outside. How could it possibly go bad? He was sure I was just making excuses because I didn't want to give it to him. Afraid I might back out. He didn't think twice and hit confirm. Trade successful. Lost. Rotten meat times 1 kg obtained. Industrial copper wire times 10 done. Looking at the copper wire, I smiled brightly. You wanted meat, so I gave you meat. Fair trade, no cheating. As for getting a stomachache, you can only blame your own bad stomach. What does that have to do with me? With copper wire and plastic now, all that's left is iron. I waited a while longer, but no one in the trading channel was selling iron blocks. After all, during the day everyone was outside gathering supplies and had no time to chat. Besides, iron blocks were hard currency. Anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't sell them lightly. Looks like I'll have to find the iron blocks myself. I closed the panel and checked my gear. The Desert Eagle was tucked at my waist, magazine loaded. The Glock 17 was in Su Qingyue's hands, safety off. Let's go. I pushed open the door, and a blast of cold wind poured in. The moment I stepped out of the shelter, I immediately sensed something different. The air was thicker, and the gray-white mist seemed to writhe with life. A suffocating sense of oppression hit me head-on. Stay close to me. Don't go more than 1 meter away. I tightened my grip on the Desert Eagle and activated the Sun-Warm Jade. Yes, shop owner. Su Qingyue held the pistol with both hands, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. The two of us had only walked less than 100 meters when, roar, a black shadow shot out from a patch of dead grass on the side. 3 times faster than a zombie dog. Left. Su Qingyue instinctively raised her gun. Bang. The bullet grazed the monster's shoulder, sending up a spray of blood. It didn't hit a vital spot, but it stopped the pounce. It was a mutated wasteland lynx, leopard-sized, with red eyes. It landed with a snarl and was about to leap again. Goodbye. I spoke coldly, the silver beast locking onto its target. Bang. The Desert Eagle's thunderous roar exploded. The .50 AE round, carrying terrifying kinetic force, slammed into the lynx's chest. No suspense. PSHHH. The lynx's entire body was blown backward 3 to 4 meters. A blood hole the size of a bowl burst open in its chest, and its organs spilled all over the ground. 1 shot, 1 kill. I blew on the gun barrel. As expected of a cannon in the palm of your hand, its power was indeed vicious. Killed LV.3 mutated lynx. EXP plus 35. Obtained. Sharp claws times 2, intact beast hide times 1, raw meat times 10 kg. A level 3 monster got 1 shot too. With the newbie period over, monster levels had increased, and the drops were richer too. 10 kilograms of raw meat, edible meat, not the rotten meat I'd sold to Wang Hao. Next 500 meters, the two of us were like we were in live fire training. There were more monsters in the mist, and they were much more active. In 10 minutes, we were attacked 3 times. But under the crossfire of the 2 firearms, the early-stage mutated beasts couldn't even get close. Finally, under a crooked dead tree, I found a glowing box. Survival trial treasure chest, white. Found it. Shop owner. There's another one here. Su Qinghua shouted. I turned my head. On the other side of the tree roots, half buried in the snow, there was another white treasure chest. Right. Trial rewards were distributed per person. With me and Su Qinghua, 2 survivors. Of course there were 2 chests. Huge profit. That's the advantage of forming a team. Su Qinghua briskly moved the 2 treasure chests in front of me. Shop owner, here. She had no intention of keeping anything for herself. She knew everything she had was given to her by the shop owner. Open them together. Crack. Obtained. Iron blocks times 5, iron blocks times 7, compressed biscuits times 12 packs, Dongfang Shai times 10, high-strength bandages times 2, women's snow boots times 1, Chunfeng Spirit, super strong suction, limited edition 2D version, times 1, iron dropped. My eyes lit up. 12 iron blocks. That's enough material to make the heater. However, when I picked up the last item, the corners of my mouth twitched. Spring Breeze Elf, Ultra Strong Suction 2D Limited Edition. Type. Entertainment item description. Built-in smart voice chip. Simulates the voices of 50 different 2D characters. Ultra Strong Suction with constant temperature function. Network-enabled PK. The ultimate dream of otaku. I stared at the exquisite giant toy in my hands, speechless. System, are you insane? I already have a top-tier real-life made like Su Qinghua. What do I need this for? But then I thought about it. This thing might be useless to me, but to those single losers, it would definitely be a god-tier item. Keep it. If I run into some rich, dead-fat otaku later, I can trade it for 2 guns. I subconsciously looked up, my gaze sweeping over Su Qingyue's red lips. Su Qingyue caught my stare, and the scene from last night in the blanket flashed through her mind. Her face instantly turned bright red. The shop owner is comparing that thing to me. But when she saw me casually toss the item into my backpack, with an expression of disgust in my eyes, Su Qingyue inexplicably relaxed. A surge of secret delight welled up inside her. So in the shop owner's heart, I'm still more useful. Area C0372, a certain grocery store. Wang Hao was squatting beside a heater, roasting meat. The air was filled with a foul stench. He had long been starving with bloodshot eyes. After sprinkling on a huge amount of chili powder and cumin, he opened his mouth and took a fierce bite. The meat was tough and a little sour, but he thought it was the most delicious thing in the world. In no time at all 1 kilogram of roasted meat went into his stomach. That idiot Lu Chun actually really traded me the meat. Once I'm full and have my strength back. Gurgle. A thunderous roar came from his stomach, and the pain was like a meat grinder tearing him apart. Wang Hao's face instantly turned green, cold sweat pouring down. PFF. He didn't even have time to take off his pants before he turned into a high-pressure water gun. Lu Chun, you son of a bitch. You poisoned the meat? He frantically bombarded me with private messages. Deep in the wasteland. I chopped down a dead tree, saw the private message, and burst out laughing. Nice effect. Kicks in pretty fast. I clicked on Wang Hao's avatar and chose to block him. The world instantly became quiet. Su Qinghua asked curiously, Shop owner, What's wrong? Nothing. Just some annoying guy is in the toilet contemplating life. I glanced at the supplies in my backpack. 2 treasure chests yielded 12 iron blocks. We've got way too many materials. Come on, let's go home and make a water heater. Time for a bath. Yay. Su Qingyue's eyes curved into crescents, excited like a little girl who'd been given candy. The two of us returned to the maid cafe. I went straight to the workbench, laid out industrial copper wire, iron blocks, and plastic, and took out the blue blueprint. Craft. A flash of blue light appeared, and a delicate metal device materialized. Household water circulation heating system quality. Rare, blue. Function. Instantly heats water flow. Supports simultaneous water supply from multiple terminals. Temperature control. Precise constant temperature at 35 to 60 degrees Celsius. Luxury mode. 1 low-level energy crystal for 24 hours. Come on, let's go upstairs and install it. Half an hour later, I turned on the bathtub faucet. Whoosh, clear water poured out, and white steam rose in billowing waves. Su Qingyue reached out and caught some of the water, murmuring, "It's hot. It really is hot water." Her eyes turned slightly red. In this apocalypse, where all of humanity drank ice water and ate dry bread, she actually had her own bathroom and constant temperature hot water. As she looked at me, tinkering with the bathtub, my image in her heart became even greater than a god's. Ding. Su Qingyue's loyalty has reached 100, until death do us part. Unlocked exclusive bond ability. Heart oath. I clapped my hands. Done. You shower first. Show shop owner. A flustered voice came from behind me. Su Qingyue poked out her little head through the crack in the door, wearing only a thin shirt, her face so red it seemed like it might drip blood. She gathered all her courage and said in a voice as tiny as a mosquito's, The bathtub is very big, and it has a massage function. How about you come up and wash together with me?" My Adam's apple bobbed. This was Jiang University's campus beauty, actually inviting me to bathe with her? "Since you've invited me so sincerely, I'll gladly accept." Click. The bathroom door was locked from the inside. Water churned in the bathtub, and Su Qingyue whipped up dense foam to cover the scenery. I stepped into the tub. Warm water wrapped around my body, and I let out a long, comfortable sigh. "Boss, is the water temperature okay?" Su Qingyue huddled at the far end, her skin taking on a breathtaking blush. "But why are you so far away?" Su Qingyue bit her lip and, like a mermaid, slowly moved closer to me. "I'll scrub your back." Her fingertips were slick, her touch warm. The bathroom temperature seemed to rise a few degrees again. 3 hours later. Second-floor bedroom. The single bed was a mess. Su Qingyue curled up under the blanket, her fragrant shoulders dotted with sweat, her gaze unfocused, like a rag doll drained of all strength. "Water." Her voice was hoarse beyond belief. Who could have imagined that the usually icy cold boss, once her seal was broken, would turn out to be an inexhaustible beast? A full 3 hours, from shy compliance to desperate pleading. I handed her some warm water and looked at the beauty on the bed, refreshed and invigorated. "Drink some water and soothe your throat." Su Qingyue obediently took a few sips, then shrank back into my arms. "Boss, are you a monster?" I glanced at the attribute panel. Physique, 17 status, refreshed, energy recovery plus 100%. I gently kissed her on the forehead. "Rest well. It's your first time, so I didn't go too far." Su Qingyue's cheeks burned red. At this moment, an ID popped up, the plant type #1 Pure Love Warrior. Big shot. I got the Gardener gift pack. It has improved cherry tomato seeds, fast-growing lettuce seeds, and powerful organic fertilizer. It's too cold here for them to survive, so I want to trade for 500 g of meat to make soup for my girlfriend. Please, I'm begging you. My eyes lit up. Cherry tomatoes plus lettuce. An absolutely perfect combo for the apocalypse. Cherry tomatoes can be eaten as either vegetables or fruit, packed with vitamins, sweet and tangy, and appetizing. Lettuce grows fast and is perfect for wrapping grilled meat. And there's fertilizer. Trade. No hesitation. For others, at -30 degrees, seeds are worthless. They won't even sprout. But I have a constant temperature LV.4 shelter, plus planting troughs that simulate sunlight. A match made in heaven. Trade completed. Lost. Raw meat times 500 g received. Improved cherry tomato seeds times 1 pack. Fast-growing lettuce seeds times 1 pack. Powerful organic fertilizer times 1 bag. After getting the seeds, I immediately got to work. Clay mixed with frozen soil, filling the 2 planting troughs. Cherry tomatoes on the left, lettuce on the right. Finally, I sprinkled on the fertilizer, using about 1/20th of the bag. Powerful organic fertilizer, green, effect, shortens growth cycle by 50%, increases yield, water them. A basin of purified warm water was evenly poured over them. I pressed the switch. Snap. A soft simulated sunlight glowed to life. Planting complete. Fast-growing lettuce. 24 hours, originally 48 hours. Improved cherry tomatoes, 72 hours, originally 144 hours. Just one day. I was overjoyed. By this time tomorrow, I'd be able to eat lettuce wraps with meat. Perfect. I brushed the dirt off my hands and looked at the 2 troughs of black soil, symbols of hope, feeling great. By now, night had fallen completely. A new night had descended. I glanced at the second floor. Su Qingwei was still asleep. I took out the Desert Eagle, racked the slide, and sat back down on the sofa. Last night, it was a physical monster. Tonight, what will it be? Although I was confident in my firepower, I still acted cautiously and opened private chat, finding that familiar ID, Lumberjack. His avatar was still lit. Still alive, as expected. A faint smile tugged at the corners of my mouth. This kid claimed last night that 1,500 was all he had. I didn't believe a single punctuation mark. For someone surviving in this world, someone with a gathering-type shelter like a forest logging cabin, how could he not have a backup plan? I sent a message directly. Luchin, you there? Still want meat? 1 kilogram of raw meat. The other side fell silent for 2 seconds, then replied instantly. Lumberjack, trade. Boss, want wood? Luchin, 1,000 wood for 1 kilogram of meat. Non-negotiable. Lumberjack, deal. Sure enough, he still had reserves. Trade successful. Lost. Raw meat times 1 kg gained. Wood times 1,000. I chuckled. Heh, this sly bastard. Yesterday he cried poor and said he only had 1,500, and today he casually pulls out another 1,000. His logging efficiency is even more absurd than I expected. He can be developed into a stable trading partner. In the future, as long as it doesn't affect me, I can help him stay alive. For me, with Su Qingwei here, meat would be plentiful in the future. But wood was the key ammunition for maintaining the shelter tonight. Time passed. Night fell on schedule. System-wide announcement. The second wave of survival trials, Ice Corp's Insect Tide, has officially begun. This attack will be massive. Please prepare enough wood and defend your home. As the prompt dropped, a sound that made one's scalp tingle rose. Rustle, 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 rustle. It surged from all directions, impossible to block out. I immediately looked at the monitor. The next second, even with my strong mental fortitude, my pupils couldn't help but contract. In the infrared feed, the originally dim ground had turned into a surging white sea. It wasn't snow. It was countless densely packed insects. Ice corpse beetles, fist-sized and entirely pale white. Tens of thousands of them flooded the steps outside the cafe like a tidal wave, then swarmed up the walls like mad. Crack, crack. The sound of gnawing was enough to set my teeth on edge. Warning, the shelter is under attack by an Ice Corp's Insect Tide. Warning, external wall durability is decreasing. I quickly walked to the firing port. The windows and walls were covered with white beetles, waving their sharp mouthparts as they gnawed frantically. Bang! I raised my hand and fired a shot. Splat! One beetle exploded, spraying goo everywhere. But in the next second, even more beetles filled the gap. Useless. I calmly lowered the gun. Too many. Can't kill them all. Shooting insects this size with bullets is like firing a cannon at mosquitoes, wasteful. For this kind of insect tide, unless you had a flamethrower or incendiary bombs for large area coverage, firearms were useless. Can't kill them all. Then I'll just tank it. I turned around and sat back on the sofa, crossed one leg over the other, and took out a can of Coke. I opened the system panel and stared at the shelter status. Current durability, 499 500's current durability, for 98/500. The gnawing outside was terrifying, as if the house would collapse the next second. But at this moment, the value of a LV for shelter was revealed to the fullest. Thick reinforced concrete walls, plus an outer layer of reinforced steel plating, made the attacks of low-level insects feel no different from scratching an itch. The dense attacks kept landing, most of them offset by high defense, with only the occasional -1 appearing. The rate of damage isn't even as fast as my healing. I took a sip of Coke and calmly clicked repair. Consumed. With ×1, durability plus 10 whoosh. The 2 points just lost were instantly restored. I glanced at the nearly 1,500 wood in my backpack, and a teasing smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. Come on, little bugs. Let's see whether your teeth are harder, or whether I have more wood. At this moment, the regional channel completely exploded. Ah, bugs. All bugs. The wall's been gnawed through. They're in here. Help. There are too many. I can't kill them all. Who has wood? Please. I'm willing to trade all my food for it. Durability drops dozens of points a minute. I can't hold on anymore. Damn it. It's a resource drain level. Even a LV.2 shelter can't withstand this. Only by constantly repairing with wood can you survive. But I'm out. Despair. Panic. For those still struggling just to stay fed, with no wood reserves, this night was a living torture. They could only watch helplessly as their shelters were gnawed down to nothing, swallowed by a sea of white insects. I watched the avatars in the channel rapidly turn gray and expressionlessly close the panel. Without resources, it meant death. And all I had to do was sit here, drinking Coke, occasionally tapping repair, and I could get through it safely. That was the gap in strength. Outside, the insect tide surged violently, the gnawing sounds like rain beating on banana leaves. Inside, it was warm as spring. I leaned comfortably on the sofa, sipping a drink and watching the insects on the monitor struggle in vain. I opened the regional channel. The chat window was flooded with despair. It's over. We can't hold it. The wood's used up. Someone save me. I don't want to die. I have money. I'll transfer 10 million. Who can give me a stack of wood? It's useless. They're coming in. My expression remained calm. This was the selection mechanism of the apocalypse. The weak are eliminated, the fit survive. At that moment, the private message list flashed frantically again. A flood of pleas for help, begging for wood. Some even started cursing. We're all students at Jian University. Why are you just standing by and watching us die? For those who tried to guilt trip me, I gave the same reply. Hee hee, why does your avatar look like it's about to turn gray? Suddenly, a familiar avatar flickered. Lin Snow. Heh. I raised an eyebrow. Interesting. You finally couldn't hold back? Faced with both mental and physical torment, your so-called pride has finally been shattered to pieces. I calmly opened the message. Lin Snow. Lu Chun, are you there? Does the deal we discussed before still count? My shelter only has 70 durability left. It's all insects outside, and I only have a dozen pieces of wood left. At most I can last another 10 minutes. Even through the screen, I could feel her trembling helplessness. But I didn't rush to reply. 10 minutes? You said yourself you could still last 10 minutes. Why should I be anxious? A high and mighty rich young lady like her. If I didn't thoroughly wear down her temper, bringing her in later would only be trouble. I took a sip of my drink, tapping a rhythm on my knee with my fingers, quietly watching time pass. 1 minute. 2 minutes. For Lin Snow, those 2 minutes were longer than 2 centuries. The gnawing sounds outside the tent grew louder and louder. Cracks had already appeared in the canvas overhead, and a few beetles were poking their way in. Seeing the chat interface still completely unresponsive, her psychological defenses finally collapsed. Lin Snow, Lu Chun, please, reply to me, okay? I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have blocked you. I shouldn't have rejected you. I don't want to die. I want to live. Please, give me a chance. I felt the timing was about right. So I slowly sent a message. Lu Chun, if only you had known this would happen, why act like that in the first place? Lin, the campus bell? I didn't take advantage of you while you were down. This was your own initiative to sign, right? Instant reply. Lin Snow, yes. I volunteered. I was the one begging you. Lu Chun, good. Let me make this clear first. I, Lu Chun, have a rule. Those I invite myself are treated with courtesy and receive excellent treatment. But if you come to me out of desperation and beg me to sign, sorry. I'll give you a chance to live and make sure you're fed and warm. But from this point on, everything about you must obey me. Your dignity, your freedom, even you yourself, will belong to me. Understood. After the message was sent, the other side fell silent for a moment. Lin Snow stared at those cold, domineering words, biting her lip until blood seeped out. Once, she had been the campus belle adored by all, the jewel in the Lin family's palm. Now, in order to survive, she had to give up all dignity. Ryup, the tent overhead was torn open in a huge gash. A frozen corpse beetle dropped at her feet, opening its sharp mandibles and letting out a piercing screech. Ah! That scream completely shattered her last hesitation. Lin Xingxue, got it. I get it. As long as I can live, I'll listen to you about anything. Seeing that Lin Xingxue's voice messages were all cries and sobs, I nodded in satisfaction. I opened the system, selected Lin Xingxue, and sent her a talent recruitment contract. Dozens of kilometers away, inside a tattered tent, the cold wind howled, and the insect tide surged. Lin Xingxue curled up in the corner, gripping a rusty pickaxe, closing her eyes in despair. White insects covered the sleeping bag, inching closer and closer. It's over. It's all over. The moment the beetles were about to bite her throat, only one thought remained in her mind. Lu Chun, save me. Buzz. A golden light screen suddenly unfolded, repelling the surrounding insects. An ancient parchment scroll appeared. Lu Chun has initiated a lifelong employment contract with you. Do you accept? Lin Xingxue suddenly opened her eyes. Back then, she had rejected the invitation for the sake of her pride, but now she had to beg on her knees for shelter. But this was her only lifeline. Accept. I accept. Trembling, she pressed her fingerprint onto it. Boom. Brilliant golden light erupted. An invisible force instantly enveloped her entire body. The next second, she vanished into thin air. The tent was completely swallowed by the insect tide. Lin Qingxue felt the world spin, and the suffocating sensation disappeared. Her feet landed on the floor. The floor? A wave of heat wrapped around her whole body. In her ears were the crackling of a fireplace and the hum of an air circulation system. She opened her eyes and froze completely. Exquisite wallpaper, smooth hardwood floors, a European-style fireplace blazing brightly. On the coffee table sat half a bottle of Coke, snacks, and a pack of manhwa cigarettes. The air was filled with the scent of fruitwood fragrance and beef hot pot. She looked down at herself. Her down jacket was so dirty its color was impossible to make out, and her hands were covered in frostbite scabs. She looked like a beggar who had crawled out of a sewer and stumbled into a wealthy mansion by mistake. "Welcome to the apocalypse paradise, Miss Lin," the campus bell. A lazy voice rang out. I sat cross-legged on a genuine leather sofa, holding an iced Coke, with a half-smile. Lu Chun." Lin Qingxue's voice was hoarse. I glanced at her and frowned in disgust. "Your image is way too primitive. That smell on you. Is it insect stink, or the sour smell of not showering? I don't like having that kind of smell in the shelter." Lin Qingxue's face flushed red instantly, humiliation making her want to crawl into a crack in the ground. Sorry. I didn't want this either." Tears welled up in her eyes. I tossed her a set of clothes. "There's hot water in the second-floor bathroom. Take a shower first and clean yourself up. If you want to soak, use the bathtub." "Hot water?" Lin Qingxue couldn't believe it. "And there's a bathtub too? Cut the crap. Going or not?" I'm going. She hugged the clothes and ran toward the stairs. "Move quietly," I warned lightly. "Someone's sleeping upstairs. Don't wake her." Lin Qingxue froze. I was downstairs, so who was upstairs? It seemed Lu Chun really did have other staff members. A sour feeling rose in her heart, but her longing for a hot bath outweighed everything else. Second floor. Lin Qingxue saw the half-open bedroom door and a lump under the blanket on the bed. The air carried a strange scent, like starflower mixed with a sweet, cloying fragrance. She didn't really understand it, only feeling her face inexplicably grow hot. It must be another survivor Lu Chun rescued. She didn't dare look any longer and slipped into the bathroom. She closed the door and turned on the light. White tiles, separate wet and dry areas, and an oversized massage bathtub. Lin Qingxue covered her mouth, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Is this really the apocalypse? Why is the gap so huge? If I had agreed from the start. She turned on the shower. Scalding hot water gushed out. She took off her dirty clothes and stood beneath the shower head, letting the hot water wash over her frozen body. I'm alive again. In the bedroom, Su Qinghua turned over in a daze and muttered, "Bad shop owner. More again? I can't anymore." Then she fell into a deep sleep, completely unaware that just one wall away, her former classmate and one of Jiang University's 4 great campus bells, Lin Qingxue, was washing away the dust and preparing to welcome a new life as number 2 maid. She took a full half-hour to bathe. Lin Qingxue put on the off-white knitted sweater and light gray track pants I had given her. The loose neckline revealed her exquisite collarbone, while the fitted fabric outlined her proud curves. More pure and enticing than a branded-down jacket. She took a deep breath. From the moment she walked out of this door, she would no longer be the campus belle of Jiang University, but the private property of the man downstairs. First floor. I opened my eyes and turned my head. Lin Qingxue stood timidly at the stairway. Her jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, the ends still damp. Her face was fair with a rosy flush, delicate and alluring. Unlike Su Qingyue's seductive charm, Lin Qingxue's beauty carried the dignified grace of a proper young lady. Now that it had been shattered, that broken, fragile feeling only made people want to bully her even more. "I am done washing up, not bad. Now you actually look like a person. Come here." I patted the empty seat beside me. Lin Qingxue walked over, not daring to sit down directly, like a little maid waiting to be lectured. "Sit. Do I have to invite you?" Carefully, she sat down, only daring to perch on half a buttock. I pushed a half can of cola in front of her. "Thirsty? Have some." She had already gone 2 days without decent water. Thank you." She held the cola in both hands and took a big gulp with her head tilted back. Tears, embarrassingly, fell into the can. "Is it good?" "It's good. The best cola I've ever had in my life." I put away my smile, resting a hand on her shoulder as an oppressive presence instantly enveloped her. "Since you're fed and watered, let's talk business. I don't keep idle people here. Su Qinghua became my clerk because she can help me manage the household and can also use a gun to kill monsters." Su Qinghua. Lin Qingxue's pupil shrank as she looked toward the upstairs bedroom door. The person sleeping upstairs is Su Qinghua, the ice beauty of Jiang University. Her mind went blank. No wonder the atmosphere at the bedroom door felt so suggestive. So the campus belle Su who was usually colder than even her and never gave any boy the time of day, had already been taken by Lu Chun, and they were already sleeping in the same bed. The intense unreality struck her worldview head-on. What followed was a sense of defeat and crisis. Before signing the contract, she had thought she would be Lu Chen's only woman. Now it seemed she had not only come too late, but was even ranked behind Su Qinghua. The frustration of being beaten to the punch made her feel stifled. She suddenly regretted rejecting my recruitment a few days ago. Surprised? I said with a teasing smile. Smart people survive longer. Su Qinghua is smarter than you and more decisive than you, so she gets to sleep in a warm blanket and enjoy my favor. My fingers traced along her chin, my tone indifferent. And you? These past few days haven't been easy, have they? After suffering the beatings of the apocalypse, you still ended up choosing to rely on me. If you had agreed right away, why would you have had to suffer for these last few days? These words pierced Lin Qingshue's last shred of pride like a sharp knife. Lin Qingshue's face turned pale, unable to refute me. I was right. She had held out for a few days, but every day had been torment. Every night she was jolted awake by the cold wind and never got a proper sleep. Thinking of Su Qinghua enjoying delicious food, hot showers, and a warm big bed every day, she regretted it even more. My voice sounded again. Tell me what you can do for me. Besides this face and this body, what value can you bring me? There are plenty of women outside who want to be nothing more than pretty ornaments. Lin Qingxue felt a jolt of tension. She looked into my cold eyes and knew I wasn't joking. If she couldn't prove her value, she really might be kicked out. She thought anxiously. I can cook, both Chinese and Western food. A flash of inspiration struck her as she remembered her talent. And I have a special talent called plant affinity. I can help you farm. When she came in, she had seen the two huge planting troughs by the window. Perhaps that could be her bargaining chip. My eyes lit up. Actually, I had known Lin Qingshue's talent for a long time. At this moment, I was just pretending to be surprised. Plant affinity? Show me. Lin Qingxue hurriedly nodded and opened her attribute panel to me. Name. Lin Qingxue talent. Plant affinity, S rank. Effect. Crop growth cycle shortened by 50%, yield increased by 30%, 15% chance to cultivate mutated beneficial crops. I was quite satisfied in my heart. A 50% shorter growth cycle, and it could also increase yield. With the help of powerful fertilizer, vegetables that should take days to ripen might be ready in just a few hours. What kind of ornament was this? This was a humanoid ripening machine. Very good. I patted her cheek. I like this talent. Looks like you're not entirely useless after all. The tension in Lin Qingshue's heart finally eased. You've been officially hired. Starting today, you're the logistics gardener and cook. Su Qinghue is your team leader. You'll be responsible for growing vegetables and cooking. Although her status was a notch below Su Qinghue's, as long as she could stay, Lin Qingshuo was already more than satisfied. Yes, store manager. Go on, show me your talent. Lin Qingshuo walked up to the planting bed, covered the soil with both hands, and closed her eyes to concentrate. Buzz, a faint green light seeped into the soil. The seeds that had just been sown suddenly sprouted from the ground. Fast-growing lettuce expected to mature in 12 hours. Cherry tomatoes expected to mature in 36 hours. Nice. I was thrilled. 12 hours. Tomorrow morning, we'd be able to eat lettuce wraps with meat. Lin Qingshue's face had gone a little pale. Clearly, she had used up quite a bit of mental energy. Good job. I handed her compressed biscuits and milk. This is your late-night snack, and also your welcome bonus. After you finish, rest on the sofa. I'll arrange a room for you tomorrow. Holding the food in both hands, Lin Qingshue's eyes turned red again. The night passed without incident. The insect tide gnawed madly, but the shelter stood as steady as a mountain. Lin Qingshuo slept on the sofa through the most peaceful night she had experienced since the apocalypse began. The next morning, the second survival trial, the ice corpse insect tide, had ended. I opened my eyes and immediately checked the planting bed. The right side was already lush and green. The vibrant lettuce gave off an enticing fragrance. On the left, cherry tomato vines had climbed all over the frame, blooming with yellow flowers. Harvest season. Footsteps came from upstairs. Su Qinghue came downstairs in a lace nightgown, looking radiant. Good morning, store manager. Just as she was about to hug me, she suddenly noticed Lin Qingshuo on the sofa. Their eyes met. Su Qinghue smiled faintly, hooked her arm around mine, and pressed herself close, claiming her territory. Then she looked at Lin Qingshuo, gentle yet carrying the authority of the rightful wife. Well, so our beautiful campus queen Lin has finally come around? Here to work for our store manager. Lin Qingshuo bit her lip, cheeks slightly red. She could only lower her head. Yes, Senior Su, please take care of me from now on. Enough, don't start setting rules. I broke the atmosphere and picked a few lettuce leaves. Breakfast today is lettuce-wrapped grilled meat. Lin Qingxue, go heat up the grilled meat. Yes. Lin Qingxue fled toward the fireplace as if running away. 10 minutes later, the three of us sat around the coffee table. The fragrant grilled meat wrapped in crisp lettuce. One bite, and the savory juices of the meat and the fresh aroma of the vegetables burst in our mouths. Delicious, both women exclaimed at the same time. After eating our fill, I remembered Lin Qingxue's passive skill, Nature's Gift. Activate today's Nature's Gift. Buzz. 2 red lucky pouches dropped onto the coffee table. Steamed king crab ×1. Mutated hemostatic grass, seeds ×2. King crab. Both women's eyes widened. Extra supper tonight. I put the king crab away. Then I opened the regional chat panel. The moment I saw the number of survivors, the atmosphere instantly froze. Current survivors in the area, 5103/10,000. Only 5,000 left. Su Qingwei covered her mouth. In just 2 nights, half of them were gone. Ding dong. Survivor Lu Wei used the class rally order. You have been added to the Jiang University School of Economics and Management Class 3 Survivor Group. I opened the group chat. Group members, 3154th from the original 54 people. Only 31 profile icons were still lit. The remaining 23 were all gray. I scanned through them 3 times. Rebel Sun number 1, Rebel Sun number 2, Rebel Sun number 3. None of them were there. My fingers stiffened, and my gaze dimmed. Those 3 were my roommates, close enough that we could have shared a pair of pants. Damn it, I muttered under my breath. A pair of warm little hands covered the back of my hand. Su Qingyue comforted me softly. Store manager, life and death are up to fate. You're not a god. You can't save everyone. She straightened my collar for me. Being able to protect Qingxue and me is already your limit. For our sake, stop dwelling on the past. I looked at the 2 girls beside me. The dead are gone. The living must go on. You're right. I took a deep breath and pushed my worry down. Living our own lives well is what matters most. At that moment, a bold message popped up in the group. Class rep, Lu Wei. At Lu Chun classmates. I'm the class rep, Lu Wei. I'm deeply saddened that so many classmates have passed away, but the living still have to carry on. Class rep, Lu Wei. I suggest we post our coordinates. Those who are close should move toward each other. Share resources. The strong protect the weak. The group erupted in praise. I only sneered. Boring. I closed the interface directly and turned on Do Not Disturb. Su Qinghua helped me organize the magazines and asked curiously, Store manager, the class rep seems pretty decent, right? Banding together for warmth sounds pretty inspiring. Lin Qingxue shook her head. Don't be fooled by Lu Wei. He's incredibly hypocritical. The poverty-stricken student quota in freshman year was supposed to go to the classmates in the most difficult situations, including the store manager. But Lu Wei pulled strings behind the scenes and gave it to a connected rich kid. He talks about morality and justice all day long, but behind the scenes he's a polished, self-serving opportunist. He even pursued me before. At a party, he got dozens of guys to heckle me and used moral pressure to force me to give in. What he wanted was the Lin family's influence. People like him calling for resource sharing mostly just want to trick supplies into their hands so they can play emperor. Su Qinghua suddenly understood. So he's a hypocrite. She looked at Lin Qingxue approvingly. Seems your taste is pretty good. You know our store manager is the best. Come on, let's go. Ignore those idiots. The 3 of us set out fully equipped. When we opened the door, the insect tide had already receded. Today's mission is to find 3 treasure chests. I looked at the desolate snowy plain. But since we now had a heating system, we had to squeeze every bit of value out of it. As long as we had energy crystals, hot water would be an unlimited resource. I opened the chat channel and posted a trade. Lu Chun, selling purified water and 60 degrees Celsius hot water, drinkable or for bathing. Only accepting core materials, blueprints, and special items. No lowballing. As soon as the message went out, the channel exploded. Holy shit. Lu Chun, you even have hot water? I'm still chewing on snow chunks. At Lu Chun bro, I'll pay 500,000. Give me a bucket of hot water. Zhao Sini. Brother Lu Chun 3, I want to take a bath. I can send you private videos of. Lin Qingxue's face was full of disdain. Zhao Sini used to act like she was above everyone else. And now for a bucket of water, she'll say anything. Then she paused, thinking of her own attitude a few days ago. Immediately embarrassed. Su Qinghua looped her arm through mine, smiling without smiling. Store manager, even the campus bell is offering private videos. Not tempted. I directly deleted Zhao Sini's explicit selfie. Cheap trash. With the 2 of you here, why would I need to look at that stuff? I ignored all pleas from acquaintances and only replied to strangers who offered hard currency. Heart-to-heart tissues ×3 packs. Kissing SP, the 3 of us advanced in a triangular formation. I led the way with my Desert Eagle. Su Qinghua covered the flank with her Glock, and Lin Qingxue followed closely behind. 2 o'clock, 2 targets. I called in a low voice. 2 mutated wasteland wolves, both massive in size. Bang, bang. I blew both their heads off with 2 shots. You killed LV.3 mutated wasteland wolf times 2, EXP plus 60. Qingxue, gather the loot. Yes. 2 hours, 3 kilometers searched. After the second wave of trials, the levels of the wild monsters had clearly increased. We even ran into a LV.5 mutated berserk black bear. It was a hard fight, but with my Desert Eagle's firepower and Su Qingyue holding it off, the black bear fell in a pool of blood. I also had Lin Qingxue use her axe to land the finishing blow, helping her overcome her fear of blood. At 3 in the afternoon, we found all 3 treasure chests. Buzz, 3 beams of golden light rose. You have leveled up to LV.4. All attributes +1. Free attribute +1. Su Qingyue leveled up to LV.3. Lin Qingxue leveled up to LV.2. I felt the surge of power within me and clenched my fist. LV.4. With my current physical condition alone, I could tear tigers and leopards apart barehanded. Lin Qingxue leveled up for the first time, her face flushed with excitement. A warm current surged through her body, and the weakness vanished without a trace. She looked at her former classmates still begging in the group chat. Then she looked at me walking ahead. Strong, cold, yet giving her an immense sense of security. The last bit of hesitation in her heart completely disappeared. Maybe, following him, was the rightest decision of my life. 5 in the afternoon. The wasteland sky was dim, the gray fog dense. That's about enough. I looked at the bulging backpack. Too much at once is hard to digest. We have to get back before dark. Retreat. We returned to the maid cafe. As soon as I pushed open the door, a wave of warmth hit us. The constant temperature and heat made the interior and the outside feel like 2 different worlds entirely. Lin Qingxue took off her hat covered in ice crystals and let out a long breath of white mist. Looking at the brightly lit, warm hall, the feeling of home grew even stronger. Don't rest yet. I dumped the 3 treasure chests onto the coffee table. Old rules. Open the chests before eating. 2 ordinary survival treasure chests, white, and the middle one had a purer glow with a magazine icon printed on it. Designated category treasure chest, ammunition class, white, an unexpected surprise. These past few days of monster hunting had indeed burned through a lot of bullets. Qingxue, each of you open one. The middle one is mine. Yes. Crack. Crack. Su Qingyue's chest. Quick frozen pork and cabbage dumplings times 1 bag strong stain-removing laundry detergent times 1 bottle lumber times 20 pot. Bowls. Chopsticks set times 1 dumplings. Su Qingyue's eyes lit up as she swallowed. Store manager. We've got dumplings to eat. Lin Qingxue's chest. Master Kong braised beef instant noodles times 5 packs unknown vegetable seeds times 1 bag iron ingots times 2 guqin times 1 more food and seeds. I was very satisfied. Next is mine. I rubbed my hands together, staring intensely at the ammunition chest. This was the main event. Taking a deep breath, I violently flipped open the lid. Buzz. Congratulations on opening the designated ammunition treasure chest. 100 rounds of 9mm pistol ammo times 150 rounds of .50 E large caliber ammo times 50 triggered a low probability critical hit. Molotov cocktails times 2. M67 fragmentation grenade times 1. Holy shit. The 3 of us gasped at the same time. A huge harvest. A real firepower windfall. Ordinary survivors could barely figure out how to use a fruit knife, while I was stocking up on bullets by the 100. 100 rounds of 9mm would be enough for Su Qingyue to splurge through several battles. 50 Desert Eagle rounds gave me the confidence to challenge higher-level beasts. Most importantly, I reached into the bottom of the crate and pulled out 2 glass bottles filled with a pale yellow liquid. There was also a heavy dark green iron lump. Molotov cocktails, a godsend against a tide of insects. Fragmentation grenade, lethal radius 15 meters. With this thing, that swarm of bugs last night would have been long gone. I toyed with the grenade, the corners of my mouth lifting. Let's see who dares compare numbers with me now. 1 grenade, and the world would be peaceful. I was in a great mood. Put the stuff into the storeroom. We'll have a feast tonight to celebrate. Yay! The 2 women cheered and hugged the ingredients as they ran toward the kitchen. Just as I was about to lie down, I suddenly realized something. Wait! Lin Qingxue stopped and turned back in confusion. It seems like we still don't have a stove, right? I pointed to the empty corner. We only have a heating fireplace. How are we supposed to boil dumplings? The 2 women froze and looked at each other. That was true. The shelter had reached LV.4, and we'd unlocked a shower room, bathroom, and planting troughs. But there was still no kitchen. Boiling dumplings with just a fireplace wasn't going to work. So, we can't eat the dumplings? Lin Qingxue looked disappointed. I smiled. What's the rush? Good food is worth waiting for. Leave the dumplings outside to freeze for now. We'll eat them once we have a stove. Even though we don't have dumplings tonight, we've got something even better. With a flip of my hand, a red gift box appeared on the coffee table. Steamed king crab, steaming hot. The big guy we opened at noon, paired with braised beef instant noodles. Tonight's theme, seafood supreme instant noodles. The two women's eyes lit up instantly. 10 minutes later, the king crab, as big as a wash basin, was bright red all over and took center stage on the coffee table. Next to it was a large basin of braised beef instant noodles, fragrant with rich sauce. Lin Qingxue swallowed hard. What delicacies hadn't she eaten before? But in this apocalypse, where the whole world was starving, this king crab was practically priceless. Don't just stand there, eat up. I broke off a thick crab leg and handed it to Su Qingwe. You're the main force, so you need to replenish yourself. Su Qingwe felt warm inside, but she didn't eat it right away. Instead, she carefully picked out the crab meat and fed it to my mouth. Shop owner first, this is a maid cafe. How could the master not eat while the maid eats first? Lin Qingxue watched the two of us acting as if no one else were there, and could only lower her head and silently eat her noodles. She hid the envy in her eyes. Damn it, Su Qingxue got there first again. You eat too. A crab claw landed in her bowl. Lin Qingxue looked up in surprise. I smiled slightly. Once you've entered my shop, you're my people. Everyone gets a share at the celebration banquet. Only if you're full will you have the energy to work tomorrow. Lin Qingxue stared at me, then at the crab claw. Her nose stung, and her eyes instantly turned red. What exactly had I been stubborn about these past few days? Thank you, shop owner. She took a bite. So fresh. Too fresh. The crab meat with the braised beef noodle broth made her taste buds feel like they were exploding. It's so delicious. Lin Qingxue was practically about to cry. At this moment, what school beauty dignity, what Lin family young lady airs, all of it was thrown to the wind. She only wanted to stay in this shelter forever. Even if she had to farm and cook for the rest of her life, that was fine. Ding. Made Lin Qingxue's loyalty plus 20. Current loyalty, 80. A full 20 points in one go. Looks like this king crab was the right gift. Wait, just eating meat is a bit lacking. I flipped my hand, and a bottle of red wine appeared out of nowhere. Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened slightly. 82 La Fight. My family has a bottle in the wine cabinet too. My dad treats it like a treasure and can't bear to open it. I pulled out the cork and poured the 3 glasses full. What are you thinking? It's fake wine. However, as a system product, a little drink should be fine. Fake wine. Shoo. I raised my index finger. In the apocalypse, there's no real or fake. There's only alcohol. It's got a decent kick and warms you up. For people right now, that makes it precious La Fight. Come on, let's toast. The 3 of us clinked glasses. The inferior red wine was slightly astringent on the tongue, but paired with the sweet, fresh crab meat, it brought an unprecedented sense of satisfaction on this cold apocalyptic night. While we were eating, Lin Qingxue's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, and her pretty face darkened instantly. What's wrong? Is Wang Hao barking like a dog again? I asked quietly. Lin Qingxue said in a low voice. He tagged me in the group. He said my avatar was still lit, so I must be almost done for. And he also said his promise to exchange videos for bread still stands. Not replying? How boring would that be? I put down my chopsticks and pointed at the leftovers on the table. Since it's a victory feast, how can there be no audience? Take a photo and send it to the group. Lin Qingxue's eyes lit up instantly. Boss, you're so devious. Su Qingwe also smiled. Regional chat channel, Wang Hao. At Lin Qingxue, don't keep acting tough, beautiful school flower. It's more than 10 degrees below zero outside. How many days can your delicate body hold out? I sincerely want to help you. As long as you're willing to bow your head, bread will be guaranteed. Passerby, Brother Wang is generous. I bet Lin School Flower is already frozen stiff, right? Just as this group of people were mocking and sneering, a high-definition photo suddenly popped up without warning. Under warm lighting, a huge king crab took center stage. Beside it were 3 steaming bowls of braised beef noodles. Most outrageous of all, there was half a bottle of La Fight red wine and 3 glasses filled with wine. In the background, a fireplace burning brightly and a leather sofa could be faintly seen. The chat channel exploded instantly. Holy shit, king crab, I'm gnawing tree bark, and she's eating a seafood feast? That red wine ambience. I'd believe you if you said it was a 5-star hotel. Inside some gloomy shelter, Wang Hao stared at the screen, and the Wang Wang rice crackers in his hand instantly lost their appeal. That slap in the face was loud and clear. Soon someone noticed the blind spot. Isn't that background wall the one Lu Chen posted before? Case solved. Lin School Flower and Lu Chun are living together. More than that, 3 pairs of chopsticks on the table. and 3 wine glasses. What right does Lu Chen have? I remember when he delivered food to me, I even gave him a bad review. And now he's hiding a beauty in a golden house. Beasts. The dry die of drought, the flooded die of flood. Watching the group wailing and howling, Lin Qingshue's lips curled up. So satisfying. Too satisfying. So this was what it felt like to follow a strong person and slap rotten people in the face. Outside the window, the cold wind howled and the gray fog churned. The beast roars in the distance sounded even more shrill than the previous 2 days. Inside the room, the fireplace glowed faintly and the lighting was warm. The 3 of us ate crab meat, drank hot soup, and had red wine, enjoying a peace that was unique in the apocalypse. After eating and drinking my fill, I leaned back on the sofa and let out a long breath. Ding! Everyone's satiety is full, and sanity has been restored to its best state. I glanced at the time. 2000 hours at night. 2 hours remained until the night hour. The lazy look in my eyes gradually faded. The first night was swift zombie dogs, a test of reaction speed. The second night was a tide of blood-sucking worms, a test of area damage. Given the damn habits of an apocalyptic game, the difficulty would surely increase step by step. Then the third night. I turned to look out the window. Tonight's gray fog was thicker than usual, and it didn't seem to be flowing along the ground. It looked more like it was churning in midair. The fog is rising. The new threat was very likely coming from above. At that moment, a message was inserted into the regional channel. Shan Wanxiu. Everyone, instead of being jealous of others, why not worry about how to survive tonight? I have definite intel. Tonight's crisis is not beasts, but the uncanny. As soon as this idea appeared, the chat grew slightly quiet. Shan Wanxiu, a female entrepreneur from Jiangchen. In her early 30s, sharp and decisive, with breathtaking beauty. She was the business goddess in many people's hearts. Someone questioned, how do you know? Don't spread alarmist rumors. Shan Wanxiu. I awakened an S-rank talent, premonition. I can sense danger ahead of time. Believe it or not. Shan Wanxiu. Tonight's monster is a low-level uncanny creature, mist nightmare. It has no physical form and creates illusions through sound. Will cause the sanity value to drop rapidly, eventually driving one mad or to suicide. Hiding inside the shelter cannot block sound hallucinations. Shan Wanxiu countermeasure. Use noise-canceling earplugs to block your ears. Though it cannot completely isolate the sound, it can reduce the impact. The sanity value will decline more slowly, and surviving tonight safely will be no problem. As soon as these words were posted, Shan Wanxiu's intelligence became a lifeline. The regional channel instantly flooded with requests to buy earplugs. Even cotton and strips of rag skyrocketed in price. Thank you, Goddess Shun. May good people live a peaceful life. Praise messages kept scrolling across the screen. However, not long after, Shan Wanxiu posted a trade offer with harsh conditions. The style of the discussion changed abruptly. Shan Wanxiu, besides surviving, I also know how to completely kill them. Now let's make a trade. Shan Wanxiu. Whoever can give me strong antipyretics plus 500 milliliters of water above 50 degrees Celsius. I'll tell them the strategy for killing them. Both conditions must be met at the same time. One cannot be missing. The flood of gratitude abruptly stopped. It was drowned out by curses and doubts. Are you crazy? Antipyretics are life-saving supplies, and you still want hot water. It's minus 30 degrees outside. Even the firewood is damp. Who would be willing to waste fuel boiling water? Just now you were acting like a good person, and now my niece's throat had gone stiff and spasmed from the cold. Trying to swallow pills dry would just make her choke. She needed hot water. Hot water was the only thing that could help her regain her ability to swallow, to drive the cold away from inside her. Cold. Auntie, I'm so cold. The girl's voice, faint and thread-like, came from the fragile figure nestled in my arms as her consciousness started to fade. Shan Wanxiu, always proud and unyielding, the woman who had never bowed to anyone, now had eyes reddened with emotion. Her hands were trembling. There must be hot water. There has to be. Her gaze burned into the screen of her phone. This was her last hope, her final thread of salvation. I didn't take the chance to mock Shan Wanxiu. Instead, I tapped on her private chat icon without hesitation. My exclusive recruitment ability sprang to life, and her profile panel unfolded instantly. Name, Shan Wanxiu, LV1. Appearance, 92, absolute goddess tier, the epitome of cold, unattainable beauty. Figure, 93, mature and curvaceous, S-shaped silhouette thanks to years of fitness dedication. Skills, A-rank coordination and management, S-rank crisis intuition, manifested sixth sense with danger precognition. Contract bonus, 20% reduction in resources to upgrade shelters. Unlocked special skill, King's Grace, grants an absolute calm, buff to allies within a 100-meter radius, restoring sanity points, and purging/preventing mental corruption. Lasts 30 minutes. Once daily. Strength 6, mental strength 19, agility 7, endurance 5/9, weakened condition. Overall rating 95. System evaluation, the ultimate post-apocalypse guardian. Her cold demeanor stirs a primal urge within men to conquer. Strongly recommend pursuing her at all costs. Whoa, 19 points in mental strength. I muttered, my interest peaked. For reference, 10 points is the ceiling for an average human. She was nearing the threshold of 20. This crisis intuition ability was an absolute lifesaver in a post-apocalyptic world. On top of that, her contract perk reduced 20% of upgrade costs for shelters. And then there was the King's Grace skill. The value this woman brought was extraordinary. This is a deal worth making. I thought aloud, a sly grin tugging at the corners of my lips. At first, I had only planned to exchange for information, but now it seemed I was investing in the future core of my team. Hot water? Fever medication? I happen to have both in surplus. I initiated a trade without hesitation. I have what you need. Bring your own thermos. Items lost. Ibuprofen, 1 strip. Thermos, hot water at 60 degrees Celsius, X1. The deal closed in an instant. Her response speed was lightning fast, which meant she had been glued to the trade screen, waiting desperately for an offer. A few minutes later, a new message from Shun Wancho came through. Her words, concise as ever, carried a sense of immense relief and gratitude. Shun Wancho, thank you. I owe you one. Listen closely. Sound-based anomalies have physical immunity, but depend on mediums to exist. Their core binds to sound-emitting objects, like wind chimes, instruments, or tree branches outside a door. How to kill them? Create louder noises, firecrackers, gunshots, or high-decibel music. Force them to reveal themselves and stiffen. Then, immediately burn their host object to destroy them. Fire is their nemesis, but you must first use noise to break their immunity. I stroked my chin and thought it over. There were plenty of things that could make noise. A desert eagle was loud enough, and a grenade was even more deafening. But that was too wasteful. Bullets and grenades were strategic resources. Using them against something this creepy and bizarre was like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Since high-decibel music would work too, my gaze fell on the corner of the living room. There stood an antique-looking guzheng. I'd just gotten it from a treasure chest. Since it took up space, I'd left it there. Now it seemed it would come in handy tonight. I turned to the two women. Which one of you can play the guzheng? The two women froze, then looked at each other in surprise. Su Qinghua spoke first. Boss, we both can play the guzheng. But for performance level, younger sister Qingxue is better at it. Last year at Jiang University's New Year's Eve Gala, her guzheng solo was the finale. Lin Qingxue lowered her head, blushing. It's not that great. I just passed grade 10. Grade 10, and that's not good? I laughed. Then it's decided, it's you. Pikachu Shui. Not only could it kill monsters, it could also cultivate the spirit. What a bargain. At that moment, Su Qingyue's eyes darted as she boldly suggested. Boss, since this is for entertainment, wouldn't just a guzheng be a little too monotonous? She gently brushed the hair by her ear. Why don't I let younger sister Qingxue play the instrument while I sing and dance for you? My eyes lit up. Good grief. The two campus beauties of Jiang University, one playing accompaniment on the zither, the other singing and dancing to liven things up. This kind of setup, how many people before the apocalypse would have paid a fortune and still not gotten it? Approved. I waved my hand grandly. But excitement aside, I quickly calmed down. I glanced at the howling wind outside. The guzheng was a wooden instrument, so its projection was pretty good. But in this environment of storm, chaos, and monster roars, the volume probably still wouldn't be enough. I needed a little science and some special processing. Get an amplifier. I opened the regional trading channel and searched. And I actually found one. An avatar of a balding middle-aged man was listing equipment. Seller, Li Daqiang. Item, premium square dance pull handle speaker X1, wireless headset mic X2. Need any food? Square dance speaker? I almost laughed out loud. Who didn't know how powerful this thing was? As everyone knew, square dance speakers had already proven their penetration power in real-world use. Within a 2-kilometer radius, not a blade of grass would survive. It was tailor-made for dealing with creepy things. I directly sent a private message. The other side was starving to death, and with 2 packs of compressed biscuits plus a bottle of mineral water, I secured it in record time. Trade successful. Obtained. Sony S99 heavy bass outdoor pull handle speaker, fully charged, X1. Obtained. Wireless headset mic X2. Done. I took out the black, half-person high speaker and powered it on to test the mic. Hello, hello. The voice was loud, with plenty of reverb, and even had a mysterious electric effect. Perfect. I handed one headset mic to Su Qinghua and placed the other near the sound hole of the guzheng. As for fire, I hadn't found any good sustain burning items in the trade channel. After all, it was over minus 30 degrees outside. A normal torch would be blown out by the cold wind the moment it went out. No choice, we'll use Molotov cocktails. I took a Molotov from my backpack. Inside was a specially made viscous fuel. Once it exploded, it would cling extremely well and withstand low temperatures. Everything was ready. I replied to Shun Wanxiu and, at the same time, sent a friend request. Shun Wanxiu's S-rank ability was definitely one of the strongest survival abilities in the apocalypse. Someone like that was perfect for long-term friendship. If there was a chance, I could even invite her to live in my shop. I looked up at the clock on the wall. 21:58. There were 2 minutes left until the nightfall arrived. In the center of the maid cafe's main hall, Lin Qingxue sat upright before the guzheng, focused, her fingertips lightly brushing the strings, her temperament as cool and ethereal as a celestial being. Su Qingwei wore the microphone on her ear, her figure graceful, ready to burst into action. The huge square dance speaker flashed with colorful running lights, aimed directly at the front door. I sat on the sofa, toying with 2 Molotov cocktails, a smile curling at the corners of my mouth. Come on, let me give tonight's audience a proper lesson. 21 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds. Tick, tick, thud. The last 10 seconds. The wind outside the window stopped without warning. The surging gray mist froze, clinging tightly to the glass. Like a dozen pale, ghastly faces peering through the window at the warm light inside. I gently shook the Molotov cocktail. Don't be nervous. Just think of it as rehearsal for a school gala. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, her slender fingers resting on the strings. Su Qingyue was stretching, but the violent rise and fall of her chest betrayed her nerves. 22 hours, ding. Nightfall has arrived. Night 3, mist nightmare. The moment the system prompt sounded, wind chimes rang outside every shelter window. Ding-ling-ling, clear and pleasant, yet carrying an indescribable chill. Then, from all directions, countless noisy voices drilled straight into my mind. Open the door. Mom. So cold. Someone save me. Good son. Dad broke his leg. Come help me. He. I can see you. Come down and play with me. Countless demonic voices pierced through the walls and straight into the heart. Lin Qingxue's face went deathly pale, her gaze beginning to blur. Su Qingyue's body trembled slightly, as if she were seeing something horrifying. Warning. Mental pollution detected. Sanity is rapidly decreasing. Current. 198. 96. Put in the earplugs. At my command, the 3 of us tacitly put on the earplugs we had just traded for. 3 pairs of noise-canceling earplugs had cost us 3 kilograms of raw meat. But at this moment, they were worth every bit of it. Once the earplugs were in, the demonic voices instantly became muffled and indistinct. Current. 96. 95. I glanced at the panel and let out a breath of relief. After putting on the earplugs, the rate at which sanity dropped changed from 2 points every 5 minutes to 1 point every 10 minutes. As long as you didn't mentally collapse, you could sit still all night and survive. At this moment, the regional channel exploded. Hothead bro, holy shit. It really works. I don't want to die after putting in the earplugs. That sound really got quieter. The urge to kill myself is gone. Jiangxing's #1 lover, thank you, Goddess Shun. I'll never forget this life-saving kindness. The people who had mocked Shen Wanqiu earlier were now kicking themselves in regret. Some even started frantically at ing her. Know it all at Shen Wanqiu, I was just joking earlier. I've gathered the fever medicine and hot water. Can I still buy the guide? However, Shen Wanqiu replied coldly. Shen Wanqiu. Sorry, the transaction is over. The guide is sold out. Those people who were only wise after the fact were dumbfounded. This was the apocalypse. Opportunities were only for the prepared and the decisive. Inside the maid cafe, although sanity had stabilized, I didn't want to just hunker down all night. What I wanted was to kill monsters and get rewards. I slammed the Molotov cocktail onto the coffee table and said, now, play. Lin Qingxue snapped back to attention and lightly plucked the strings. A fast-paced, rhythm-heavy ancient-style song blended with electronic elements. Qi Ling rang out. At the same time, I twisted the speaker's volume knob all the way up. Max power, full throttle. Boom. The Sony S99 erupted with the dignity of the king of square dance speakers. A powerful bass instantly shattered the oppressive atmosphere. The crisp, guzheng melody, once amplified, was no longer delicate. Instead, it carried a razor-sharp edge that seemed to pierce the clouds. Su Qingwen moved with it as well. She danced with long sleeves fluttering in time to the stirring melody, her figure graceful and elegant. As expected of the president of Jiang University's dance club, every step and every pose was perfectly on point. Then, she burst into her special skill through the ear mic, powerful operatic high notes. The people below pass by, no longer seeing the old colors. The people on stage sing a song of heartbreak and farewell. That opera voice was mournful and haunting, yet soared straight into the sky. Combined with the speaker's slightly distorted electric current effect, it instantly transformed into invisible sonic blades, viciously piercing through the gray mist outside the window. The original demonic voices were instantly blasted to pieces before this electronic opera singing. What mind-invading demon voice? In my BGM, nobody can beat me. Ah. Outside the window, the invisible anomalies that had been lurking all along suddenly let out shrill screams, and the gray fog churned violently. Under the assault of that terrifying sound wave, the anomalies hidden within the mist could no longer stay concealed. On the old locust tree outside the window, under the icicles hanging from the eaves, one twisted, semi-transparent black shadow after another slowly took form. They clutched their ears in agony, bodies stiff as they convulsed wildly in the sonic waves. The mist nightmare had manifested. A flash of sharp light surged in my eyes. Shinwanshio really didn't lie to me. This bunch of freaks really are afraid of noise. I sprang to my feet, and a flare of fire flashed from the Molotov cocktail in my hand. A lighter ignited the cloth strip at the bottle's mouth. Flames instantly roared up. I strode to the window and yanked it open a crack. Before the cold wind could even rush in, the Molotov had already flown from my hand. With a graceful arc of flame, it struck precisely at the old tree where the monsters were densest. A slight smile curved my lips as I looked at the trembling anomalies outside and said, "Listening to a performance costs money. Consider this a fiery tip." Crash. The crisp sound of glass shattering. Whoosh. The specially made viscous fuel exploded instantly. The flames, like a curse clinging to the bones, latched onto those manifested black shadows in an instant. Scree. Scree, scree, scree. Shrill screams instantly drowned out the music from the speakers. The physically immune mist nightmares, upon touching the flames, began to dissolve slowly. Ding. Killed low-tier anomaly, mist nightmare, LV3, EXP plus 45. Obtained, basic energy crystal times 2. Ding. Killed low-tier anomaly, mist nightmare, LV2, EXP plus 30. Obtained, basic energy crystal times 2. System notifications popped up wildly, and my experience surged. Inside the room, the lights were red and lively. Su Qingyue sang and danced, while Lin Qingxue played the zither like the wind. Outside, flames blazed to the heavens, and 1,000 ghosts wailed in misery. I stood by the window, firelight casting a cold profile across my face. Then I turned, snapped my fingers, and laughed loudly. Keep the music going. Keep dancing. Tonight, no one stops until every filthy thing out there is burned clean. I pulled out my phone and started recording. Outside the window, flames roared and black shadows screamed. Inside, there was ethereal zither music and the sound of light, graceful footsteps. I added a Versailles-style caption and posted it. So this is the mist nightmare? Nothing much. Aside from a bit of noise outside, there's no difficulty at all. Thanks to the two beautiful ladies for the live accompaniment. The celebration banquet was perfect. The once dead silent regional channel instantly exploded. Holy crap, the monster outside is screaming, and he's inside listening to music? That zither technique, it's definitely Lin Qingxue playing. Those light footsteps and the rustle of fabric in the background. Sounds like Senior Su Qinghua. Why? I'm shivering under my blanket eating hard bread, and he's holding a private concert with 2 campus goddesses. My hatred for stealing wives is irreconcilable. Lu Chun, you beast. I looked at the jealousy flooding the screen and shut my phone off in satisfaction. What you can't see is what breaks people the most. So satisfying. In the apocalypse, the jealousy of others is more pleasing than food. When the last mist nightmare turned to ash, the system notifications finally stopped. Battle over. Killed 10 mist nightmares. LV2, LV5. A warm current surged through my body. My muscles and bones seemed to be remade, and I was brimming with energy. Congratulations. Level increased to LV6. All attributes plus 2. Free attribute points plus 2. Su Qinghua leveled up to LV4. Lin Qingxue leveled up to LV3. So this is what it feels like to power level someone. I looked at the 2 women. They were drenched in sweat from exhaustion, but their skin had become even fairer and more radiant. The physical enhancement from leveling up was clearly remarkable. Next came the looting phase. On the snowy ground outside the window, 10 green treasure chests floated there before automatically flying into the shelter. Green ones, all of them? Su Qinghua asked in surprise. I explained. The zombies and bugs from the past 2 days were physical beasts, so they only dropped white items. Tonight involved the uncanny. The difficulty was higher, so the drops were naturally better. If not for Shun Wanchio's intel, there'd be no way we could have killed these mist nightmares. High risk, high reward. Open them all. Powerful sanity recovery potion, small, times 5 uncanny ashes, material, times 10 special chilled meat, beef/lamb. 20 kilograms, cold-resistant down jackets, green, times 3 basic energy crystals, white, times 10 intermediate energy crystal, green, times 1 psionic flashlight, green, times 1 big harvest. I nodded in satisfaction. Sanity recovery potions were the hard currency for dealing with the uncanny. A psionic flashlight could directly interfere with uncanny entities. But that wasn't the main attraction. The real grand prize floated in virtual space, radiating a dazzling silver light. First clear announcement. Visible only to you. Congratulations to survivor Lu Chun for completely annihilating the third wave of the Night Frenzy in 19 minutes and 21 seconds. The first clear in region C0372. Unique achievement reward obtained. Silver treasure chest, uncanny type, times 1. Another silver treasure chest for the server-wide first kill. I didn't rush to open it. Sitting on the sofa, I recalled the first kill reward from last time. Last time I got a golden exorcism candle holder. It was a life-saving artifact during uncanny invasions. But it was a consumable. One use, and it was gone. It could only be used for passive defense. That left me, someone used to controlling the situation, feeling unsatisfied. System, don't give me another one-time consumable this time. Compared to a shield that saves lives, I'm more in need of a weapon that can kill the uncanny. Just as I was about to press the latch, my hand froze in midair. Although I got gold last time, it was only a consumable, which means my luck was mediocre. What if my hand is cursed this time? I turned to look at Su Qingwei. She had just finished her hot dance, slightly out of breath. Sweat beads slid down her alluring face and dripped into the hollow of her collarbone, crystal clear. Her peach blossom eyes were misty, carrying the charm of a ripe peach. As expected of a natural seductress, bewitching to the bone. Senior Su. Leaning back against the sofa, I motioned her over. You open this silver treasure chest. Huh? Me? Su Qingwei froze, flattered and surprised. I think your luck is better than mine today. I'm entrusting the only silver treasure chest in the entire region to you. Something this valuable, Su Qingwei grew nervous. In the apocalypse, treasure chests meant the capital to survive, and opening them always carried a bit of mysticism. By giving her this chance, I was showing trust and pampering her. Her heartbeat quickened, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Okay, I'll try. She took a deep breath and straightened her messy skirt hem. Then she walked seriously to the treasure chest and placed her slender jade hand on the latch. It has to give something good. She pressed down hard. Click. The chest sprang open, no golden light. Only 2 streaks of blue light mist and 1 streak of purple light mist. Su Qingyue's pretty face fell, full of self-reproach. Sorry, store manager. My luck is too bad. You got golden legend last time, and this time I ruined it by opening it. Lin Qingxue also looked regretful. No, I stared at the purple light orb, my expression even more excited than when I saw golden light. Foolish senior, what are you apologizing for? Where is your luck bad? You're practically my lucky star. Before the words were even finished, I wrapped an arm around Su Qingyue's slender waist and pulled her straight into my embrace. I let her sit on my lap. Su Qingyue's body instantly stiffened, engulfed by the scent of masculine hormones. STO store manager? Her face was flushed crimson, her heart pounding like thunder. With a constitution naturally born for allure, being held so domineeringly made her body instantly soften into a puddle of water. She obediently leaned into my embrace, her gaze hazy, her breath fragrant like orchids. Lin Qingxue watched this scene, her icy eyes trembling slightly, a blush rising on her face. Looking at Su Qingyue, usually just as aloof, now appearing ready to be plucked at will, a trace of envy and bitterness unexpectedly rose in her heart. I was in a great mood and lifted Su Qingyue's pretty face in my hands. Her skin felt smooth, warm, and soft, with a collagen-plump elasticity like premium fine jade. I couldn't help but knead and squeeze her again and again, pinching the cool and haughty older sister beauty into all sorts of shapes. The feel is amazing, I laughed loudly. Senior, you don't get it. In the apocalypse, rarity and color do matter, but they aren't everything. Gold is indeed precious, but if purple is practical enough, it might even be better than gold. Come on, let's see how powerful the treasure you pulled is. I let go of the panting Su Qingyue and displayed the attributes of the 3 items. The first item, Holy Water Grenade, blue, times 3, after exploding, it creates a mist of holy water rain, continuously corroding undead and spiritual entities. Nice AoE consumable. The second item, Skill Book, I have True Sight, purple, passive skill. After learning it, one can see through illusions, can directly observe spiritual entities, ghosts, and hidden eerie creatures, no higher than the user's own level LV5, has a chance to discern weaknesses. With this, I won't need a speaker anymore to see all kinds of weird things. Any ambush will be exposed. The last item. My finger landed on the object suspended in black mist. A black leather glove. It was completely black, with a cold, slippery texture. It seemed to be sewn from the skin of some unknown creature. Most terrifying of all, there was a vertical slit on the back of the hand, and inside it grew a mouth full of tiny, sharp teeth. That mouth was even writhing slightly, as if begging for food. A chill surged through Lin Qingxue and Su Qingyue's hearts. Left hand of the glutton, unique, quality, purple, upgradable eerie equipment. Current stage, first tier, 0 out of 100 soul charge. Description, it once belonged to a mad gourmet. He ate anything, whether evil spirits or gods. Later, he died. This glove inherited his endless hunger and greed. Active abilities. My soul hurting. Devour the remnants of souls from slain eerie creatures to gain charge, with a chance to feed back mental power to the owner. Violent grip. Consume charge to unleash a spiritual giant hand that ignores physical defense and directly attacks the soul, capable of damaging and restraining eerie beings. Ability theft. When fed a complete eerie soul, there is a chance to record the target's core ability, teleportation, shriek, invisibility, etc., which can then be fixed into the glove's 5 ring slots for use. Unlocked slots, January 5th. Negative curse extreme hunger. At least one eerie soul must be fed every 24 hours. If not satisfied, it will backfire on the owner, forcibly draining 30% of life and 20 sanity points as interest. Warning: if you cannot provide food that satisfies it, it will devour you and wait for its next owner. Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue were stunned. Upgradable? It can even steal monster abilities? Su Qingyue's little mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. Only then did she understand why I was so excited. How could her luck be bad? It was simply unbelievably good. The golden candlestick was indeed powerful, but once used, it was gone. Whereas this glove, as long as I kept killing monsters, I could grow endlessly stronger. Although there's a backlash cost, as long as I keep killing monsters, this isn't a cost, it's motivation. I looked out the window. On the third night, the monsters were all wiped out, and the darkness returned to calm. The faceless ghost appeared again, Tay at the window, quietly watching me. There may not be much else in the apocalypse, but there are plenty of monsters. Hungry? Then follow me and eat my way through this apocalypse. I stretched out my left hand and slipped it into the black glove. SSS. The glove instantly shrank, and flesh-like tentacles extended from within, tightly attaching to my skin and merging with my flesh. The jagged mouth on the back of my hand suddenly opened wide, letting out an excited roar that only I could hear, then closed again. The pitch-black glove vanished in an instant, dissolving into the back of my hand and turning into a mysterious black tattoo. An icy, vicious force surged along my left arm and into my heart. I clenched my fist, feeling that terrifying power that seemed to tear at my soul, then looked at the two women and curved my lips into a smile. Compared to a candle for staying alive, this is the kind of thing a real man should use. Shop owner, are you okay? Seeing the terrifying glove merge into my skin and turn into a hideous tattoo, Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue were badly frightened. Lin Qingxue grabbed my arm, panic filling her eyes. It said it would bite back on its owner and drink blood. How about taking it off? Take it off. I felt the surging power in my left arm and shook my head. Why would I take it off? Not only is it fine, this feeling of controlling power, it's simply wonderful. I've been living pretty well these past few days on supplies from the system, but there had always been a taut string in my heart. Against zombies or mutated beasts on the physical level, I had guns. But against weird things on the level of rules, I could only take the beating passively. That sense of helplessness, massive mouth opened to the limit, aiming to bite off my head. An ordinary person would have long since collapsed in terror, but I forced back the stabbing pain, my eyes filled with fiercer malice than any demon's. Who the hell are you trying to scare, huh? Fuck your mother, you stinking idiot. 2 roars of courage buffed me. I only felt myself ignite. Instead of retreating, I surged forward. My right hand yanked out the psionic flashlight and switched it on, while my left hand shot out. The white light shone on the watcher, freezing it instantly and making it hard to move. Then the black tattoo on my left arm activated. The glutton's left hand covered the entire palm, and the mouth on the back of the glove opened wide and roared. Active skill, tyrannical grip. Smack. Black cheese surged from my left hand as I accurately clamped onto the faceless man's neck. Only the bizarre can oppose the bizarre. Screech. The faceless man froze, not understanding how I had caught it. Been watching pretty happily these past few days, huh? My face twisted viciously as my 5 fingers, like hooked claws, dug into its spirit body. The black glove, as if tasting something delicious, made its fangs wriggle madly and began devouring the faceless man's body. The faceless man panicked. It realized it had gone from hunter to prey and struggled frantically. Its body transformed into countless black tentacles that lashed at me, each strike bringing a bone-deep chill. Sanity -12. Sanity -13. Fortunately, my mental power was 16 points, and 160 sanity was enough to withstand repeated shocks. Warning: sanity below 60. Mild madness imminent. My brain only felt heavier and heavier, and blood-red afterimages began to appear in my vision. But the red glow in my eyes grew even stronger. Under the mad state, my adrenaline surged. Pleasure actually overpowered fear. With sanity dropping, I only became stronger. Die for me, I roared, my left hand suddenly tightening with all my strength. The gluttony trait triggered. Puffed. It felt like crushing a balloon full of liquid. The faceless man's black body instantly collapsed, and the core mouth at its center was forcibly crushed to pieces. Killed F-rank Wraith, Watcher, LV, 8. Gained 150 EXP. The remnant soul left behind after the faceless man disintegrated did not dissipate. Instead, it was drawn by a massive suction force, crazily surging toward my left hand. The ferocious mouth on the back of the glove opened wide and swallowed contentedly. Gulp. Swallowed in one bite. The gluttonous left hand has fed. Charge. 1/100th. Triggered feedback. Mental attribute permanently +1. A cool stream of energy rushed up my left arm into my brain, and the pain and dizziness subsided by more than half. I gasped for breath and leaned against the windowsill to close the window. At this moment, my sanity had dropped to only 55 points, right on the edge of danger. I pulled out a high-grade sanity recovery potion and downed it. Recovered 20% sanity, plus 34. Current, 89. Damn, that was intense. Looking at my left hand, which had returned to its clean, pale state, I couldn't help but curve my lips upward. Although I'd lost half my sanity and the process had been extremely dangerous, I won. And I had discovered the glove's truly insane nature. Killing monsters didn't just let it level up, it also permanently increased mental power. After steadying my breathing, I looked at the black tattoo on the back of my left hand and thought, unequip. Sizzle hiss. A sharp pain, like ripping strong adhesive tape off body hair. The black tattoo wriggled and peeled away, transforming back into a pitch-black leather glove that fell into my palm. Taking it off really hurts. It's like tearing a piece of flesh off my body. I casually tossed the glove into the system backpack. However, an eerie scene happened. Through the semi-transparent system panel, that glove was actually moving. It wasn't still like a dead object. It was like a trapped beast in a cage. Its 5 fingers clawed wildly, and the mouth on the back of the hand kept opening and closing. It was trying to gnaw through the barrier of the backpack space, trying to crawl out. Whoa, this thing has self-awareness. Although the system backpack was theoretically absolutely safe, this thing was a living anomaly. If it bit through something or secretly ate my supplies, I'd be losing big. I need something to suppress it. My gaze fell on the item in the corner of the backpack radiating holy golden light. The exorcising candlestick. Golden legend, a warding item. It should be able to keep it down. I moved the exorcising candlestick to the slot next to the glove. A miraculous scene appeared. The instant the candlestick drew near, the black glove, which had been crazily scratching moments ago, was like a mouse encountering its natural enemy. It jolted violently, then quickly curled up into a ball, shrinking into the corner trembling, completely still. That arrogant mouth also shut tight. As expected, my eyes lit up. Although the gluttonous left hand has high growth potential, its rank is being firmly suppressed by the golden quality exorcising candlestick. No need to worry about it rebelling now. With the hidden danger resolved, I felt much better. Behind the sofa, Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue cautiously peeked out. Seeing me slumped by the window, panting heavily but completely unharmed, both women's eyes turned red and they rushed over without caring about decorum. Boss, are you okay? 2 waves of fragrant air rushed into my face. Su Qingyue, after her intense dancing, had a fine sheen of sweat, making her even more alluring. Lin Qingxue was full of worry, her cold eyes shimmering with mist. Feeling the concern coming from their 2 soft, warm bodies, I grinned and spread my arms, one around each. I domineeringly pulled them both into my embrace. I'm fine, just a bit tired after the fight. Need to recharge urgently. I buried my head in their necks and inhaled deeply the mixed scent of girlhood and body wash. Feeling their hot breaths brush against my neck, both girls' pretty faces instantly flushed. Seeing the wicked smile at the corner of my mouth, how could they not understand what recharge meant? Su Qingyue quickly adjusted, Judong hooking her arms around my neck. Her peach blossom eyes slightly raised as she exhaled like orchids. Sure you bad boss. Last time, I was no match for you and got bullied until I was begging for mercy. She turned to look at Lin Qingxue, whose face was flushed crimson, a cunning glint flashing in her eyes. But this time, with Qingxuet, the two of us sisters can join forces. We'll definitely be able to put you, the great demon king, in your place. Huh? I. Lin Qingxue's face instantly turned red all the way through. Though she had a cool, aloof personality, she still felt so embarrassed by Su Qingyue's bold words that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She instinctively wanted to break free, but feeling my warm embrace and the heat of my hand at her waist, her defenses softened again. After a fierce internal struggle, she ultimately didn't push me away. Only shyly did she bury her head in my chest, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. Then, don't bully me too hard. I'll listen to you. It's my first time. Hearing that permission, the flames in my eyes were instantly ignited. This was the meaning of me desperately leveling up, desperately killing monsters. Wake and hold the power of the world, drunk, and lie in a beauty's lap. Haha, good. It's my first time too today. With a sudden burst of strength in my arms. Amid the two women's cries of surprise, I directly hoisted them both up at once. One on each shoulder, like a hunter returning victorious, carrying his spoils. We just fought a battle and worked up a sweat. So let's take a bath first. The bathtub is big enough for 3 people, completely enough. Even while being carried over my shoulder, Su Qingyue didn't forget to tease me. She lightly patted my back and laughed coquettishly. Bathtub play? The shop manager really knows how to play. I gave her a playful smack on that perky spot as punishment and grinned wickedly. Less nonsense. Senior, your attribute panel says you've got S-rank grappling right. Later, in the bathtub, show me a thing or two. Hiss. Su Qingyue drew in a breath, her little face flushed red. Shop manager. That kind of pose. It's so chifrenla. Though she said it was embarrassing, her eyes were full of eager, seductive anticipation. As for Lin Qingxue, she had already shut her eyes in embarrassment, her whole body burning hot. She didn't dare imagine what would happen next at all. At this moment, the regional chat channel was full of misery. Insomniac. Whoa, finally it's morning. I'm still alive. Hungry ghost. I was so scared last night, I ate my last half biscuit. Can someone give me something to eat? I've got wood and stones. Onlooker. Wonder how boss Lu Chen did last night. He was posting videos showing off in the first half of the night. So why did he go silent in the second half? Pickled fish. Haha. 1 man and 2 women, and both are top-tier campus beauties. What else could they be doing in the second half of the night? You know exactly what I mean. Broken defense, bro. Damn. Stop talking. I've got the image now. My goddess Lin Qingxue, my goddess Su Qingyue. Lu Chen, you beast. The dry ones dry up, the wet ones drown. Outside the window, the cold wind howled and the eerie entities ran rampant. Countless people trembled in the dark and cold, suffering torment to their minds and spirits. While on the second floor of my shelter, warm steam filled the air. A special celebration feast belonging only to me had just begun. The next morning, a faint morning light pierced through the gray fog, and I slowly opened my eyes. This was the most peaceful sleep I'd ever had. Beneath me was a soft purple goose-down quilt. A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of my nose, and the warmth in my arms was impossible to let go of. Outside it was minus 30 degrees, but inside the blankets it was warm as spring. I glanced at my attribute panel. Current sanity value, 156. Not bad. With 17 spirit, my sanity cap was 170. After 1 night's rest it had nearly fully recovered. The calming effect of the purple blanket, combined with the total physical and mental relaxation from last night, made the healing effect explosive. I turned to look at the 2 sleeping figures. They were curled up under the blanket, breathing long and even, like 2 lazy kittens. Thinking back on last night's battle, I clicked my tongue. As expected of an S-rank dance specialization, Su Qingyue's body was unbelievably soft. Those highly difficult movements, she could do them with ease. What made my heart race even more was Lin Qingxue. Usually the cool and reserved flower on a high peak, after shedding her disguise, she actually had exceptionally rare, flawless snow-white skin. As white as mutton fat jade, untouched by dust. However, even though the 2 of them worked in perfect sync, the first to collapse into exhausted sleep in the end was still them. After all, I'm now LV.6, with 16 strength and a whopping 21 constitution. My stamina and explosiveness are both top tier. At that moment, Su Qingyue in my arms stirred and mumbled indistinctly. Store manager. I can't. Please spare me. Whoa, really? I can't take it anymore. On the other side, Lin Xingxue also started talking in her sleep, her voice choked with tears. Store manager, please, hurry up and recruit new staff. We really can't handle it anymore. Listening to these soul-deep sleep-talking words, I couldn't help but laugh. Looks like I really wore them out last night. All right, I'll satisfy you. The plan to expand the harem? No, the staff team needs to be put on the agenda. But right now the staff cap is only 2. If I want to expand it, I'll have to wait until the shelter levels up. I didn't wake them. With my current constitution far beyond ordinary people, they'd probably need to sleep for most of the day before recovering. I carefully withdrew my arm, tucked the blankets around them, then got dressed and went downstairs as quietly as possible. After a quick wash-up, I opened a can of cola and sat on the sofa, bringing up the shelter control panel. The shelter is now LV.4, but facing increasingly powerful anomalies. Its defenses are still insufficient. And it only has the lobby, staff dormitory, bathroom, and shower room. Many rooms are still missing. Current shelter level, LV.4. Requirements for next level, LV.5. Wood, 2,000 units, current. 1,300 plus. Stone, 1,000 units, current. 800 plus. Withered grass, 500 units, already met. Clay, 300 units, already met. Basic energy crystals, 10, already met. Still short 700 wood and 200 stone. If I went chopping trees and mining by myself, it would take several days. But what time is it now? Last night, after that anomalous nightmare that left the entire district in despair, most survivors were on the verge of collapse. I directly opened the regional chat channel. Sure enough, even first thing in the morning, the group was still lively. Night Owl Champion. Woo, finally daylight. I'm still alive. Starving Ghost. I got so scared last night, I ate my last half biscuit. Can anyone give me some food? I have plenty of wood and stone. Lu Chun. Massive purchase of wood and stone. Ratio, 100 g high-quality beast meat, or 500 milliliters mineral water, for 100 wood or 50 stone. Limited stock, first come first serve. As soon as the message went out, the channel fell silent for a second, then exploded into a frenzy. Random passerby, a holy shit. Meat. Boss Lu Chun still has meat. Sour fish soup. Trade. Trade. I've got 2,000 wood. Cracked defense bro. Dad. Look at me. I have stone. I'll give it all to you. Just please let me have a sip of water. Yi Lianchun. Where are those idiots who were trash-talking Lu Chun just now? Get out here and apologize to my adoptive father. What dignity, what jealousy. Before meat and water, it's all bullshit. Trade requests came flying in like snowflakes. I picked a few with good reputations and large quantities, including a lumberjack, and quickly completed the exchanges. Less than 5 minutes later. Trade completed. Lost. 2 kilograms mutated beast meat, 3 bottles of mineral water. Received. Wood times 1,000, stone times 400 done. If I had to gather that myself, not only would it be exhausting, but the minus 30 degrees would be enough to make anyone suffer. This is the power of capital accumulation. System, upgrade the shelter. Buzz, golden light enveloped the shelter. The walls thickened, the space expanded outward, and the wooden structure gradually took on a metallic sheen. 5 minutes later, the golden light faded, and a more grand, sturdy building with a technological feel appeared before my eyes. Ding. Shelter upgraded to LV.5. All attributes +2. Defense greatly increased. It can resist F-rank anomalous mental shock. It can resist the physical impact of mutated beasts at LV.5 or below. New feature unlocked. Remote deconstruction can break down physical objects into raw materials. New facility added. Smart integrated kitchen. Includes a dual-burner gas stove, range hood, multi-function cooking counter, and automatically restores 1 hour of gas allowance per day. New area added. Second floor living quarters expansion. Master bedroom upgraded to luxury suite, plus 2 new secondary bedrooms. Unlocks the exclusive production module for the cafe. Includes a full set of equipment and 2 initial recipes. Maximum made quota increased. Current. 2/3, the made quota increased again. This is the value of LV.5. I walked up to the smart kitchen and brushed my hand over the marble cooking counter. With the gas stove, I could make even more delicious dishes. But what interested me most was the coffee-making area on the right side of the counter. There, a full set of pour-over tools had automatically appeared, with 2 cans of coffee beans labeled with special tags sitting beside them. When my fingers touched the coffee machine, a prompt sounded. Ding. Cafe function module activated. Obtained 2 cans of special coffee beans. Initial recipes automatically learned. Recipe 1. Sunshine Americano, Special Edition. Effect. The body generates continuous warmth, granting frost resistance LV.1. Resisting an additional minus 30 degrees Celsius of extreme cold for 2 hours. Recipe 2. Healing latte effect. Immediately restores 10% of lost health, relieves mild fatigue, and slowly restores 10% sanity. Good stuff. My eyes lit up. In this icy apocalypse, Sunshine Americano was a god-tier tool for going out and exploring. I could already imagine how much of a sensation it would cause when Sunshine Americano was put up for trade. The healing latte might not detoxify, but having one between battles would guarantee endurance. Besides that, with the shelter at level 5, there's one more staff quota. I can recruit a new Xiaomei. Thinking of the 2 obedient campus bells, I started looking forward to the 3rd staff member. Just as I picked up the coffee pot and was about to test its effect, suddenly, a never-before-seen phantom banner, accompanied by a system prompt, forcibly popped up. Ignoring all regional restrictions, it dominated the vision of every survivor across the entire C-Zone. C-Region Global Announcement. Congratulations to survivor Lu Chun, C0372 District. Successfully upgraded the shelter to LV.5. Detection range expanded to the entire C-Zone, including 10,000 plus subdistricts. Confirmed as the first survivor in the C region to achieve this feat. Congratulations on obtaining the unique Epic Achievement Reward, Golden Chest ×1. Fuck, even I, who had always been calm, couldn't help blurting out an expletive, frozen in place. I had assumed I had only taken first place in the small C0372 district again. After all, as a major region, C-Zone contains tens of thousands of subdistricts, with a survivor population in the billions and countless hidden talents and formidable figures. But the system announcement made it crystal clear. I was the first person in all of C-Zone to upgrade a shelter to LV.5. That means, I took a deep breath, my heart pounding violently. At this moment, I, Lu Chun, am ahead of the billions of humans in C District. I'm now the #1 person in C District. This is what it means to gain one step, and then stay ahead every step after that. While others were still in the snowy wilderness, fighting desperately over a piece of wood and zombies. I was already living in a deluxe suite, drinking functional coffee, and pushing toward a higher-tier tech tree. Meanwhile, although the world channel had not yet opened and the districts could not communicate, this system announcement was like a deep-sea bomb, stirring up huge waves in countless small circles. C0372 District Chat Channel Passerby. Hey, holy crap. Did you all see the banner in the sky? Lu Chun. Again Lu Chun. Sour Lemon LV.5? I'm barely LV.3 after all my struggles, and I still can't even gather enough wood. Why the hell is he already LV.5? Truth Emperor. So Lu Chun gathered all that wood and stone just now to push for the district's top spot. We were all working for him. One of the simps, Father Lu Chun, the #1 in all of C District. From now on, you are my god. Please let me be your little attachment. The most intense reaction came from the survivor group of Class 3 in the Jiang University Department of Economics and Management, where class monitor Lu Weijin was. Still 31 people. Shun Wanqiu's method greatly improved everyone's survival rate on the 3rd night. The population of C0372 district also remained stable at just over 5,000. Last night, only a tiny number of unlucky ones with low sanity ran into trouble. Ever since I had used Su Qingyue and Lin Xingxue to slap everyone in the face last time, this group had been quiet for a long time. But now, as the district announcement popped up, the deathly silent class group exploded again. Han Jiabao, holy crap. Did everyone see the announcement? The #1 person in C District. Lu Chun. Is that the Lu Chun from our class who used to deliver food? Zhang Yi, if not him, then who else? Same name, same district number. My god, LV.5 shelter. I haven't even gathered enough LV.3 materials. Li Dada, this is way too fake, right? He never showed off before, so how can he be this strong? Did he cheat? Then even the department flower couldn't hold back anymore. Zhao Sini, at Lu Chun, classmate. Watching the group chatter, Lu Wei, who had originally wanted to become a feudal tyrant in the apocalypse, was now sitting in a LV.3 wooden house, so jealous his face twisted beyond recognition. Grinding his teeth, his eyes rolled, and he stepped out with a righteous tone to make himself noticed. Class monitor, Lu Wei, everyone, quiet down. Class monitor, Lu Wei, at Lu Chun, classmate, congratulations on achieving such success. This is not only your glory, but also the glory of our Class 3. Class monitor, Lu Wei, since you're already the #1 in C District, the greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. Right now, all our classmates are struggling on the edge of life and death. You must definitely have extra supplies and strategies, right? Class monitor, Lu Wei, as class monitor, I propose that you should share the strategy for upgrading to LV.5 for free, and also take out part of your supplies to establish a class mutual aid fund. After all, everyone is family. You can't just stand by and watch your classmates starve to death. Can you? As soon as those words were spoken, the people who were already seething with jealousy instantly found a vent for it. Han Jiabao, exactly. The class monitor is right. Lu Chun, you're already number one, so even a little bit leaked from your fingers would be enough for us to eat our fill. A certain classmate, Lu Chun, people shouldn't be too selfish. We're all classmates. What's wrong with helping us out? Inside the shelter, I was looking at my phone when movement sounded from the second-floor stairway. Just now, when the shelter upgraded, the violent shaking and the golden light everywhere had woken the two women. Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue supported each other as they walked downstairs. The blush on their faces had not yet faded. The original cramped single bed had automatically stretched amid the golden light. It had become a European-style big bed that could fit 4 or 5 people. The master bedroom had also expanded into a luxury suite with a separate bathroom. 2 additional secondary bedrooms had also appeared on both sides of the hallway. Boss, you've reached LV.5? Su Qingyue tugged at the strap of her nightgown, her voice lazy and languid. This is even more comfortable than the villa I lived in before the apocalypse. The 2 women walked over slowly, looking exhausted, especially Lin Qingxue, who seemed to have been drained of all her vitality. Su Qingyue collapsed softly beside me, rubbing her waist as she said coquettishly, "You bad guy, could you have said something before upgrading? The bed suddenly got bigger and scared me to death." She leaned close to my ear. "And you were way too rough last night, boss. My legs are still weak." I put an arm around both of their waists and had them sit properly. Perfect timing. I'll show you a good show. I took out my phone, which was buzzing nonstop. Look, our class rep is giving another speech. He wants me to hand over supplies to set up a mutual aid fund. Lin Qingxue glanced at it, her pretty face covered in frost. Disgusting. Full of righteousness and morality on the outside, rotten to the core on the inside. Back then he wanted to force me to be his girlfriend. Now he wants to force you to hand over supplies. Typical vampire. Looking at Zhao Sini's bootlicking messages, Su Qingyue giggled as she leaned on my shoulder. "Oh my, boss. Zhao Sini probably wishes she could come here and be a foot-washing maid. That's your department's beauty queen. You know," she traced circles on my chest with her finger. "But cheap. Vulgar women are still cheap. Golden treasure chest quality. Gold description. This is the highest honor bestowed upon the leader. It contains precious survival supplies capable of changing fate." I swallowed hard. This time, even without Su Qingyue's lucky hand, I was certain it would produce something earth-shattering. Because this was a golden treasure chest. It might even be the very first golden treasure chest in all of Zone C. Come on. I rubbed my hands together. Let me see what a true legendary reward looks like. I took a deep breath, and under the gaze of 2 pairs of beautiful eyes, I raised my right hand and slapped it hard onto the chest. "Open for me." Roar. The instant the chest opened, an ancient dragon's roar exploded throughout the shelter. Brilliant golden light shot into the sky. Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue raised their hands to shield their eyes. Through their fingers, they shockingly saw, within the golden light, 5 items slowly bobbed up and down, radiating a terrifyingly powerful fluctuation. Congratulations. You opened a golden treasure chest, legendary. Luck exploded. You obtained double legendary rewards. Items obtained. Blueprint, Psychic Fusion Reactor, gold. S-rank skill book. Telekinetic control, gold psychic ability. Weapon, Thorn Queen, purple. Weapon, Breath of Winter, purple. Blueprint, Close-in automatic turret, 7 Grim Reaper type, purple. The golden light faded. The 3 of us stared at the 5 items before us, breathing heavily. 2 gold, 3 purple. We made it rich, really rich. I first grabbed the gilded blueprint. Blueprint, Psychic Fusion Reactor quality, legendary, gold. Functions, infinite energy, provides unlimited electricity for the shelter. Say goodbye to fuel generators and battery limits. Whole house temperature control, built-in temperature control core, ignoring extreme cold/extreme heat, maintaining a constant 24 degrees Celsius year-round. Energy shield, activate the psychic shield to defend against physical/mental attacks from weirdness of rank C and below. Construction requirements, refined steel times 10,000, titanium alloy plates times 500, superconducting magnetic coils times 100, quantum control chip times 1, advanced energy crystal times 1. Looking at the first half, my heart was pounding with excitement. Unlimited power, constant temperature, a shield against attacks from weirdness below rank C. With this thing, I'd basically be a god. But when my eyes fell on the construction requirements, it was as if someone had dumped a basin of cold water over me. Holy, I twitched at the corner of my mouth. They give you a Ferrari blueprint, and you have to make the parts yourself? Titanium alloy plates, superconducting magnetic coils, quantum control chips. Just by the names alone, I knew these weren't things you could get by chopping wood or mining ore. The most outrageous part was the advanced energy crystal. The highest quality one I had right now was only a medium energy crystal, and I only had one. Heaven knows what kind of monster would drop an advanced one. I put the blueprint into my backpack. Even though I couldn't build it, it gave me a clear midterm goal. For infinite power, for absolute defense. A glint of ambition flashed in my eyes. Let's not think that far ahead yet. I shifted my gaze to the second golden item. Skill book, telekinetic control grade. S rank, legendary. Learning requirement. Mental power greater than or equal to 20, current mental power 19. Effect. After learning, you will master telekinetic control, LV1, allowing mental power to interfere with physical reality. Telekinetic manipulation. Control objects from a distance. Upper limit 500 kilograms. Block bullets. Kill with thrown blades. Or retrieve items from afar. All in a single thought. Telekinetic flight. Consume large amounts of mental power to briefly hover/fly. Psychic storm. Release mental power in an explosive burst, causing stun or headshot-like effects on enemies. S-rank skill. If bodily enhancement turned me into a super soldier, then this skill was the key to evolving into a transcendent being. And this skill was a perfect match with the Devourer's left hand. The glove devoured souls to increase mental power. The stronger the mental power, the more terrifying the telekinesis. A perfect positive cycle. But unfortunately, it required 20 points of mentality. I was stuck at exactly 19. Damn it, I blurted out, a mouthful of old blood stuck in my throat. Just 1 point short. If it had been 10 or 8 points short, I'd have accepted it. But to get blocked by the last single point, it was like being starving in front of a Michelin feast, only to be told you had to wait until tomorrow to pick up your chopsticks. I looked at the Devourer's left hand, in the backpack space on my left hand. Looks like I can only rely on you. As long as I devoured one more aberration, or leveled up once more, it would be enough. I put away the skill book and turned my gaze to the two purple weapons. I'm temporarily stuck at a bottleneck, but your strength can be upgraded first. With a wave of my hand, the two pieces of gear flew toward the two women respectively. What flew to Su Qinghua was a dark red long whip. Weapon, Thorn Queen, purple. Traits, woven from mutated blood-sucking vines, incredibly tough. Attacks inflict bleeding and entangling effects. Compatibility, a perfect match for flexibility-based techniques, can be soft or hard, ideal for ranged attacks. Su Qinghua took the whip, feeling cool to the touch. With a gentle flick, the whip cracked in the air like a spirit snake. So smooth. A flash of delight crossed her eyes. This whip seemed tailor-made for her. Combined with her S-grade flexibility and alluring figure, when she wielded it, she looked like she was dancing, yet every movement was full of killing intent. Thank you, store manager. Su Qinghua flew into my arms and planted a sweet kiss on my cheek. I've decided, no matter how much it hurts tonight, I won't say it's over. After unlocking intimate contact with me, she had completely let herself go. Every smile and glance of hers was full of allure. Haha. I pinched the back of her neck. You don't get it. What? I leaned close to her ear. If you're really thanking me, you shouldn't just call out. You should be even louder. Su Qinghua instantly blushed. Store manager, you're so bad. On the other side, what flew to Lin Qingxue was a crystal-clear composite battle bow, its surface radiating a chill. Weapon, Breath of Winter, purple. Traits, no physical arrows required. Pulling the bowstring consumes sanity, health, food, to automatically condense spiritual ice arrows. On hit, there is a chance to inflict freeze and slow. Lin Qingxue's eyes lit up. No arrows needed. A divine weapon with infinite endurance. She gripped the ice bow with both hands, and a natural sense of compatibility welled up inside her. She had studied archery and even won an award in a youth archery competition in Kyoto during high school. Her cool, elegant aura paired with the ice bow, making her look like a goddess of the snow mountains. She tried drawing the bowstring. Buzz, an ice arrow instantly condensed from the cold and locked onto the window outside. Lin Qingxue put the bow away and glanced at the attribute panel. Her health, sanity, and food were all full. As expected, if it wasn't fired, it wouldn't consume any of her stats. This bow is very strong. She stroked the bow and turned to look at me. Her eyes moved. Thank you, store manager. I'll use it to protect our home. I put away the last purple blueprint. Blueprint, Close-in Defense Auto Turret, 7 Death God Model, purple. 6-barrel rotary cannon, rate of fire 6,000 rounds/min, range 1,500 meters, automatic locking, infrared sensing. With ammo, it's an indefatigable guardian. When the materials are ready, we'll mount it on the roof. Not even a fly will get in. I tallied up the harvest from this opening. Spirit Fusion Reactor, unlimited power. Telekinesis control, S-rank ability. Thorn Queen and Breath of Winter, two purple tier weapons. One inflicts bleeding and entanglement, the other freeze and slow. Close-in defense turret, a home defense divine weapon. Energy, we have energy. Abilities, we have abilities. Defense, we have defense. The two women now had combat capability too. Armed to the teeth. This is the value of a gold treasure chest. What a huge gain. I glanced out the window. We've already eaten breakfast. We can't slack off today either. Come on, take the new gear with us. Let's go out and search for resources and practice while we're at it. The two women nodded without hesitation, their eyes full of eagerness. They also couldn't wait to try the new weapons. Before setting out, I posted a long-term buy order in the trading channel, buying refined steel, reinforced glass, electronic components, and rare wood at a high price. DM me with your asking price. If you've got it, food and water are not a problem. These supplies had no regular way to be obtained. They could only be slowly gathered through the trading market. Then I opened today's lucky bag again. Obtained, French foie gras, finished product, piping hot, times 10. Obtained, sunflower seeds times 5. Tonight, we could have an extra meal again. First king crab, now French foie gras. Who would have thought that after the apocalypse, I'd be able to eat things I used to never want to spend on? The three of us got fully geared up and pushed open the shelter door. Half an hour later, in the dense forest 1 kilometer from the shelter, a mutated frost python as thick as a bucket rolled around in the snow. Its body was covered in frosty scales, LV.4. Qingxue, seal its movement. Qingwei, hold it down. I stood nearby giving orders, not rushing to act. Isero. Lin Qingxue's expression was calm, the power of winter's breath fully unleashed. HP -1 whoosh. A dark blue streak of light struck the giant python's 7-inch point with pinpoint accuracy. Crack. The purple weapon effect triggered. The giant python's body stiffened. Thick frost rapidly formed over its wound, and its movement speed dropped by 30%. Trying to run? Come back here. Su Qingyue shouted sharply, and the Thorn Queen's whip shot out like a spirit snake leaving its den. Huh. The barbed whip tightly wrapped around the snake's tail. With a forceful yank, she dragged the giant python back by brute force. The barbs pierced through its scales, and blood stained the snow red. Perfect chance. I didn't hesitate any longer, my body lighting up like a streak of electricity as I charged in front of the serpent's massive head, lifting the firefighter axe high above me. Squelch. The sound of splitting flesh erupted as brains splattered everywhere. You have slain LV.4 mutant ice python. Gained 80 experience points. A warm current surged through my body as I shivered slightly. Level up to LV.7. All attributes +1. Gained 1 free attribute point. Level up. In just half an hour, the three of us had successfully taken down 7 mutant creatures together. Surveying my significantly boosted spirit attribute that had just reached the exact threshold of 20 points, I immediately pulled out an S-rank skill book. Learn it. Requirements met. Learning S-rank skill. Buzz. My brain felt like it had undergone an intense quake, but oddly, there was no pain. Instead, an unparalleled sense of clarity washed over me. It was as though my third eye had been opened, uncovering the patterns behind everything. The flow of the wind, the drifting snowflakes, even the breathing of the two women nearby felt traceable. It felt like, with a single thought, I could manipulate everything with ease. Acquired S-rank skill, telekinetic manipulation. Spirit attribute +5. Using an S-rank skill also grants an additional 5 points in spirit. That was an unexpected bonus. My spirit attribute had ballooned up to 25 points. It was now on par with my physique. What a pleasant surprise. So, this is what it feels like to materialize spiritual power. I stretched out my hand, pointing towards the massive corpse of the serpent just ahead, and extended my will. Rise. Rumble. A corpse weighing hundreds of pounds began to waver before floating unsteadily into the air. Though maintaining its suspension in midair brought a strain to my mental reserves, it was undeniable. This was supernatural power. Oh my God. Store manager, have you become a deity? Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue gasped in astonishment, their faces covered while their eyes brimmed with awe. It's just basic operations, don't overthink it, I said, casually waving my hand to lower the corpse back down. This is just the beginning. What I initially thought was just an ordinary survival game had turned out to include items capable of granting people extraordinary powers. My ambition for the future swelled even further. I'll only become stronger from here. I turned to the two women, painting a future for them. Since you've chosen to follow me, I promise not to mistreat my own people. Skills like this are indeed rare, but they're not one of a kind. In the future, if we encounter something similar and you've proven not only your competence, but also your loyalty, I'll reward you as well. making sure you both can also transcend the ordinary. Their breaths grew noticeably quicker. If, up until now, they'd been following me merely to survive, to find food and warmth. Then at this moment, I was laying out a pathway for them, where mere mortals could attain the strength of gods. Store manager. Su Qingyue's reddened eyes glistened as she clung onto me like a devoted kitten. In this lifetime, Qingyue belongs to you, heart, body, and soul. Whatever you command, I will obey. Even the typically cold and aloof Lin Qingxue held onto her ice bow tightly, her gaze overtaken by a deep, singular devotion. Store manager, I will prove my value. This bow, I'll only ever draw it for you. Satisfied, I gave them a nod of approval. To get the ox to plow the field, you've got to feed the ox. Hope coupled with rewards only ensures the deepest loyalty. But right then, roar. A feral, deafening growl erupted from the depths of the mist. Thud, thud, thud. An earth-shaking rhythm of heavy footsteps echoed closer. The swirling fog parted as a pair of massive, crimson eyes lit up like blazing coals. The silhouette of a massive figure, over 3 meters tall, stepped forward. Its powerful, stone-like muscles rippled like coiled steel cables, black fur bristling like sharp needles as it locked its bloodthirsty gaze onto me. I grinned, my eyes narrowing in recognition of this familiar face. Well, an old friend, huh? Mutant King Kong Ape LV.4, it's here. This beast once tracked you on the first day you arrived. Now, it's stronger and holding a grudge. An E-tier mutant beast. Over the past few days, through battles and bloodshed, I'd gained a firm grasp of the power hierarchy. Mutants and spectral entities operated on a scale with F-tier being the weakest, followed by E-tier. I hadn't encountered any D-tier beings yet, but I was well aware that even a single-tier difference could equate to an astronomical gap in strength. An E-tier elite beast like this? The difficulty it posed was easily the equivalent of fending off 5 F-tier enemies of the same level simultaneously. No wonder it felt so overwhelming back on day 1. I silently thanked my past self for not foolishly trying to engage it head-on that day, instead retreating swiftly to the safety of the shelter. Otherwise, I would have ended up as mere monkey chow. But now, standing before this massive beast, one that had once chased me away with my tail between my legs, I couldn't help but smirk. That first day, you left me running like a coward. I thought back to that humiliating moment where I'd risked life and limb over nothing more than a green loot box. But fate has brought us together again today. I suppose it's time to settle this debt, don't you think? I cracked my neck and casually tossed the firefighter axe to Lin Qingxue. Hang on to this for me. Store manager, you're not using a weapon? Lin Qingxue blinked in confusion. Using something as crude as a blade against this oversized idiot? Far too boring. As the rampaging ape bellowed and charged closer, I stretched out my right arm, fingers splayed open. The creature was now less than 10 meters away. Perfect timing. Let's see just how powerful this S-rank skill really is. Kneel. The full force of telekinetic manipulation was unleashed. Buzz. The very air around us seemed to shudder and freeze solid. The mutant ape's massive body halted abruptly, as though an invisible, titanic hand had clamped down heavily on its shoulders. Grower. It howled in terror, muscles bulging as it struggled furiously against the unseen restraint. Its veins bulged grotesquely as its monstrous strength flared to life. But in the face of my telekinetic might, its efforts were as futile as a baby flailing helplessly. Crack! A sickening snap echoed through the air. The ape's knee shattered, and with a deafening crash, it was forced onto the ground, kneeling before me. The impact left 2 massive craters in the earth below. That's it. Already immobilized. Disappointment seeped into my voice as I shook my head slightly before violently clenching my extended hand and hurling the restrained beast to the side. Scram. Boom. The ape, weighing close to a ton, was flung like a ragdoll into a ruined wall. The structure caved in, collapsing into rubble as dust and debris billowed into the air. The ape's confidence crumbled, its once proud strength now painfully inadequate. Floating helplessly, all it could do was flail its limbs in vain desperation. Not bad. Every telekinetic attack at this level feels comparable to a 500-kilogram punch. And this is just the start at LV.1. You served as a fine test subject. As a token of gratitude, die. Uninterested in prolonging the fight, I clenched my hand into a crushing grip, targeting its neck. Snap! The crack of bone breaking echoed ominously. The massive ape's head drooped lifelessly, its eyes wide with its final, unexplained terror. To the very end, it couldn't comprehend how the weakling it had once chased relentlessly could now kill it with nothing more than a flick of the wrist. You have slain LV.4 Mutant King Kong Ape. Gained 120 experience points. Obtained, raw meat times 50 kg. Obtained, intact beast hide times 1, E-tier. can craft 3 sets of winter garments, may grant a chance for physique enhancement. A heavy silence filled the air. Both Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue stared at the massive corpse, then slowly shifted their gaze onto me, who had calmly lowered my outstretched arm. If before, they had followed for the sake of survival, then now, looking at that commanding back etched against the swirling snow. Thud, a sound as soft as snowfall. Women are instinctively drawn to strength. Their hearts were utterly, irrevocably mine. I packed up the spoils of battle and noticed them locked in a daze, eyes filled with infatuation as they stared at me. Smiling wryly, I waved a hand in front of their faces. What's with the daydreaming? This is just the start. Scenes like this will become a daily thing. Let's keep moving while I'm still in peak condition. Yes, store manager. They snapped out of it. Their cheeks flushed red as they hurried to tidy their appearances and followed closely behind. But before long, plunging back into the snow, a biting cold wind struck us anew. Their steps slowed amidst the frigid gusts. The blizzard roared, the snowflakes stinging like needles against our faces while the fog thickened, reducing visibility to less than 20 meters. Each step tested the limits of endurance, some landing on solid ice, others sinking knee-deep into deceptively soft snow. Hiss! Su Qinghua shivered from the cold. Although the luminous warm jade kept her from freezing, the wind was still too strong. It swiftly whisked away body heat, and the thick snow made every step a massive effort. Lin Qingxiu wasn't faring much better. Her lips were blue, and frost had collected on her eyelashes. But neither of them suggested turning back. The two silently gritted their teeth and pressed on. I glanced back at the two struggling to walk through the snow, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and furrowed my brow. The conditions are brutal. At this pace, we won't cover much ground before dark. Suddenly, a thought occurred to me. My telekinesis could manipulate objects. Could it also control air currents? Or maybe, propel people forward? Let's give it a shot. I released a surge of telekinetic energy. Telekinetic barrier. Buzz. A transparent, invisible wave expanded outward from me, forming a 3-meter diameter, semi-spherical shield that enveloped the two women as well. The next moment, the howling cold wind vanished, and the flying snow was blocked outside the barrier. I controlled my telekinetic power to lift and reduce the weight of all 3 of us, while simultaneously creating a strong push from behind. Hold on to me. Before the two could react, their bodies suddenly felt light, and we shot across the snowy surface like a rocket. The scenery sped past in a blur. What had been a difficult trek became akin to gliding just over the ground, our speed increasing tenfold, if not more. Ah, this is so fast, Su Qinghua exclaimed, half in thrill and half in awe. There's no wind. It's warm, not cold at all. Lin Qingxue was equally shocked, reaching out to touch the barrier ahead. She felt a layer of warm, thin air, exclaiming, "This is an S-grade ability, absolutely unreal." However, within my vision, a warning appeared. Warning, high mental energy output. Warning, mental endurance at maximum capacity. Side effect triggered, sanity value decreasing, rate of deduction, 2 points/minute. Figures it would have a drawback. I glanced at the slowly declining sanity value in the corner of my view, unsurprised. This cheat-like method of travel didn't just drain physical energy, it was mentally taxing. Sanity hitting 0 would turn me into a monster. I quickly ran the numbers. 25 points of mental energy and a maximum of 250 sanity. At a loss rate of 2 points per minute, I could sustain this high-intensity mode of travel for 2 hours in peak condition. Covering a day's journey in that time was absolutely worth it. Especially since I had purple-grade goose-down blankets and healing lattes, sanity could easily be replenished with sleep or a drink. Cost-effective. The 3 of us moved like an arrow launched from a bow, zipping across the snowy plains. What typically required an entire day of trudging was now reduced to mere minutes. In fact, in only a dozen minutes, we arrived at the same abandoned gas station we had only reached after a full day's efforts yesterday. But we didn't stop. We sped past it, heading further into the foggy and mysterious unknown. Amidst the journey, I stumbled upon another god-tier application of telekinesis. Identifying danger at our current speed was too slow for the human eye. I experimented, extending my telekinetic energy forward like tendrils. Buzz. It worked. In this dense fog, the human eye could only see 20 to 30 meters ahead. But with telekinetic sensing, the terrain, obstacles, and even dead branches hidden beneath the snow within a 200-meter radius were rendered as clear, detailed 3D images in my mind. 80 meters ahead, to the left of the ruins, an E-tier wandering zombie. 360 meters ahead, behind a dead tree, there's a white chest. With a godlike perspective, I effortlessly navigated the foggy wasteland, with 2 capable women in tow. While other survivors might be cautiously probing their way forward with sticks, trembling in fear, there I was, drifting through the post-apocalyptic wasteland with telekinetic ease. We're approaching the edge of the woods. I stopped, dispersing the force propelling us forward. By now, we had ventured 10 kilometers north of the shelter into unfamiliar territory. Surrounding us was a wide, desolate highway, with abandoned vehicles scattered haphazardly across the road, all shrouded in thick, oppressive mist. Sanity, 173/250. Between shielding us from the storm and using high-precision telekinetic sensing, the consumption rate had increased to 3 points per minute. I can still push for another half hour, more than enough. We moved along the edges of the highway, with my telekinetic tendrils probing into roadside structures. Buzz. My tendrils brushed against the silhouette of a massive shadow near the roadside, and I abruptly stopped. An ecstatic gleam of excitement burst in my eyes. I found it. It's an industrial steelworks. What lay ahead was a large, abandoned metal processing plant under the name, Washing Heavy Industries. The gate was sealed shut, but my telekinesis had already scanned the interior, revealing piles of discarded machine tools, steel plates, and heavy equipment. Quickly, let's head inside. We pried open the side door and slipped into the plant. Placing my palm on one of the rusty CNC machine tools, I activated my breakdown ability. Ding! Breakdown successful. Items acquired. Refined steel times 20, precision electronic components times 5. I laughed in pure joy. This was like being handed a pillow right when you were tired. Both refined steel and precision components were critical resources for upgrading the Level 6 shelter, building close-range defense cannons, and the fusion reactor. Thanks to my telekinetic mobility, barriers, and sensing, reaching this far in such terrible conditions was now possible. Otherwise, relying on foot, or the randomness of scavenging treasure chests, I'd be a monkey's uncle before stockpiling enough. Qingxue, stop standing around. Start gathering every piece of metal here and bring it to me. Yes, boss. The two immediately jumped into action, working like busy bees. Flashes of white light kept glowing in the dim factory. Within mere minutes, we had amassed over 300 units of refined steel and close to 100 electronic components. However, as the three of us drowned in this harvest of joy, rustle, 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 a dense scraping sound emerged from the dark, deep corners of the factory, like countless nails scratching against metal. Stop moving. I unleashed my telekinetic perception immediately. Something's coming, lots of somethings. Screech. With a shrill cry, swarms of black shadows flooded out of ventilation ducts and darkened corners like an unrelenting tide. These creatures were the size of small children, with twisted, elongated limbs. They scaled the walls like geckos, their pale, sickly translucent skin devoid of noses or ears. All they had was an enormous, gaping maw packed with fangs and an oversized black eye bulging out of their foreheads. Creatures, shadow crawlers, mutated. Level, LV, 3, F tier. Description, once factory line workers, these individuals were infected and mutated after the apocalyptic fallout. They thrive in darkness, fear the light, and travel in swarms. While weak individually, a single survivor surrounded by them would be reduced to bare bones, even if they're E tier. F tier cannon fodder. I huffed coldly, watching the hundreds upon hundreds of approaching monsters. If quantity's all you've got, then you're nothing but target practice in the face of overwhelming firepower. Qingxue, free to fire at will. Qingwei, guard the flanks. The battle erupted instantly. Lin Qingxue's gaze was icy cold, the bowstring of her winter's breath quivering repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Every ice arrow pierced into the horde of creatures, instantly exploding into a mist of frost. Freeze effect triggered. A large number of crawlers found their footing frozen into icy surfaces, tumbling over each other. Some unlucky ones shattered into shards of ice. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue's Thorn Queen whip danced through the air, leaving afterimages. Snap! Snap! The whip coiled and lashed like a fiery dragon, driving back every crawler that dared to approach. The bleeding effect it left behind filled the air with a metallic stench of blood. And as for me, psychokinesis, fully unleashed. Get out of the way. I grabbed a discarded lathe weighing several hundred pounds, wielding it like a giant fly swatter as I smacked it into the densest part of the horde. Boom. Flesh and limbs flew everywhere. That single swing annihilated a massive cluster. Congratulations. Level up to LV.8. All stats +1. Su Qingyue has leveled up to LV.5. Lin Qingxue has leveled up to LV.4. Obtained, Black Venom Sac, Common, times 18. Obtained, Primary Energy Crystal times 27. Taking out over 20 with a single attack, the three of us leveled up on the spot. Screech, screech, screech. The shadow crawlers never expected their prey to retaliate so viciously. Combined with the faint glow of the radiant jade we were carrying, which they inherently despised, their frenzied assault began to falter. Is that all you've got? I didn't plan to let this chance slip away. Around us, there were still 4 or 5 dozen. If we killed them all, we could probably earn another level up. Plus, there was a bounty of primary energy crystals here for the taking. To most survivors, these F-rank lowest-tier monsters would pose an insurmountable horror. They'd be reduced to mere scraps in mere moments. But for me, equipped with S-rank psychokinesis, numbers only truly mattered when there were enough to transform quantity into quality. Otherwise, I feared nothing. No one gets out alive. Finish them off. As I prepared to hurl the lathe at a trembling group of crawlers cowering in the far corner. Suddenly, thud, a muffled heartbeat roared through our minds like thunder. The floor of the factory shook violently. The once frenzied shadow crawlers froze in place, as if faced with their natural predator. They let out shrill, terrified cries, scrambling desperately toward the dark crevices to escape. What's happening? The next moment, an indescribable, suffocating force of terror surged up from the depths below. Roar! The roar tore into our very souls. High-level phantasmic corruption encountered. Sanity -20. Ugh! I let out a muffled groan, feeling as though a hammer had struck my mind. My vision blurred into doubles. Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue turned deathly pale, clutching their heads as they bent over in anguish. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. All 3 of us lost 20 points of sanity in an instant. Current sanity, 145/260. From the deepest shadows of the factory, twin lantern-like, massive violet eyes slowly lit up. Once the factory's corrupt boss, he monopolized resources to become a self-proclaimed tyrant after the cataclysm. Due to an unknown infection, he mutated into a unique and formidable monster, continuing to rule the shadow crawlers with absolute dominance. Sanity -20. Current sanity, 125/260. Just making eye contact made me feel like my blood was freezing solid. The thing's level was far too high. My true sight couldn't even identify its exact stats. D tier? No, potentially C tier. A single roar drained 20 sanity points, while just one glance cost another 20. If we attempted to fight it, our minds could shatter before we even touched the beast. Retreat. I made the call without hesitation. Ignoring the anguish in my head, I unleashed a burst of psychokinesis. A telekinetic barrier rippled out, transforming into a forceful push that shot the 2 disoriented women and myself toward the factory doors like cannonballs. Boom. The moment we shot out of the entrance, a massive black tentacle, thick as a skyscraper, slammed into the spot where we'd stood just seconds before. The concrete floor crumbled instantly, shards of debris flying in all directions. I didn't dare look back, channeling every shred of my psychokinetic power to propel us forward at full speed. We sprinted a relentless 2 or 3 kilometers before the feeling of being horrifically watched finally began to fade away. On the highway, the 3 of us halted, panting heavily, our faces still pale with fear. Manager, Su Qingyue's voice trembled as she noticed my condition. You have a nosebleed. She ignored the blood on her own lips, quickly taking out a handkerchief to gently wipe my face, her eyes filled with distress. This is all because we're too weak. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue, her hands ice cold, gingerly massaged my temples. Manager, does your head still hurt? Don't worry, I'll live. I grabbed both of their hands firmly. That thing's out of our league for now. I cast a glance at my dwindling sanity, which had dropped below 100, then shifted my gaze to the backpack containing 650 units of refined steel. Well, at least it wasn't for nothing. I've got the materials we need. We'll head back, level up, and return when we're stronger to explore further. The overuse of psychokinesis left my brain throbbing in pain. With just over 90 sanity points remaining, the journey back to the shelter would burn around 40, leaving me with roughly 50 points. After we make it back, a good night's rest should restore a decent chunk of energy. With that thought, I glanced at the 2 women, still looking at me with worried, anxious expressions. Mischief stirred in my chest as a sly grin crept across my lips. Extending my arms, I pulled both of them close by their slender waists. Though I don't need any medication, my psychokinetic energy is feeling a bit drained. I murmured into their ears with deliberate weight. When we get home, I'll need both of you to help me recover my sanity quickly. You understand what I mean, right? The moment my words sank in, their eyes widened briefly before their faces flushed red as ripe apples. Even their ears turned as hot as embers. Manager, you're so naughty. Su Qinghua leaned against me, her voice syrupy sweet. Qinghua would do anything for you. Lin Qingxue, who had already shared intimacy with me before, buried her face, speaking in a voice as quiet as a whisper. if it can ease your headache. I have no objections. Good. I broke into a hearty laugh. Let's go home. The three of us shot toward the shelter like streaks of light. 2 hours later, I emerged from the master bedroom, feeling entirely reinvigorated. On the bed, Lin Qingxue and Su Qingyue were curled up together, sound asleep, clearly exhausted. I headed downstairs, plopped onto the sofa, and cracked open a can of ice-cold cola. Opening my attribute panel, I glanced at the stats. Current sanity, 70/260. Current satiety, 60/100. Back to a safe level now. The time read, 11:50 a.m. I decided I wouldn't head out again today. First of all, today's harvest was pretty solid. Secondly, with only 70 sanity points left, it's on the low side. If I encounter any sudden incidents outside, it could easily drop below the critical threshold. Let's take a look at how those people in the group are doing. I opened the regional chat channel, only to find something off the moment I joined in. Normally, it's filled with buy and sell posts for food and water. But today, the feed was flooded with tales of bizarre experiences. Killer Mullet Tony, holy crap, scared the hell out of me. Got a system prompt for a special event. Guest at the door. Had to host a guest. Next thing I know, a red-dressed female ghost pushed open the door. A C-grade aberration. Spectator, a C-grade aberration? And you're still alive to tell the tale. Killer Mullet Tony. She didn't kill me. Sat down, handed me her head, and told me to wash her hair. Even wanted curls. I was peeing myself while washing, but good news, my skills didn't fail me. She was satisfied, tipped me a copper coin, and I even got 1 point in my mental attribute. Item display. Copper aberrant coin, special currency. Description. A currency commonly used in the aberration world. Can be used to purchase items at certain ghost markets or to bribe low-level aberrants. The chat immediately blew up with more first-hand accounts. Dreams of being Tyson the boxing champ. I had one too. I run a boxing gym. This 2-meter-tall zombie walks in, demands a boxing match. Good thing it was just an E-grade. I lasted 3 rounds and survived. It left a coin, but no attribute boost. 3 of my ribs are toast. Neighbor Wong. Huffed. You guys have it easy, mine straight nightmares. I run an escape room facility, and a hanged ghost walked in. Said they died before finishing the room and demanded I play with them. If I don't clear the room, they'd hang me as a prop NPC. That thing's tongue kept brushing against my shoulder. Someone save me. My lips twitched. So these are the so-called special events. Shelters with pre-apocalypse service-based setups are more likely to trigger these. I rubbed my chin. Lucky for me, I'm running a cafe. Based on everyone's descriptions, as long as you satisfy the aberrants, you get coins and attribute rewards? If the aberrant's weaker than me, could I just rob them outright? I muttered. Feels like running a shady business is way more lucrative than a cafe. Thinking harder, the idea sounded pretty promising. Just as I was lost in thought, I heard movement near the stairs. The 2 girls had rested enough and were coming downstairs. After that special healing session, their complexions had a healthy, rosy glow. Their skin almost seemed luminescent, radiant even. Boss, you must be getting hungry, Lin Qingxue said, tying on her apron as she headed into the kitchen. Su Qingyue, lazing about like a contented cat, sidled up to me. She began massaging my temples and shoulders. Boss, you've worked so hard. Relax. I enjoyed their thoughtful gestures. Now this is what post-apocalypse life should feel like. After lunch, I divvied up tasks for them. I'll nap this afternoon to restore some sanity. Meanwhile, you 2 monitor the trading channel. Post whatever extra daily supplies we don't need and trade them for refined steel and rare wood. Got it, they replied in unison. With everything assigned, I went upstairs and burrowed under the covers. The blanket carried a hint of cool snow lotus mixed with red rose fragrance. I set a timer for 3 hours and was out the moment my head hit the pillow. 4:50 p.m. The alarm went off. I woke up feeling refreshed, with sanity points now at 90 out of 260. I had a cup of healing latte, adding 26 more points to my sanity. Too bad cafe-made beverages only recharge once an hour. Still, I felt fully restored. With around 120 sanity points now, I was essentially maxed out compared to the average survivor. Coming downstairs, I was greeted by a heartwarming sight. Lin Qingxue was crouched by the planting trough, taking care of sprouting bok choy seedlings. Su Qingyue, her chin resting on her hands, stared dreamily at the trading interface with a smug smile on her face. As soon as they noticed me, the 2 girls rushed to my side. Boss, you're awake. Pulling them both into an embrace, I asked. So how'd it go? Did we manage to trade for anything? Su Qingyue, eager to take credit, quickly opened up the temporary storage. Clatter. Materials spilled onto the floor. Refined steel times 200. Rare wood times 500. Reinforced glass times 200. Electronic components times 50. All this. I was stunned. Lin Qingxue, a bit embarrassed, explained. Well, Qingyue Senpai put out a voice message in the trading channel asking for supplies. And for some reason, the guys just went crazy trying to trade, added Qingxue. Some even traded dozens of pounds of steel just for a pack of instant noodles. Speechless, I sighed. Even in the apocalypse, there are still simps? However, this proves that no matter how the world changes, beautiful women remain an important and irreplaceable resource, the ultimate productivity driver. Well done. Without holding back, I kissed both women on the cheek. With all the required materials gathered, there was no reason to delay anymore. I stood up, my gaze locking onto the central control panel. System. Consume the materials. Upgrade the shelter. Buzz. The entire shelter began to shudder violently. Hundreds of pounds of steel and wood transformed into streams of light that integrated into the walls. Wooden and stone structures became coated with a pitch-black alloy shell. The overall floor area expanded outward, and the ceiling height increased, making the space feel more open. 5 minutes later, the transformation was complete. Ding. Shelter upgraded to LV.6. All attributes +2. Core function unlocked. Facility upgrade module. Acquired defensive item. Exorcism wind chime, green. Effect. Hang it under the eaves. When entities of E rank or below approach within 50 meters, the chime rings, causing mild deterrence and revealing their form. Ineffective for D rank and above. Instead, it triggers an alarm. Facility upgrade module. My gaze shifted to the shelter door. LV.6 door. Capable of withstanding attacks from entities below LV.5/F rank monsters or anomalies. Currently available evolution options. 1. Blazing Inferno door blue. Required. Refined steel ×20. Fire elemental shards ×5. 2. Radiant dawn door blue. Required. Refined steel ×20. Light elemental shards ×5. 3. Thunder surge high voltage door blue. Required. Refined steel ×20. Electronics components ×10. Lightning elemental shards ×5. I stroke my chin, thinking. The Inferno door offers high damage. The Surge door provides control, and the Dawn door counters spectral threats. Upgrading would require steel and elemental shards. While I had plenty of steel, the fire, light, and lightning elemental shards hadn't been encountered yet. For now, I'll hold off and upgrade strategically later, I muttered as I hung the exorcism wind chime under the eaves. The chime gently swung with the wind, producing a pleasant jingling sound. 8 p.m. For hours remained until the horrors of the night descended. The regional chat channel was suffused with an oppressive atmosphere. As darkness deepened, an unnatural chill loomed, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Random user, hey, at Shin wants you, Goddess Shun, are you there? Please, just say something. Random user B, thanks to your intel last night, I wasn't killed by that monster. You're my lifesaver. Businessman, at Shin wants you, could you share any details about tonight's anomaly? I'm willing to pay 10 loaves of bread for the information. After endless calls, Shin wants you's ID finally appeared online. She remained silent for a minute before a single message popped into the chat. Shun wants you. The monsters tonight are called Night Reapers. Shun wants you. Grade, LV.5, rank, E quantity, 3 per shelter. The chat instantly exploded into chaos. What the hell? LV.5, E rank. Yesterday was only LV.3, F rank anomalies. And 3 of them? I'm only LV.4 right now. How the heck am I supposed to fight that? I'm dead for sure. Shun wants you. The only way to survive is to hide. Shun wants you. These monsters have exceptionally sensitive hearing and an acute sense of smell, but their vision is severely degraded. Shun wants you. Seal all door and window gaps. Make no noise, not even breathing. Turn off all light sources and absolutely do not try to confront them head on. Shun wants you. However, this only increases your chance of survival. Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, Shin wants you's next message sent chills down everyone's spines. Shun wants you. The deadliest part is that Night Reapers possess a trait to destroy wooden walls. Shin wants you. If your shelter isn't at least LV.4 and has no stone-reinforced walls, they'll simply tear through wooden structures to invade. Shun wants you. For those without LV.4 shelters, tonight, survival is nearly impossible. The channel was suddenly filled with wailing and despair. Survivors struggling to upgrade past LV.3 completely collapsed. Amid the cries, one trembling individual dared to ask, Shin wants you. If we're discovered, how do we kill them? Where are their weak points? This time, Shin wants you didn't respond. For the vast majority of survivors, knowing their weak points wouldn't make a difference. E-rank anomalies were simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans to handle. And above all, information critical to rewards like this had its price.